Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of The Art of War by Stephen Coonts, performed by Eric G. Dove. Warfare is the greatest affair of state, the basis of life and death, the way to survival or extinction. Sun Tzu. Prologue. September, South China Sea. The waste catapults fired one after another, and two FA-18C Hornets launched into the clear early afternoon sky. They came together in a loose formation as they climbed, and were soon checking in with an E-2 that had launched on a previous cycle. Its call sign was Moonglow. The leader of the two-ship section was Lieutenant Jerry Cracker Graham. His wingman was Lieutenant Junior Grade Dyson Wade, a quiet youngster with a diffident, respectful manner, so his squadron mates called him Mad Dog. War Ace 307 Moonglow, the situation is fluid. The Chinese destroyer is apparently trying to swamp Filipino fishing boats around the shoal, and a Philippine patrol boat is at least an hour away. Roger, Cracker Graham said, and eyed his computer. The distance to Scarborough Shoal was 138 nautical miles. He led Mad Dog up to 20,000 feet and pulled the power back almost to idle, and let the nose drift down a few degrees. Gotta save fuel somewhere, he thought, and wiggled in his seat to get comfortable. As the air intelligence officer had stressed at the brief, conflict around Scarborough Shoal, a coral atoll about 120 nautical miles west of Luzon, was centered on fish. Filipino demand for fish was estimated to be a bit over 3 million tons a year. China was expected to produce 60 million tons of fish this year, and import another 4 million tons to feed its people. All in all, nearly 500 million people reside within 100 miles of the South China Sea, the briefer had said this morning before they launched. And of necessity, fish is their main source of protein. Unfortunately, fish are a finite resource, and the South China Sea is already severely overfished. Geologists suspected there might be oil under the floor of the South China Sea. That possibility had stimulated China into building a runway on an artificial island they constructed on Fiery Reef in the Spratly Islands, the ownership of which was claimed by China, Taiwan, Vietnam, and the Philippines. At 9,500 feet long, the runway would constitute an immovable aircraft carrier in the middle of a disputed ocean. The Chinese already had an airfield in the Paracel Islands about 150 miles southeast of Hainan Island, and now they wanted one in the Spratlys. Be that as it may, the United States was trying to keep peace in the region between its allies and the ever-hungry Chinese dragon. So Cracker and Mad Dog were flying down to Scarborough Shoal to take pictures with handheld digital cameras of any ships or boats they found there. The photos would, of course, be passed on up the chain of command to be given to the diplomats, who would try to keep hungry people from shooting at their ancient enemies and upsetting the apple cart of world trade. On the flight schedule, the mission was called Surface Surveillance. Due to budget constraints in today's peacetime Navy, this crumb was all that was available. Cracker didn't complain. This flight was a good excuse to get off the ship for an hour and a half in a hot fighter jet and log another catapult shot and arrested landing. Zip through a blue sky, towing Mad Dog around. Another great Navy day. Ho-hum. He picked up the Chinese destroyer, if that was what it was, on his radar scope, a mere blip, at 60 miles as he descended, power back, letting gravity do some of the work. He saw it at 40 miles, a speck far away on the glistening ocean. He glanced left. His wingman was about 100 feet below him, several hundred feet aft, about 500 feet away in a loose cruise formation. "How you doing over there, Mad Dog?" "Terrific." "Contain your excitement, you animal." "Contain, aye." As he closed, Graham could see that the destroyer was trailing a broad wake. A bow wave showed white. Now it was turning toward a small ship, the mother ship, surrounded by what looked like open boats. Cracker put his fighter into a left circle around the ship at 3,000 feet. Mad Dog was high and out to right, probably at 5,000 feet. Cracker engaged the autopilot and fiddled with the camera that rode on a strap around his neck. Got it on, pointed it, focused and pressed the shutter. Held it down. It would snap several photos a second. As he watched through the viewfinder, he saw the destroyer swamp one of the fishing boats with its spreading bow wave and turn a smidgen toward the large mothership, which seemed to be trailing a net. It was perhaps doing 4 knots. The destroyer didn't slacken speed. It headed straight for the mothership, doing at least 30 knots. The angle was changing as Graham circled, but with a nudge or two of the stick, he brought the plane around enough so that he could keep the viewfinder on the destroyer and its intended victim. The destroyer closed the distance at a charge. Then, at the very last second, it swerved and sideswiped the little mothership. The destroyer heeled from the impact. The mothership ground down the side and came to a stop in the destroyer's wake. "I'm going down for some close-ups, dog. Stay high." "Roger." With the camera in his left hand, Cracker Graham punched off the autopilot and pointed the nose down. He went by the swamped open boat at 250 knots, saw men in the water as he held the shutter down, and the camera pointed, then soared over the mothership at a few hundred feet. Her side was damaged and she was listing, dead in the water. The collisions were deliberate, Graham knew, and the sight of men in the water, perhaps drowning, infuriated him. From Oklahoma by way of Texas, Graham well knew the story of the poor fishermen. They had lost their boat, their livelihoods, and perhaps their lives, all on the altar of great power politics. He made one low orbit, made sure he had photos of the sinking boat, men in the water, and damaged mothership, then added power and nudged his Hornet into a climb. The destroyer was already a couple of miles away, streaming a broad wake. Graham abandoned the camera and turned hard out to the west, added full power on both engines, kept the nose up and turned south. He accelerated away, climbing. "You got me in sight, dog?" "Roger. I'm at your 7 o'clock, 5 grand. Graham leveled at 10,000 feet, accelerating. Then he dipped the left wing in a wide sweeping turn and headed back for the destroyer, maneuvering to place himself astern of it, and lowered his nose. As he dived, he plugged in both burners, pushed the throttles all the way forward. He descended toward the surface of the sea, checked his radar altimeter, kept diving and accelerating. The electronic countermeasures gear picked up a fire control radar aimed at him and gave him an audible warning as he slipped through Mach 1 and kept accelerating. He was carrying 2 drop tanks which would limit his maximum speed. Still, he was delighted to see Mach 1.3 on the meter as the radar altimeter deedled, signaling he had gone below 200 feet. He was out of the dive, almost level now, the destroyer rushing toward him. That was an optical illusion, of course. It was he who was hurling toward the Chinese warship at well over the speed of sound. He pointed his nose ever so slightly to the right of the warship and let the Hornet descend to just below the masthead. The captain of the Chinese destroyer, on the wing of the bridge, got a glimpse of the fighter behind the ship and turned his head to look. He heard nothing. The Hornet was well ahead of the roar of its engines, which were in full afterburner. The captain focused on the oncoming fighter. The thought occurred to him that the plane was going to hit the ship. Then it shot past, level with him 30 feet from his head. At a little over 1,000 knots, it passed him in less than an eye blink. The concussion of the trailing sonic boom hit him like a fist, breaking both his eardrums and rupturing blood vessels in his nose and eyes. The pain was intense. He fell to the deck of the bridge, blood pouring from his nose. He didn't hear the glass on the bridge windows shattering, or see the bridge team clapping hands to their ears, too late. Had the captain been able to look, he would have seen the fighter's nose rise to 40 degrees above the horizon, and with both burners secured, soar up into the clear blue sky. Cracker Graham got on his radio. "Moonglow, War Ace 307, I need Texaco ASAP." Texaco was a tanker. Graham had used a prodigious quantity of fuel with his afterburner antics. Meanwhile, Mad Dog had spotted another ship only 6 or so miles away, dead in the water. Curious, he cut his throttles and made a slow pass by the ship at 500 feet, with his camera clicking. Then he climbed away, chasing his leader. Back aboard the carrier, both pilots turned in their cameras so the photos could be downloaded. In the debrief to the Air Wing intelligence officer, Graham mentioned that he made a low pass by the destroyer and told how the destroyer had locked him up with a missile guidance radar. He didn't tell the debriefer just how low he had gone. The pictures of the damaged Filipino ship, sinking boat and men in the water, made an immediate splash. Immediate messages shot back and forth between the battle group commander and Washington. The following day, the Pentagon released 3 of these photos to the press. They were on the evening news 2 hours later. Another international incident. Mad Dog's photos were classified and not released. Photo interpretation experts concluded the stationary ship he had photographed was a Chinese seismic survey ship. As the days turned into weeks, the oil and gas exploration ship was photographed repeatedly by carrier aircraft and several P-8A Poseidon patrol aircraft operating from a base in the Philippines, as it went about its business in the South China Sea near Scarborough Shoal. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of The Art of War by Stephen Coonts, performed by Eric G. Dove. Performance copyright 2015 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417. Chapter 1. Attack where they are unprepared. Go forth where they will not expect it. Sun Tzu. The yacht had once belonged to a sultan's son. His name was still on the registration papers, but now it belonged to the Chinese Navy. The sultan's son didn't know that, of course. He thought he had sold it to a shady German who was going to flip it to a Russian mafioso. The name of the yacht was Ocean Holiday. It was a nice yacht, over 150 feet long, with tanks for enough diesel fuel to cruise halfway around the world. Sleek, clean, and white, it was equipped with 2 bikini babes, a South African captain and British first mate, a Chinese crew and a Russian couple in their late 60s who slept in the owner's stateroom. This miserable March night in Baltimore Harbor, the captain anchored the yacht in the lee of a tramp freighter waiting for space at the pier to offload a cargo of containers full of shirts made in China. The wind was blowing the rain almost sideways, and visibility was down to less than a mile. Conditions are ideal, Lieutenant Commander Zhang Ping thought. He was the yacht's steward and real captain. The Chinese crew was composed of picked men, divers and frogmen. Their skills in the kitchen and dining room weren't so hot, but no one had come down with food poisoning on the voyage, and none of the non-Chinese, all of whom were being well paid for their parts in this little drama, had complained. Not that the non-Chinese aboard the yacht knew the mission. They didn't. They had been chosen because they needed money and had flexible scruples. Especially the captain, who was a fugitive wanted on a child molestation charge in Greece. Under another name, of course. Ocean Holiday had cleared customs and immigration earlier in the afternoon. Ship's papers and passports for everyone aboard had been inspected and entered into the laptop computers the Americans carried. Agents from the American Department of Homeland Security had also come aboard and inspected the yacht from stem to stern. They had even used Geiger counters to check for radiation. Finding nothing amiss, they had nodded at the customs officer in charge and left on a launch. The wind was gusting, even in the lee of the freighter, so the captain had anchors lowered forward and aft to hold the yacht steady. She was riding with only running lights and a small light on the bridge at midnight, apparently buttoned up. Below decks, the Chinese were busy. They used a cutting torch to open up an empty fuel tank in the lowest part of the ship, amidships. That done, they placed the panel they had cut out to one side and entered with flashlights. A wealth of gear was hidden inside this secret compartment, Scuba tanks and wetsuits, diving gear, tools, and an underwater sled. Several inches of water stood in this compartment, water that had apparently leaked around the seal that encircled a hydraulically actuated door in the bottom of the ship. When it was opened, water would enter the compartment and fill it to just below the hole cut in the bulkhead. Before the door was opened, all the gear in the empty tank had to be offloaded into the passageway. Everything. Then the gear had to be tested. 4 men donned wetsuits and the others helped to ensure all the gear was operational and ready. The scuba tanks were filled with compressed air, regulators tested, tools arranged on deck, then loaded into knapsacks, weight belts weighed one more time. The battery in the underwater sled was carefully tested. Finally, the engine was started and quickly shut down. It needed water to cool and lubricate it, so a short test was all that could be done. Zhang Ping supervised everything, checked everything. Although he was the senior diver aboard, he wasn't going on this swim. The men who were, he knew and trusted because he had trained them. At last, at 4 a.m, satisfied that everything was ready, Zhang ordered the door to the sea opened. The hydraulic mechanism opened at a crack, and water flooded in. When the compartment was as full as it was going to get, the door was opened completely. Satisfied, Zhang opened a waterproof box lying in the passageway and extracted an automatic pistol. He picked up a loaded magazine, pushed it home, and chambered around. With the safety engaged, he inserted the pistol in his right rear pocket. Zhang climbed ladders back to the bridge. The South African was alone there. "All quiet," he reported. Zhang checked the bridge inclinometer. As expected, the yacht now had a 2-degree list to starboard. The naval officer swept the harbor with binoculars. Lights glowed in the fog, but nothing was moving. He walked to the unsheltered wing of the bridge and inspected the freighter lying nearby. She was also dark, with only running lights showing. No people anywhere on her topside passageways. Her containers lay stacked like children's blocks on her deck. Zhang lit a cigarette and smoked it in silence. He was keyed up and used iron self-control to ensure it didn't show. He could hear the faint rumble of distant jet engines, no doubt from airliners coming and going from the Baltimore-Washington airport. They were invisible above this fog. Now and then the distant wail of a siren. Police, perhaps. Waves lapping at the side of the yacht. Wind sighing against the half-open bridge door, which swung back and forth as the ship moved and the wind played with it. He checked the radio on the overhead of the bridge. It was tuned to the harbor control frequency, and the volume was on. It had been busy during the afternoon and evening, but now, in the moments before dawn, it was silent. The green line in the radar scope in the mount in the center of the bridge swept round and round hypnotically. The outline of the shore was fixed upon the scope, as if it were engraved there. All the blips in the harbor were stationary. No, there was one moving. He watched it. A small blip, a boat. The boat moved parallel to the shore and headed west, toward the inner harbor, until the blip was blocked by the bulk of the freighter alongside. Zhang was on his 4th cigarette when the fog began to gray from the coming dawn. The South African was asleep in the captain's chair. The dawn came slowly. Fortunately, the fog began to lift, so more daylight reached the surface of the harbor. Then, finally, 2 cigarettes later, the sun rose in the remaining fog. The radio was squawking and the captain was on his feet, calling the kitchen for coffee. Zhang took a last look at the radar picture, scanned the harbor and the nearby freighter one more time with binoculars, then went below. The 4 men wearing scuba gear were standing in the passageway outside the fake fuel tank. They had on masks and flippers and were ready. "Use the lights as little as possible," Zhang said. "Go." They slithered into the water inside the tank, turned on the sled, and dropped it through the door in the hull into the water. Then the last 2 submerged. The waiting had been hard. They would have to use lights to work under the freighter's hull, and at night the lights might have been noticed. With day here, there was little chance. Zhang looked at his watch. 2 hours, he hoped. If there were difficulties, perhaps 3. They had to open the container that had been welded against the freighter's hull well below the water line, remove the bomb, reseal the container, and bring the bomb here to this yacht. There was no way they could get the weapon into the yacht. It was heavy, almost 700 pounds, and bulky, and there wasn't sufficient room. They would suspend the weapon under the yacht with cables that attached to underwater hooks. Then they would load the sled, close the hull door, pump out the water, and get underway. The underwater container had been attached to the freighter, which regularly made round trips between Shanghai and Baltimore in a Chinese shipyard, and the bomb inserted. The container could ride along as part of the hull without the knowledge of any of the crew, who might talk, and hopefully would remain undetected by port authorities anywhere the ship called. Of course, the bomb could be triggered in any port, but this operation required deniability. The freighter would be long gone when the bomb detonated months later, and would never have entered Hampton Roads. The yacht would take the weapon from the freighter and deliver it. The Chinese had thought about putting the bomb aboard the yacht in China, but concluded that if for any reason the yacht were searched and the bomb and Chinese scuba divers were found, Chinese culpability would be undeniable. So the freighter brought the bomb to America, and it would be aboard the yacht for the absolute minimum time. While he was waiting, Zhang Ping went to the kitchen and got a bowl of rice with pieces of fish in it, some chopsticks, and a glass of hot tea. He ate there in the kitchen, drank the tea, and poured himself another. When it was gone, 30 minutes had passed. He climbed the ladders to the bridge. The South African, Vanderhoosen, was nervous. He was walking the bridge, listening to the radio traffic, glancing now and then at the freighter. "If we are caught here, we will spend a long time in prison," he said. Zhang didn't think that comment worth a reply. Vanderhoosen thought the Chinese were drug smugglers, an ancient, honorable, profitable profession, although criminal. If he had known about the warhead, he would have been petrified. Zhang paid little attention to the man who didn't have long to live. Vanderhoosen, the first mate, the Russian couple, and the 2 Ukrainian whores who decorated the upper decks in Mediterranean ports would be shot and buried at sea as soon as they were out of American waters. Then the Chinese crew would merely be delivering a yacht to a Greek buyer, with papers to prove it. Vanderhoosen wasn't frightened. He wouldn't have slept in the captain's chair if he felt the cold fingers of mortal terror. Just tense, now that the sun was up. He knew the sled was out. "It goes well," Zhang said, to mollify the man. "A few more hours." Zhang saw the harbor patrol boat first. It was heading this way. The radio squawked to life. They were calling the yacht. Vanderhoosen stepped to the mic and acknowledged. "You need to move your vessel to its assigned anchorage. You can't stay there on the edge of the channel." "We have had a problem in the engine room," Vanderhoosen replied matter-of-factly. "It will take several hours to set right." "Do you need assistance?" "No, our engineer is working on it." The patrol boat swept on past. "Keep us advised. Move to your anchorage as soon as possible." "Will co, mate." Vanderhoosen hung the microphone in its bracket, then translated the English for Zhang, who was watching the patrol boat motor away. When Zhang turned to face him, Vanderhoosen said, "This is a nice little operation you've got here, mate. Maybe I could get some sort of permanent job with you people." "Perhaps," Zhang said. He grinned. The South African liked to see smiles and relaxed when he did. Zhang glanced again at his watch. The divers had been gone an hour. "Have the girls come up on deck and exercise," he told the captain. "Tell them to wear tights." Vanderhoosen picked up the ship's phone and dialed their stateroom. That should mollify the harbor patrol, Zhang thought. To maintain discipline, he had forbidden the women's company to the crew. Vanderhoosen and the first mate, however, had been making nocturnal visits to their compartment. He thought Zhang didn't know about it. The Chinese naval officer permitted himself a tight private smile and lit another cigarette. The fog cleared away, but the rain continued to drizzle. The half-open bridge door swung back and forth, as the wind, now a gentle breeze, swept the bridge of cigarette smoke. The first mate replaced the captain on the bridge. His name was Lawrence. He had obviously been drinking heavily and was nursing a hangover. And he was nervous. He eyed Zhang, the water, and the freighter. Lawrence had been involved with a Chinese gang in Hong Kong smuggling opium when the authorities caught on to his activities. He still thought he was involved with drug smuggling, but this time in an operation controlled by a high official in the Chinese government. After all, corruption was ubiquitous in the Orient, and he was promised a large sum of money, some of which had already been paid, so why not? He still had his mate's ticket, so he looked good to port authorities the world over. The harbor was busy now, with boats coming and going, an occasional ship moving into or out of the pier area, cranes offloading containers, the radio squawking at odd intervals, police boats patrolling. On the freighter, the crew was moving about occasionally. A wisp of smoke came from her stacks. That freighter could be called to move at any time. That was the rub. Commander Zhang stood and watched everything, ignoring Lawrence, and waited. He was good at waiting. The captain and mate thought the man had no nerves. He did, but he had learned many years ago to keep his emotions tightly controlled. His one outlet was cigarettes. Out on the wing of the bridge, he could see the women exercising on the fantail. They were wearing lycra that showed off their legs and butts, and tight sweaters. They would have been cold if they hadn't been working out. Zhang smoked his weed to the filter, flipped it into the harbor, and when back inside, lit another. Lawrence was trying to drink coffee. His hand shook so badly that he slopped some onto the deck. The second hour came and went. The minute hand on Zhang's watch crawled so slowly, he had to force himself not to look at it. However, every now and then his gaze did sweep across the ship's clock on the bulkhead. 2 hours should have been enough. The divers must be having a problem. There was no way to communicate with them, so he had to hope that they could solve it. If they couldn't, they would be back for more air in their tanks, and he would get a report then. How much air did they have? At a shallow depth, but working hard. Here came the harbor boat. A man stood on the fantail with a loudhailer. "We have a problem in the engine room," Zhang told Lawrence. "Another hour at least, then we'll move the yacht." The boat came right alongside and slowed to a stop with a burst of reverse thrust on the engines. It wallowed there as its wake rebounded off the hull of the yacht. Every man aboard, all four, were watching the women. Finally, one of them called to Lawrence on the bridge wing. "Ocean Holiday, you must move to your assigned anchorage. This yacht cannot remain in the channel." "We are working on the engine," Lawrence replied. "Do you need a ship fitter or a tug?" "In an hour we will know. Can you give us 1 more hour?" "1 more." The harbor boat began to move, the wake boiled, and it accelerated away. The man with the loudhailer saluted the women. Lawrence translated for Zhang, then stood on the bridge wing a moment, looking at the water, his hands braced on the rail. The water was dark and dirty and undoubtedly cold. After a moment, he pushed himself away from the rail with an effort and came back inside the bridge. A crewman came up the ladder to the bridge and reported to Zhang in Chinese. "It's under the yacht. The divers are getting new tanks. Then we'll attach it to the hooks." "The condition of the package?" "It appears to be in perfect shape, sir." Zhang merely nodded. The crewman left. A nuclear warhead, transported to America in a waterproof container below the waterline of the freighter. 10 megatons. "I want to get off this yacht," Lawrence said loudly in Chinese as Zhang puffed contentedly. Unnaturally loud. He had made his decision and had decided to announce it. Zhang eyed the man. "That wasn't our agreement. I've gotten you here. I've been paid enough for that, and I'm not going to the police. I just don't want to go back to China. I may need you again. This vessel must have 2 licensed officers." "Now listen," the mate said, wiping a bit of drool off his chin. "I'm in this as deeply as you are, and I don't want to go to prison. You can put me ashore when you start down the bay, and we'll just forget." That was as far as he got. Zhang took 1 step toward him, leaped and kicked. His right foot caught Lawrence under the chin, and the mate's head snapped backward. His body went with the kick. It skidded on the deck and lay absolutely still, the head at an unnatural angle. Zhang stepped closer for a look. The man's neck was obviously broken, his eyes frozen. Zhang left him there, The second hand on the bulkhead clock went around and around. Zhang smoked another cigarette. 20 minutes after Lawrence died, the crewman was back. He glanced at Lawrence's body, then saluted Zhang. "It's secure under the vessel. The divers and sled are aboard. The door to the sea is closed, and we are pumping the compartment." "Very well. Send 2 men up here to get Lawrence's body. He fell down a ladder and broke his neck. Put him in his bunk and lock the stateroom door." "Aye, aye, sir." "Get those women on deck below. Make preparations to get underway. We will back down on the stern anchor, raise it, hose it off and stow it, then move forward and pick up the bow anchor. You know the drill. When you have Lawrence tucked away, wake the captain and send him to the bridge." "Aye, aye, sir." After the sailor had left, a wave of relief swept over Zhang. Ignoring the body on the deck, he seated himself in the captain's chair. They were halfway there. Halfway. Now to plant the bomb. He reached for the book of charts they had used to navigate up Chesapeake Bay to Baltimore and flipped through it. He quickly found the one he wanted. Norfolk, Virginia, the biggest naval base on the planet. Zhang lit another cigarette and studied the chart, as he had dozens of times in the past month. There were, of course, no marks on the paper. Still, he knew every depth, every distance. His finger traced a course. There. Right there. That was where he and his men would plant the bomb. 7 days later, Ocean Holiday passed the Cape Henry Light on its way out of Chesapeake Bay and entered the Atlantic. Lieutenant Commander Zhang steered a course to the southeast. A few degrees north of the equator, 300 miles from the mouth of the Amazon River, on a dark night with no surface traffic on the radar, Zhang rendezvoused with a Chinese nuclear-powered Shang-class attack submarine. Swells were moderate. Both the yacht and sub could be seen by satellites, of course, even through the light cloud layer by infrared sensors. But the chance of a satellite being overhead at just this moment was small, since the crew knew the orbits and schedules of most of them. The night and cloud shielded the vessels from anyone peering through an airliner's window, which was the best that could be achieved. Captain Vanderhosen, the Ukrainian prostitutes, and the Russian couple were dead by then, and like Lawrence, consigned to the sea in weighted sacks that Zhang had brought on this voyage for just this purpose. Demolition charges were set as near the keel of the yacht as possible and put on a timer, and every hatch on the vessel was latched open. The life rings around the top decks were removed. 4 of the Chinese rowed the ship's boat over to the sub. 1 man brought it back for another load of people. Zhang Ping went with the final boatload of crewmen. He was standing on the sub's small bridge when the demolition charges detonated and the yacht began settling. He stood watching for the 4 minutes it took for the yacht to slip beneath the waves on its journey to the sea floor 1,800 feet below. When the mast went under and there was nothing on the dark water to be seen by searchlight except a few pieces of flotsam and a spreading slick of diesel fuel that would soon be dissipated by swells, Zhang went below. Sailors from the sub chopped holes in the bottom of the ship's boat and the flotation tanks that were built in under the seats. Then they cast it adrift and watched as it too settled into the sea. 65 minutes after the sub surfaced, it submerged. Chapter 2. Whoever rules the waves rules the world. Alfred Thayer Mahan. 6 miles away and 200 feet below the surface of the ocean, the officers and sonar technicians of USS Utah listened to the dead-in-the-water surfaced Chinese submarine and the gurgling noise of the sinking yacht. They knew exactly what made the noises, and they wondered what was going on. Utah had picked up the Type 093 Shang-class sub as it exited the Chinese sub-base at Sanya, Hainan 4 weeks ago, and listened to her submerge. The American sub had fallen in trail about 6 miles behind her quarry and had no trouble maintaining that position. The Chinese sub was quiet, but that was a relative term. At 110 decibels, she was much noisier than Utah, which was a Virginia-class attack boat with all the latest technology. Utah was so quiet, she resembled a black hole in the ocean, and was undetectable by Chinese sonar beyond the range of a mile at this speed. She never once got that close. The American skipper was named Roscoe Hanna, and he was an old hand at following Russian and Chinese boomers, as well as conventionally powered Chinese Kilo and Whiskey-class boats. This was the first time since he'd assumed command of Utah that he'd had the luck to latch on to a nuclear-powered boat. The Chinese diesel-electric subs were noisy on the surface and easy to follow, because they couldn't go very deep and they had to surface, usually at night, to recharge their batteries. The difficulty level rose geometrically, however, when two or more of them operated together. Chinese nukes, on the other hand, spent more time in port than they did at sea, probably because their reactors were unreliable, and the boats needed copious maintenance. "What's the name of this boat?" someone asked. Research in the ship's computers couldn't come up with a name, merely a hull number in the class. "It's a Chinese military secret," the chief of the boat decided. "The Great Leap Down," the XO quipped. So that is what she became to the American crew sneaking along behind her. Hanna and his officers had been ecstatic 4 weeks ago in the South China Sea, when they realized they had a nuke on the hook. Then the ecstasy faded and mystification set in. The Chinese sub didn't stooge around the South China Sea, or the Gulf of Tonkin, or head for the Taiwan or Luzon Strait. She submerged, worked up to 18 knots, and headed south. Occasionally, at odd times, the Chinese captain would slow down and make 90-degree turns to ensure no submarine was behind him, its noise masked by his propeller, and he would maintain that slow speed for a while to listen, clearing his baffles. While he did that, Utah in trail also listened. The Americans wanted to ensure that their boat wasn't being trailed in turn by a Chinese or Russian sub. No. Except for the Chinese attack sub and Utah, the depths were empty. After a half hour or so, the Chinese sub resumed cruising speed. A half hour to listen, then go. The routine must have been on the plan of the day. On a similarly predictable schedule, the Great Leap routinely slowly rose from the depths and descended again, no doubt checking the temperature and salinity of the water at various levels, and once poking up his comm antenna for a moment, probably just to receive message traffic from home. Captain Hanna and his officers remained alert. Russian subs occasionally used a maneuver known as a Crazy Ivan to try to detect trailing U.S. submarines. The Russian sub would make a 270-degree turn and come back up in its own wake, trying to force any trailing sub to maneuver quickly to avoid a collision, which would make noise and alert the Russians to the trailing boat. Yet the Chinese maneuvered only to clear their baffles. The Great Leap Down held course to the south. Rounding the swell of Vietnam, the course became a bit more westward. The noise the Chinese boat made appeared as squiggles or spikes on computer presentations. The sonar men designated the unique noise source with a symbol, then recorded and archived it. A movement of the noise source, left or right, meant the contact was turning, up or down, ascending or descending, getting quieter or noisier, slowing or speeding up. Following it required care and concentration, made easier by the fact that every maneuver the Chinese sub made changed the frequency of the sound. Taking on or discharging water to change her buoyancy, speeding up or slowing the prop, moving the rudder. All of that was displayed instantly on the sonar computer screens in Utah's control room. "My guess is he's headed for the Strait of Malacca," the navigator said to Captain Hanna, who was standing beside him studying the chart. "Into the Indian Ocean?" "Well, maybe." Hanna seemed to recall that at least once before, a Chinese boomer or attack boat had passed through the Strait of Malacca into the Indian Ocean. Normally, they stayed in the western Pacific to intimidate their neighbors and strengthen Chinese demands for complete control of the China Sea. Yet this one was on a mission, going somewhere. As the navigator had predicted, it went past Singapore and northwest, right through the strait between the Malay Peninsula and the island of Sumatra. "Maybe he's going to India to show off Chinese technology," the captain mused. Yet out of the strait, the Great Leap Down turned southwest, Around the northern tip of Sumatra and through the Great Channel between Sumatra and the Nicobar Islands into the Indian Ocean. Then it set a course for the Cape of Good Hope. Utah followed right along. "This is one for the books," the XO said one evening at the wardroom table. "Maybe he's going to the States. The captain and his crew might be defecting, like Red October. Maybe he'll surface outside the Narrows and nuke into New York Harbor." "France, I think," the chief engineer opined. "Maybe they're going to France for a refit or upgrade, visit the Riviera, ogle the women, perhaps buy a French sonar." "Why not a pool?" suggested the navigator. "Everyone picks a place and we each put in a 20. Then whoever gets the closest to this guy's final destination wins the pot." The officers liked that idea and mulled their choices for a day. The destination was defined as the farthest point from Hainan Island that the Chinese sub reached before it retraced its course. "I'll take a circumnavigation," the junior officer aboard said the following evening when he dropped his 20 on the table. "I think we're following a Chinese Magellan." "You're entitled to your opinion, $20 worth." With the pool set, the off-duty officers went back to the wardroom acey-deucey tournament. Captain Hanna began fretting the fact he was completely out of communication with SubPac. Utah could not transmit messages when submerged. It could, however, receive very low-frequency radio signals, which literally came through the salt water. When summoned, he would have to report. He decided to let his superiors know what he was doing without waiting for a summons. He prepared a long report, told SubPac where he was, what he was following, the condition of his boat, and his intentions. He had it encrypted and ready for a covert burst transmission, then slowed and let the Chinese sub extend the range. Poking up his stealthy comm mast would create only a little noise, but better to be safe than sorry. When the distance was about 15 nautical miles, he rose to periscope depth, set off his message and picked up incoming traffic, then quickly went deeper and accelerated. The Great Leap down was ahead of him somewhere, yet it was, he hoped, still on course 250. He didn't want to close on her too quickly, so he set a speed just 2 knots above the boat he was shadowing. Getting back into sonar range took 2 tense hours. Finally, his quarry reappeared as squiggles on a computer screen. The computer recognized the signature. The assigned symbol appeared. Got him again. And so it went day after day, averaging about 330 nautical miles every 24 hours. Around the Cape of Good Hope and northward into the Atlantic. Occasionally they heard commercial vessels passing on various headings, and now and then storms roiled the ocean, putting more sounds into the water from the surface. The ocean was not quiet. It was a continuous concert of biological sound. Shrimp, fish, porpoises, whale calls, and farts. Amidst all this, there was the steady sound of the Chinese sub boring along, slowing, listening, turning, speeding up, rising or descending. "Man, I feel like we're following Captain Nemo in Nautilus," the chief of the boat remarked one boring day, a comment that drew laughter. The fact that the Great Leap rarely raised its comm antenna and never its periscope left Hanna with something to think about. A secret mission? Despite the mystery, Hanna was enjoying himself immensely. He had been in subs his entire career, working for the opportunity to command his own. Now that he had that command, he was savoring every single day of it, for it would be all over too quickly. He visited every space in the boat every day, inspected, asked questions, praised, cajoled, encouraged, looked every one of his officers and sailors straight in the eyes. With the tight spaces, submarines were intimate places. There was no place to escape even if you wanted to. Roscoe Hanna loved the whole experience. Finally, one day off the Amazon, the Great Leap slowed to 3 knots and began a giant square search pattern. The slow speed allowed her sonars to listen with maximum efficiency. Utah kept well away from her. On the surface, ships came and went occasionally. Single and double screw freighters and tankers. On the night of the 3rd day at this low speed, the Great Leap turned into the center of the search pattern. A double screw small vessel was approaching from the northwest. The Utah sonar man on duty recorded her sound signature and assigned her a symbol. The Great Leap came up to periscope depth. She remained there for 20 minutes, then began blowing her tanks. The sound was unmistakable. Captain Hanna had the sound put on the control room loudspeaker so everyone could hear it. There was no danger the Chinese boat would hear the noise that was now radiating from Utah, since she was making so much herself. The small vessel rendezvoused, then killed her engines. The buzz of a small outboard engine came from that location. After a while, sounds of small explosions, then the sinking sounds. Utah heard the prop of the Great Leap begin to turn, and her ballast tanks flooding. A mile away from the sinking site, at a depth of 200 feet, she turned to a heading of south and began accelerating. A day later, it seemed likely she was heading back for the Cape of Good Hope, to round Africa and re-enter the Indian Ocean. While the officers squabbled over the money in the destination pool, the junior officer was holding out for a right turn around Cape Horn and a transit of the Pacific, a circumnavigation. Captain Hanna composed a report to Subpac, with a copy to Sublant, since he was now in Sublant's ocean. The next day, after the Great Leap had slowed and cleared her baffles, then accelerated away, he rose to periscope depth and sent the encrypted report, recorded the messages waiting for him on the satellite, then set off again to follow the Shang-class attack boat. As it turned out, all the way around the Cape of Good Hope, across the Indian Ocean, through the Strait of Malacca, and northward to Hainan. In the wardroom of the Utah, a victor was named in the Acey-Deucey tournament. The Great Leap destination pool was awarded to the lucky winner, who had given the matter some thought and picked the Azores Islands as his entry, because it was close to Europe and a lot of other places, and another Acey-Deucey tournament was begun. Utah's report of the Atlantic rendezvous and the subsequent sinking of the small surface vessel raised eyebrows at submarine headquarters in the Pentagon and in the Office of Naval Intelligence. This secret rendezvous was obviously for a purpose, but what was it? The National Reconnaissance Office was tasked to find satellite imagery that might be of help. When ONI finally received the sound signature of the rendezvousing yacht, the computer records from the acoustic arrays lying on the ocean beds and harbor entrances of the American East Coast were studied carefully. A candidate emerged, Ocean Holiday. She had cleared Norfolk in late March, bound for Barbados. She never arrived there. Routine inquiries of port authorities around the Atlantic basin were negative. Cuba and Venezuela didn't bother to answer the telex messages. Still, even if Ocean Holiday had visited those countries, she had left them and rendezvoused with the Shang-class Chinese attack boat just south of the equator in mid-ocean, and sank there. A covert operation? Was a Chinese spy taken aboard secretly in the United States? Presumably her Chinese crewman and South African captain, the 2 Ukrainian women, the old Russian couple and anyone else aboard had transferred to the submarine and had been taken back to China. Why? No one knew. The information was shared with the CIA. Perhaps it would eventually become part of a larger picture. There the matter rested. The Americans had done all they could, so for them now, the matter became another unexplained happening in a world full of them. As it happened, a Chinese mole in the National Reconnaissance Office noted the request for data searches of satellite images for Ocean Holiday. He had no idea why the request was made, nor was it unusual. It was simply one of many. He included it in his weekly report to his handler, who serviced him through a drop in a Chinese restaurant in Bethesda, Maryland, whose owner had no idea his premises were being used to pass messages back and forth to spies. It was used simply because the handler, supposedly a Chinese American, liked the food, and the restaurant was a plausible place for him to visit regularly. Chapter 3. Politics is the womb in which war develops. Karl von Clausewitz. In late July, the report from the spy in the American National Reconnaissance Office landed on the desk of Admiral Wu, the senior officer in the People's Liberation Army Navy, or PLAN. In China, the Navy was not a separate armed service, but like the Air Force and rocket forces, merely a branch of the Army, though with its own officers, ratings, and uniforms. The report was quite simple. The Americans had searched their satellite archives for images of Ocean Holiday. Without more, the report raised a host of questions, none of which could be answered, including the most important one, why? Admiral Wu well knew the mission of Ocean Holiday, knew of the voyage of Hull 2 of the Type 093 class to a secret rendezvous, knew of the return of Lieutenant Commander Zhang and his crew to China, knew of his report of the successful completion of his mission. The one conclusion that could be reached was that the Americans knew something. Something had made them suspicious. What? Certainly not the fact that Ocean Holiday never arrived in Barbados, or anywhere else for that matter. Without a worried shipowner or insurance company or anxious relatives complaining and asking questions, a search of satellite imagery was unusual to say the least. Or was there an inquiring relative of the ship's captain, the mate, the Ukrainian women, or the Russian couple? He sent for Lieutenant Commander Zhang, who had approved and vetted those people, the commander of the submarine forces, Rear Admiral Su'a, and the skipper of Hull 2 Type 093 class, Captain Zheng. 3 days later, the three officers stood in his office. He bade them be seated and passed around the intelligence report, and he asked, "What made the Americans order a search of satellite records of this ship? Why did they do this?" When no one had an answer or even a guess, Admiral Wu questioned Zhang closely. He had, he said, chosen the captain, mate, and passengers partly because they had no family ties. It was possible they had lied to him, but unlikely, he thought. Wu led Zhang through the mission, which was documented in his report, day by day after the yacht reached American waters. The question-and-answer session took an hour. Zhang was frank with the admiral. All had gone as planned. There wasn't a single incident he could point to that would arouse the slightest suspicions. Seemingly satisfied, Wu began on Captain Zheng. "Were any ships or submarines in the rendezvous area?" "No, sir." "Were you intercepted and trailed by an American submarine?" "No, sir." Wu raised his eyebrows. "You mean not to your knowledge?" "No, sir," Zheng said stoutly. "I took every precaution. My boat was not followed. We never came up to periscope depth and used the scope or the radio during the entire voyage, which was made submerged except for the rendezvous at the prearranged place and time. Our sonar functioned as it should. We had our best sonar men in the submarine force on board for the voyage. No, sir, we were not followed." "Rear Admiral Su'a, have any of your boats ever been followed while at sea?" "The conventional diesel-electric boats have, sir, but none of our nuclear-powered boats have, to the best of my knowledge." Wisely, the sub-admiral used the caveat. He continued, "We even surfaced a boat in the middle of an American carrier task force conducting flight operations, to their consternation. The incident was reported worldwide. The Americans were completely surprised, shocked, and embarrassed by our capabilities. They lost much face." The question-and-answer session went on for another 20 minutes. Then the officers were sent to an outer office. Admiral Wu wanted some time alone to mull his choices. He got out of his chair, went to a window, and lit a cigarette. That Su'a had mentioned the Americans losing face was interesting. Su'a couldn't prove a negative, of course, but the fact that the Americans were grossly embarrassed had impressed him, convinced him that what he wanted to believe was indeed true. Never would he have willingly offered such a humiliation. So he offered it as proof, which of course it was not. Wu well knew the ingrained inability of Orientals to admit mistakes or embarrass their superiors, to lose face. Some of them would defer to erroneous decisions made by their superiors, even if it cost them their lives. This cultural attitude was so ingrained that huge mistakes in the Chinese military acquisition process cost untold billions of yuan and long delays. Wu had fought this cultural foible his entire career, trying to get ships, submarines, missiles, aircraft, and finally China's sole aircraft carrier designed, built, and operational. At times he thought the shipyard's engineers and naval officers would rather build it wrong and pretend it worked than admit a mistake. Zhang's and Sa'a's careers were in submarines. Nuke subs were the future, if they were already vulnerable to American submarines. Well, in a shooting war they wouldn't last long. Zhang. He had been entrusted with a great mission. Would he admit a mistake or an unforeseen glitch? Probably not. Ultimately, Admiral Wu decided how the Americans got interested in Ocean Holiday didn't matter. Today, what mattered was whether they knew her mission. The Beijing politicians wanted the fish in the yellow East and South China Seas, and the Gulf of Tonkin, and someday the Philippine Sea. The latest survey suggested that huge oil and natural gas deposits could be there. Using stolen American technology, the locked-up petroleum could perhaps be captured in huge economical quantities. In the years ahead, an assured source of petroleum at a reasonable cost would be vital to fuel China's growing industries. Imports cost great wads of foreign currency and were subject to the vagaries of Middle Eastern politics, which in turn were driven by religious feuds and racial dreams. China's politicians also wanted to take over Taiwan, a goal that was popular with the Chinese masses. The politicians used the media to stoke the fire, to feed Chinese nationalism and to justify military expenditures. And indeed, they would get Taiwan sooner or later. But first, the Yellow and China Seas. To intimidate the other nations around this basin, Korea, Japan, the Philippines, and Vietnam, China needed a navy that looked impressive. Not a navy that could win World War III, but a navy that could cow the neighbors, and the United States, whose navy ruled this ocean. As Wu analyzed the problem, it really didn't matter if U.S. submarines had a technological edge on Chinese submarines. What mattered was that Chinese ships and submarines were better than those of any of China's neighbors who might be inclined to fight for their rights. The Americans, well, they had sold their souls for cheap Chinese goods for Walmart. American corporations were investing billions in China. The Americans would not go to war over Vietnam's or the Philippines' rights in the China Sea. Probably. The trick was to raise that probability to a certainty, and the way to do that was to weaken the United States Navy, to do it in such a way that it could never be proven who was responsible. Japan made that mistake when they attacked Pearl Harbor in 1941. The Americans knew precisely who was responsible and vowed revenge, which they took in full measure. The Admiral finished his cigarette and lit another. He stood at the window with unseeing eyes, thinking back. "You have the floor, Admiral," the paramount leader had said. The Central Military Commission met behind locked doors in an underground conference room deep inside the August 1st building in Beijing. The paramount leader was also chairman of the CMC, General Secretary of the Communist Party of China, and President of the People's Republic of China. He was a technocrat, one of the new generation, 10 years younger than the Admiral, and a politician to the core. A champion of the military, he gave them the money they needed to build weapons for the 21st century. Consequently, the military were among the chairman's most ardent supporters. But support was a two-way street. The military needed the party, and the party needed the military to enforce its will upon the people. Neither could exist without the other. Admiral Wu recalled that he had pushed his chair back and stood. Every eye in the room was on him. He had made a bold proposal 10 days before. That day was the time for decision. Yes or no? The Admiral was the senior officer in the People's Liberation Army Navy. He knew that the Central Military Commission had already met and discussed this matter. That this item was on today's agenda meant they hadn't yet said no. "Comrades, we have before us a historic opportunity, one presented to us by the vagaries of American budget politics and the excellence of our cyber espionage program. There are risks, which I will discuss, and yet great rewards if this thing can actually be accomplished. As you know, The United States heavily influences events and politics in the Western Pacific and the countries around its rim, including China. Especially China. America cannot be ignored or disregarded because of the power and might of the United States Navy. That Navy keeps the puppets on their throne in Taiwan. That Navy prevents China from claiming the oil it needs from the seabeds of the China Sea. Lower-cost domestic oil would stimulate our economy, slow the drain of foreign exchange. Our future rests on our economy. We must control the China Sea. The American Navy lowers our influence with all our neighbors, except, of course, the one we wish we did not have, the People's Republic of Korea. Admiral Wu's small audience of 7 men, 4 politicians and 3 other uniformed officers, the senior officers of the military, chuckled, which relaxed the admiral, who was at heart a gambler. He was willing to bet China's future on this one weird chance that fate had sent their way. He had to convince them. Comrades, it will take 2 generations for the Chinese Navy to match the United States Navy ship for ship, plane for plane. It matters not how powerful our army, how mighty our air force. Upon the sea and under it, the United States Navy rules. We have been given an opportunity to change the odds, to level the playing field for at least 20 years. The admiral pushed a button, and a photo appeared on the screen at the end of the table. In it were 5 aircraft carriers nestled to piers. Beyond them were a variety of other ships, including assault helicopter carriers, destroyers, and frigates. At the bottom right of the photo in English were the words, U.S. Navy Photo. 2 years ago, the admiral said, the American Navy brought all 5 of their Atlantic Fleet carriers into their biggest East Coast base, Norfolk, Virginia, at one time. One, Enterprise, was there to be decommissioned, and one was there to begin its refueling cycle. Everyone at the table knew these ships were nuclear-powered. The other 3 were ordered into port by the administration, which was in a budget squabble with Congress. The admiral paused. Someday the Americans might do it again, and if they do, it will give us another opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance, to have the United States Navy striking force, and incidentally, stop construction on future carriers for years to come. He pushed another button, and on the screen appeared a map of the Norfolk, Virginia naval base. The carriers were nestled against the piers, which stuck out into the wide mouth of the Elizabeth River. They were labeled with names. Farther south, the piers were filled with other ships, 10 destroyers, a helicopter assault ship, several supply ships. Every pier was filled. Wu zoomed into the map to show the ships. The map had been generated by the Naval Technical Staff, with overhead shots grafted onto the map. Wu knew these weren't the exact ships that had been in Norfolk last December, but he didn't share that with the other people in the room. Finally, he zoomed out so the audience could see the naval base against the peninsula, the Navy Yard to the south, up the Elizabeth River, and the Oceana Naval Air Station 20 or so miles away, quite prominent with its crossed runways. The civilian Norfolk Airport was there too, equally prominent, only 10 miles or so from the carrier piers. The admiral pointed out the amphibious base at Little Creek, and the minesweepers and other small combatants based along the northern shore of the peninsula. Then he moved the center of the map north across Hampton Roads, and stopped it on the dry docks and shipyard of the Newport News Shipbuilding Company. Carefully labeled in Chinese characters were the hulls of 3 aircraft carriers under construction there, in various stages of completion. Smoking today and recalling that event, Admiral Wu remembered the expressions on the faces of his audience as they looked at the naval power on display in the graphic. Then he said, "Comrades, they are indeed going to do it again. In late December of this year, the 5 current American aircraft carriers assigned to the Atlantic Fleet will once again all be in port, along with most of their escorts. 5 carrier battle groups. The opportunity will be historic, and it may never come again. The paramount leader lit a cigarette. He puffed it a couple of times, then said, "Comrades, I think I speak for everyone." He placed the cigarette in the ashtray in front of him and forgot about it. "We do not want a war with the United States. Such a war would be fought here, not there, and could only end badly. Such a war would be unthinkable. Trade would be disrupted, the economy pitched into depression, and even if we avoided military defeat, revolution would follow." Here it was again, the communist bugaboo. If they lost control of the people, the party and everyone in it were doomed. Indeed, in this era of intertwined national economies, a complete breach in national relationships seemed impossible. Strategic thinkers had pondered these matters at great length. The world was a far different place than it was in 1941. Admiral Wu had his arguments ready. The real problem, he thought, was the worldview of the Chinese leadership. Beijing was the center of their universe. The world outside of China was primordial ooze, populated by savage barbarians. Yet he wasn't going to say that. What he said was, "The Americans do not want war either. They are soft, decadent, fat and fond of worldly goods, many of which are made in China, and they have problems around the world. The Middle East, North Korea, Africa, South America, horrible drug problems in their cities, an unarmed invasion of Mexicans. War with China is the last thing the Americans want. A complete break in relations would hurt them as badly as it would hurt us. We must arrange a situation that cuts the American fleet down to size, cuts it in half, yet gives us and them plausible deniability. They won't like it, but all their alternatives are worse." "Can it really be done?" the paramount leader asked. The chairman was a career party man, shrewd, unscrupulous, fashionably corrupt, and extremely ambitious. To stay on top of the heap, he had to keep the party's members convinced he was going in the right direction. Wu tried to read his mood. Was he dubious, or did he like the proposal and want reassurance from Wu to swing the opinions of the other men in attendance? Wu went with his gut. "Yes, comrade, I believe it can," he said positively. He well knew he was betting everything he had, his career, his position, his future, perhaps his life. Yet he believed he was right. Gambling was a way of life for many Chinese, Admiral Wu among them. When you have a good hand, you have to bet it. Shove everything you have onto the table. "That is what the Japanese thought when they sailed for Pearl Harbor in 1941, the chairman shot back. "Gut the American fleet, and all would be well. A short, fast war. A fait accompli. The Americans would soon plead for peace on terms favorable to Japan. So they thought. It didn't work out that way. The Japanese made a surprise attack as they declared war," Admiral Wu shot back. "We shall not declare war. The Americans may suspect we are responsible. They may even privately know. But the public will assume an American nuclear weapon exploded aboard a warship. We will be surprised and shocked, and offer sincere condolences. Americans don't trust their government, which has lied to them repeatedly. The decision-makers will weigh the possible consequences of any response on the scale that measures human souls. Those decision-makers will bow to public opinion and elect to follow the easy path." Wu paused, then added, "We shall reap the harvest." He pushed another button on the projector, and a second map appeared, overlaid over the first. On this one was a red spot under the second carrier pier. It was at the center of a circle. The circle was large, encompassing the entire naval base, the runways, most of the city of Norfolk, much of Virginia Beach, and across Hampton Roads, the Newport News Shipbuilding Company. The men around the table looked at one another. "A chance of a lifetime," one muttered, and his listeners nodded. "Tell us of your preparations and how it can be done," the paramount leader said. That was then. Today the plan was well along. If the enemy didn't get wind of it, Wu stubbed out his weed and walked back to his desk. He thought about what the Americans knew, thought about bureaucracies, about the friction and jealousy and incompetence that infected them all, including the Chinese ones. Could the American intelligence apparatus, even if given a peek, understand its significance? Would they devote the time, energy, and money necessary to derive more of the picture? Would they understand it even if they did? Or would the tidbits they knew merely become more noise in a noisy universe? Wu thought he knew the answer, but just in case, he would be ready. Enormous stakes required heroic efforts. He would leave nothing undone. Nothing. Choi Lee lived in an apartment house on the seaward side of Willoughby Spit, a long arm of Sam that stretched like a finger from the north side of the mainland that contained Norfolk, out into the James Chesapeake waterway. A crooked finger because it was pointed northwest. The interstate highway ran along it, and at the end, old Fort Wool disappeared into the tunnel that led under Hampton Roads to Hampton and Newport News, on the northern side of the James River estuary. At one time, the north shore of Willoughby Spit was lined by huge ramshackle wooden boarding houses standing shoulder to shoulder. They were gone now, demolished to make room for apartment and condo complexes. It was progress, maybe. From his small balcony that faced Hampton Roads, Choi Lee could watch U.S. Navy ships coming into and going out of the Norfolk naval complex. Going in, the ships had to go around Willoughby Spit, over the tunnel, then turn 90 degrees to the south and go up the Elizabeth River to the Norfolk Naval Station, or farther up, the Norfolk Naval Shipyard at Portsmouth. Going out, they rounded the spit and headed east for the exit from Chesapeake Bay into the Atlantic. On blustery or rainy days, Choi Lee would often drive out to the public parking area on the end of the spit, adjacent to the tunnel entrance, and fish. He was an avid fisherman and caught more than most of his fellow anglers did. Choi Lee also had a boat, an aluminum runabout with an outboard engine, that he pulled around on a trailer behind his SUV. On good, calm days, he often motored out into Hampton Roads, or down the Elizabeth River adjacent to the naval piers, there to fish and drink beer all day. It was a pleasant life. As it happened, Choi Lee was also an enthusiastic amateur photographer. He used a Sony CyberShot, very reasonably priced, with a nice zoom capability. He shot pictures of fish that he caught, sunsets, sunrises, storms over the water, rainbows, other fishing boats, and occasionally a passing warship. The backgrounds of the photos often contained ships sitting at piers. He sent a lot of these photos to his sister as attachments to long, chatty emails, and posted some of the more innocuous ones on Facebook. Unfortunately, Choi Lee didn't have a sister. The person in San Francisco who received the emails encrypted them and forwarded them to an address in Beijing. The system avoided routine NSA scrutiny because the unencrypted email was to an American address, not a foreign one. His bland Facebook posts went all over the world. The encrypted emails were merely drops in the raging river of data that flowed through the Chinese cyber espionage system. A friendly fellow, Choi had a girlfriend, Sally Chan, whose father ran a Chinese restaurant that Choi liked to visit. They went to movies together, or to dinner at other modest restaurants in the Norfolk, Virginia Beach area, and occasionally Choi took Sally out in his boat to fish. She didn't like to touch the live bait or fish when he caught one, but she laughed like an American and was pleasant and breezy. Her presence made Choi feel happy. Life was good. Choi wondered how long it would last. Did he really want to go back to China? He thought about it occasionally, and somehow found himself thinking about life with Sally, in America. In early August, another Chinese-American joined Choi, or so his cover story ran. The man was really Lieutenant Commander Zhang Ping of the Plan. 5 months had passed since Zhang had planted the nuclear weapon in Norfolk. The two seemed like old friends, or new friends in a strange land. Zhang found an apartment he rented by the month in a building near Choi's. The two were soon fishing together and running the boat down the Elizabeth River. Zhang took many photos of Choi with Choi's camera, shots that were emailed on to Choi's apparent sister. Some of them, but certainly not a majority of them, had as the background the carrier piers of the Norfolk Navy Yard, usually empty. In late June, a carrier came in, then another. Huge ships. Zhang had never seen anything like them. Although some tankers exceeded the carriers in gross tonnage, those ships rode low in the water. The carriers, with their huge flight decks and sides rising 60 feet above the waterline, were visually stunning. Their islands, which rose another 70 or 80 feet above the flight deck, topped by a collage of antennae, appeared small from any distance, like a lonely house surrounded by endless rice paddies. The deck of one of the carriers was full of airplanes parked cheek to jowl. The tails of the planes stuck over the sides of the flight deck. Zhang Ping was impressed by the sight. He knew, of course, the mission of these ships: power projection. They controlled the surface of the ocean within 1,000 miles of wherever they happened to be, and projected power onto the land. Their planes could hit targets anywhere within 1,000 miles of salt water, which was a great huge chunk of the Earth's surface. America had 10 of these ships, all nuclear-powered, all at sea about half the time, in all the major oceans of the Earth. 3 more were currently under construction right across the James River at the Newport News Shipbuilding Company, which was, incidentally, the only shipyard in the world capable of constructing these monster warships. Zhang thought it was delightful, relaxing, to boat up and down the Elizabeth River or along the Chesapeake coastline, or to sit on the end of Willoughby Spit on summer evenings drinking beer and looking at a carrier or two berthed at the Navy base, while watching and listening to helicopters buzzing about and tactical jets roaring into or out of the base's airfield, Chambers Field. Zhang Ping and Choi Li tended their hooks, kept fresh bait on, watched their bobbers, and listened to the jets and choppers. Life that summer was very pleasant for them both. But Choi was worried. He knew nothing of the bomb, of course. He suspected he had been ordered to nursemaid Zhang because his English skills were nearly non-existent. Certainly Choi's control wouldn't order him home suddenly and leave Zhang stranded in a country where he didn't speak the language. Yet why was Zhang here? The question gnawed at him. Of course he told Sally that Zhang was here, a cousin, he said, from the mainland, here on a tourist visa. In September, the days began to cool. More fronts moved through. Morning fog became more frequent, and often the days became windy. On windy days, the Elizabeth River and James Estuary became too choppy for Choi's boat. In October, frontal systems with low clouds, copious rain, and high winds moved through the area, followed by balmy, beautiful days with lots of sunshine. Ships came and went. A carrier battle group came in, stayed a week, then went back out. Zhang Ping became more withdrawn. He was smoking more now, watching the naval base for an hour or so morning and night. He watched the tugs, other harbor craft, fuel barges, became familiar with the rhythm of activities in the naval base, looked for anything out of the ordinary, and didn't see it. There was nothing to do but wait. Still, with every passing day, the waiting became more difficult. Choi Li picked up on Zhang's mood. He ascribed it to the fact that Zhang was alone in a strange land and could only speak to Choi and other people with Choi's help. Cultural shock, Choi thought. Chapter 4. The object of war is not to die for your country, but to make the other bastard die for his. George S. Patton. CIA Director Mario Tomazic liked to spend his free weekends at a cottage on the eastern shore of Chesapeake Bay, on a waterfront lot beside the wide mouth of a river estuary. He didn't have many free weekends. He was lucky to get 1 or 2 a month. But when he could arrange to get away, this was where he came. He found fishing relaxing, and with his little runabout he could motor out and fish and drink beer and sit in the sun and look at the sky and clouds and recharge his batteries for the week ahead. He needed those weekends, badly. They were especially sweet when his daughter and her kids came. He got a chance to play grandfather and teach the kids how to fish. On the downside, there was the Friday afternoon traffic eastbound across the Bay Bridge, and Sunday evening it was a very slow go westbound. The Bay Bridge funnel was just something he had to live with, one of those things you can't do anything about. If he hadn't bought this place years ago for a very modest sum when he was a colonel, he wouldn't buy it now. It was too difficult to get to on those rare free weekends and would be too expensive. His wife had loved the cottage by the water, loved to birdwatch and do her watercolors, many of which decorated his office at Langley and his condo in town. She had died of cancer some years back. Still, he saw her presence everywhere at the cottage on the shore, the little house with a lawn that ran down to the water's edge, and a small pier where water lapped nervously. Tomazic was a retired Army four-star, a terrorism expert according to the press, and that so-called credential and his record in Iraq had gotten him nominated for the CIA job by the president. He hadn't wanted the job, but when the powers that be wanted him for something important that needed to be done, he didn't have it in him to refuse. The military does that to you, regardless of your personal desires. When the boss gives you a task, you say, "Yes, sir," and do it to the very best of your ability. That attitude becomes ingrained. He was up at dawn this October Saturday morning. His daughter and the kids were still asleep and would be for several hours. He'd had a nice visit with them last night when they arrived, and now they were sleeping late. Tomazic couldn't have slept past 5 a.m. if his life depended upon it. Hadn't done so in 40 years. He drank a cup of coffee and watched the dawn peep through high clouds. A little wind, but not much. He ate a protein bar for breakfast, got his fishing rod and tackle box, then slipped out of the house and pulled the door shut behind him. Walked across the lawn for 75 feet to the pier. God, it was a beautiful morning. His boat was a 16-foot aluminum thing with a tiny outboard motor, one he wouldn't use this morning. He would just row out into the river a bit and drift down to where it emptied into the bay. That lightly churning water was a good place to find hungry fish. Mario Tomazic checked the boat out, saw that it had ridden well since he put it in the water and got it ready to go yesterday evening. He loosened up the lines, put his gear on the dock where he could reach it, and started to step aboard. He never made it. The boat shot sideways away from the dock about a foot, to the limits of the rope holding it. Something grabbed an ankle, and he was pulled into the water between the boat and the pier. Tomazic whacked his head on the side of the boat as he fell in. Woozy, shocked, and confused, he found himself being dragged under the water by two strong hands. Tomazic immediately began struggling. The hands shifted. One was on an arm and the other was on his back, pushing him down. Tomazic twisted, saw a faceplate in the murky water. A scuba diver. His free fist shot out and hit the plate, shattering it. The hands were ruthless. They spun him and pushed him face first deeper into the water, almost to the muddy bottom. He couldn't breathe, couldn't get a grip, couldn't get free. He struggled with all the strength of a drowning man, which he was, as the panic and terror swept through him. To no avail. It was all over in less than half a minute. Involuntarily, Mario Tomazic tried to breathe, which filled his lungs with water. When he stopped struggling, the diver held him under another minute, just to make sure, then released the body. He checked his wrist compass, then swam away underwater. It was 4 in the afternoon when Jake Grafton joined the deputy director of the CIA, Harley Merritt, 2 very senior FBI agents, and the chief of the county police on Tomazic's pier. The driveway was jammed with police and FBI cars, plus a mobile crime lab and a panel truck. Tomazic's body was long gone. "It looks as if he was trying to get into the boat and slipped," the senior FBI agent said. "Whacked his head on the gunwale there. You can see the blood, and then drowned right between the boat and the pier." "A freak accident," the county Mountie said hopefully. Jake Grafton stood surveying the estuary, the other piers along the shores with their boats, and the houses he could see between the trees. Not even a trace of traffic noise. Some people stood in their yards across the placid brown river, looking at the commotion over here. Still, this was a calm, peaceful place this Saturday afternoon, where death had just visited. "We've interviewed people in all the houses on both sides of this waterway," one of the FBI men said. "No one saw anything. Had to have happened early, like a little after dawn. The director was obviously going fishing. His pole and tackle box are still here on the pier." "Any other boats anchored around here this morning?" Jake asked, still scanning the shorelines. "Some out in the bay, but they left early, long before we got here." "An accident," the police chief said, almost like a prayer. He was about 70 pounds overweight and cinched his gun belt tightly under his gut. The marvel was that the gun belt stayed in place. "I want to be damn sure," Harley Merritt said. "I want any satellite imagery of this place we can find for study, and I want to lock down on all these houses on both sides of the river, until we can interview everyone in each and every house. Everyone. The police can help with that. Then I want complete bios done on each and every one of these people. Anyone who has left the area is to be tracked down and interviewed. I want to know who all these people are, why they're here, the whole enchilada. And FBI, we know how to do an investigation, Mr. Merritt." The FBI senior man was a bit testy. "I know you do, but this is a national security investigation, not a bank robbery. I want you to seal off this area right here and send down divers. I want them to sift the mud. I want anything and everything there is to be had around here." "Jesus Christ," the police chief said. "I know this guy was a big spook dude, but hell, people drown somewhere on the edge of this bay nearly every weekend. Some weekends 2 or 3 of them. Get tied as ticks and I want to keep this out of the press until Monday," Merritt said. "We'll make an announcement then." "You gotta be shitting me," the local cop said disgustedly. "The ambulance crew has already put the guy's name on the air. It's out there, man." Merritt seemed to take that with good grace. He did glance at Grafton, who was deadpan. "Thanks, Chief, for all your help. We'll need more of it the next few days. If the county has to pay overtime, we'll send you a bill." Even as the chief spoke, a helicopter came in from the west and began slowly orbiting the area where they stood. It had a television station's call letters on the side of it, and a big human eye. The junior FBI man put his hand above the police chief's right elbow and escorted him away. "What have I forgotten, Jake?" Harley Merritt asked. He was a former college basketball player, about 6 feet 5 inches tall, and had hands like dinner plates. He had thought he wanted to be a lawyer, but the agency had recruited him because of his language skills. His management skills and bureaucratic smarts had taken him up the ladder. "Who found him?" Jake asked. "His daughter. About 9 this morning. She was still in her robe. Saw the boat was still here, came down to the pier and saw his fishing gear. Then saw the body floating." "Tough." Merritt sighed. "The FBI took her and the kids home. They sealed the house and are searching it now." He turned to the FBI special agent and spoke with a hint of apology in his voice. "I know you and your agency know how to investigate. I'm merely asking you to pull out all the stops. Do everything you can think of. I know you can't prove a negative, but if there is anything at all that doesn't look right, that even hints that the director might have been assassinated, call me, day or night." He passed him a card. "My private cell is on there. We should have preliminary results from the autopsy by Monday. Call me, and have a courier deliver a hard copy to me at Langley." "Yes, sir." Harley Merritt stuck out his hand, and the FBI agent shook it. Jake did likewise. Then the 2 CIA officers strolled away, up the lawn, passing a team of people carrying lights and scuba gear. "If it wasn't an accident," Merritt mused, "and of course it probably was, then it was an inside or an outside job. What foreign power stands to gain something by Tomaszek's demise? Damn if I know." Jake Grafton was a retired 2-star admiral, the current head of Middle Eastern ops for the agency. He was a lean 6 feet, with a nose a bit too large for his face, a square jaw and gray eyes. His thinning graying hair was combed straight back. No one had ever called him handsome. Still, he had a presence. His wife thought it was a mix of competence and self-confidence. Whatever, he radiated a calm demeanor that seemingly couldn't be shaken. That Harley Merritt had called and asked Grafton to come to meet him and FBI here was testimony to the professional regard Merritt held for him, and Jake knew that. "I want you to go back to the office," Merritt told Grafton, "and get all the security codes to Tomaszek's office, desk, files, and computer. The computer will have to be examined by the IT guys. You dig into the rest of it." Jake knew what Merritt wanted. If Tomaszek had been murdered by someone in the CIA, Merritt wanted a trail, a trace, a sniff, something. "He was only with the company about 18 months, Jake said. "I know that. But maybe someone got scared. Frightened people do really stupid things. Anything else?" "Monday we'll do a full-blown staff review of everything on our plate. I'll alert the other department heads and the staff. Have them come in tomorrow and get after it." "If someone inside the company murdered him, then everyone is suspect," Grafton pointed out. "Did you check where I was at dawn this morning?" Harley Merritt gave him his frozen stare. "We have to trust people, even in this business. Especially in this business. I trust too. You and me. If it turns out that you're bent and I'm still above ground, I'll kill you." A trace of a smile played on Jake Grafton's features. "I'll keep that in mind," he said. In front of the dead man's house, Harley Merritt got into a bulletproof executive sedan, one trailed by a car containing a driver and 2 armed guards. Jake Grafton watched the 2 vehicles thread their way around all the police and FBI vehicles and turn left on the street. Mario Tomaszek normally rode around Washington in a guarded limo too, but not on his getaway weekends. On those precious escapes, he left the guards in Washington and drove his old pickup to the eastern shore. And there it sat, right in front of the garage door, getting a preliminary look from 2 FBI agents. A tow truck was backing down the driveway to hook it up. In Washington, the pickup would get the full treatment and give up any secrets it had, if it had any. Jake walked across the grass toward his own car, a 5-year-old Honda. When he got the call from Merritt this morning, he had been at his weekend house in Rehoboth Beach. He pulled out his cell phone and called his wife. "It's already on the news, Jake," Callie Grafton said when he told her the director was dead. "I was watching the story on TV. How very sad." "Yeah, going fishing, then drowning right there by the pier." "So when will you get back to the beach?" "Monday night, maybe. I'm going back to Washington. Gotta go to the office." "I have a class on Tuesday I have to be back for." Callie was a linguist. This semester she was teaching a few classes of Chinese at Georgetown University, just to keep her hand in. "Monday night. I'll come get you then. We'll eat dinner on the way back to Washington." Traffic on the Bay Bridge wasn't bad Saturday afternoon. Most people were still trying to get out of the Washington metro area, not return to it. As he drove, Jake Grafton thought about the vicissitudes of life. His career had given him an intimate acquaintance with violent death. He had seen a lot of it: combat, operational accidents, murders. Was Mario Tomaszek murdered? He didn't have an opinion because he had no facts to base one on. The general was a good man. His family and colleagues were going to miss him. That's more than many of us get. That evening at CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, Jake Grafton turned over the director's PC and laptop to the IT department, along with the registered access codes. Maybe they could get something out of those 2 devices. Jake certainly couldn't, and he wasn't going to waste time trying. When he was again alone in the director's office, he opened the desk and filing cabinets. All were locked, of course, but he had the codes. The desk contained mostly office supplies: some pencils, paper clips, a stapler, and a half-dozen pens with the general's favorite color of ink, green. Some pocket change, a laundry receipt, a staple puller, and a pocket knife, a 2-blade Schrade, old but sharp, made in the USA. That was the crop. On the desk were pictures of the general's deceased wife and his grown children with their families. Jake took the photos out of the frames, made sure there was nothing else there, no notes or telephone numbers or access codes, then put the frames and photos back together. He tackled the file cabinets last, got them open and started on the left-hand cabinet, reading every file, from the left side of the top drawer to the right. The files were all in red folders marked prominently Top Secret. Was there any other kind? When he finished with the top drawer, he moved down. At 3 in the morning, he'd had all he could stand, so he crashed on the couch in his office. He got back to it about noon on Sunday, after he ate a sandwich at the cafeteria. The files contained mostly political summaries. Problems in Egypt, South America, Venezuela, Cuba, Russia, Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria. The list went on and on. Europe was there, summaries and guesses and analysts' notes. Current CIA operational files and notes were not in the director's drawers. Conference notes and synopses of meetings with other federal agencies were. Tomasic had half a drawer devoted to the agency's contacts with the Department of Homeland Security, and another half drawer full of National Security Agency proposals, meeting minutes, notes, and so on. Jake Grafton signed his name on the access sheet of every file he opened. Jake was still reading files and Tomasic's green ink notes when the sun came up Monday morning. Harley Merritt came in at 7. Rumor had it he owned a couple of late 1960s muscle cars that he liked to work on in his garage and take to weekend car shows, where you'd sit around in a parking lot in front of your car on a folding chair and visit with fellow car nuts. Merritt was married, of course, for the second time, as Jake recalled, and had the 2 kids by his first marriage in college somewhere. His family was something Harley Merritt rarely talked about. With him, it was usually all business. "Well," Merritt said, he was a no-holds-barred bureaucrat brawler. There was no forgive and forget in Harley Merritt. If you went against him, you had better know your ground. Jake had gone head-to-head with Harley twice and won. The third time he had lost. Still, apparently, the deputy director respected him. Jake sighed and stretched. "If there is something nefarious here, I haven't found it." They discussed some of the agency's most sensitive operations, those that seemed most likely to cause a foreign response if uncovered. 3 of these covert operations Jake knew nothing about until Merritt briefed him. He didn't have a need to know. Now he did, he supposed. "The FBI says they should have the autopsy report later today," Merritt said, tossing it off as if he had other things on his mind. "They're still working on the crime scene and neighbor interviews. We'll also get satellite imagery, what there is of it, later today." "Won't be much," Jake muttered. They both knew that all they would see would be images from satellites sweeping over in low Earth orbit, on their way to photograph something interesting, or perhaps some imagery from a geosynchronous satellite that would be nearly useless due to the distance and the fact the satellite wasn't really focused on the area of interest. They spent another 30 minutes discussing ongoing operations. Then Merritt shot a glance at his watch and charged off. Jake Grafton locked the director's desk and cabinets and office, then walked the corridors to his own office. His executive assistant, Robin, handed him a cup of coffee. She was a nice lady with a head of huge hair. The coffee was hot, black, and delicious. He told Robin about his visit to Tomasic's weekend retreat on Saturday afternoon, and the bare facts as he knew them about Tomasic's death, then went into his office and lay down on the couch for a nap. He was asleep in less than a minute. The ringing phone woke him up at 11 a.m. He got off the couch and answered it. Robin. "Sal Molina to see you." "Send him in." Jake was putting on his shoes when Molina came in and closed the door. A Hispanic lawyer in his 50s, Molina carried an ample spare tire and wore comfortable clothes. He didn't have to dress up for cameras since he was strictly a behind-the-scenes operator at the White House. No one knew what his exact duties were, including probably Molina. He had been with the president ever since the big dog got into politics. Molina dropped onto the couch beside an unshaven Grafton and watched him tie his shoes. "Bad weekend, huh?" he said. Grafton grunted. "Too bad about Tomasic. Hell of a guy." "Yeah. So where are we?" "Damned if I know. The FBI is investigating. We're looking at stuff. I spent the weekend in Tomasic's filing cabinets in his office. Seen about 3/4 of it. A lot of it's new to me. Need to know and all that. Want some coffee?" "Sure." Jake opened the door and asked Robin for 2 cups, black. He sat down behind his desk and yawned. Molina dropped the bomb. "The President has decided to appoint you interim director." Slightly stunned, Jake stared. "Merritt's the deputy director. He can handle it. He's career CIA. Congress and the public are in a sweat over NSA snooping. He signed off on a lot of those decisions." "You said interim. Merritt can handle the job until the new director gets Senate confirmation. Find a squeaky-clean retired four-star admiral or general, or a washed-up senator that the voters can't stand anymore, and appoint him or her to the job on a permanent basis." "Oh, we're going to do that. But until then, the boss wants you." "What does Reineck say about this?" Paul Reineck ruled his own fiefdom, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. With his staff, he was supposed to coordinate and evaluate the intelligence product of all of the United States intelligence agencies, 16 in total, including the CIA, the NSA, the FBI, the U.S. Army, Navy, Marine, Air Force, and Coast Guard intelligence arms, and the stuff put out by a variety of other agencies, including the Department of Homeland Security, Treasury, State, and some others. The office was created by Congress in 2004 in response to the September 2001 terrorist attacks. Tomazic had thought the new layer of bureaucracy was a typical political response, appear to be doing something even if it is only a reorganization. "No one asked Reineck," Molina replied. "Terrific," Grafton muttered. Robin knocked. Jake shouted, and she brought in 2 cups of coffee and scooted back out, pulling the door shut behind her. Jake sipped at his cup. "Don't you want to know why the President wants you?" Molina asked. Jake waved it away. "I've listened to you blow smoke before." "It's because you're old Mr. Smooth." "Right. You have a lot of friends on the Hill." "And a lot of enemies," Jake shot back. "In the administration, too, as a matter of fact, like Jurgen Schultz. Schultz was the national security advisor. Why don't you name him interim director? He'd be out of his depth, and you know it, and he can't stand Reineck." "For once he and I agree on something," Jake said. Sal Molina sighed and slurped. "I don't want the job." "You're refusing a request from the President of the United States?" Molina said that as if Jake were Jonah refusing a commission from God. "Yep. How about saluting and saying, 'Yes, sir'? You military types are all supposed to do that." "Bullshit," Jake Grafton said. The telephone rang again. Robin said it was Merritt. Jake took the call. "The preliminary autopsy results are in. Tomazic drowned all right, but he has some bruises on his left wrist and back, plus the gash on his head where he probably hit the boat. Funny thing is, the lividities occurred just seconds before death, just enough time for some local capillaries to pop. Then his heart stopped." "What do they make of that?" "Well, it's suggestive, they say. Suggestive of what they didn't say. But the interesting thing is that divers found a piece of plastic under the boat. Clear plastic. They say it might have come from a scuba diver's mask faceplate. Got to do some research on that to be sure, though." "How long was that piece of plastic in the water?" "No guesses yet, but not long. No algae on it." Jake sat digesting the information. Finally he said, "Thank you, Harley. I'll get back to you." Jake cradled the instrument and sat staring at the wall. After a bit, he let his gaze wander. Sal Molina sipped on his coffee, now getting cold, and watched the man behind the desk. The skin on Grafton's face showed the marks of too much sun through the years. Then there were those gray eyes. Everyone meeting Jake Grafton for the first time noticed the eyes. If he was angry, those eyes were cold as a North Atlantic breaker. Grafton had been a Navy attack pilot in his youth. He had absorbed the lessons well. For years, he was the Pentagon's go-to guy when crises erupted here and there. Grafton was correct about one thing. National Security Advisor Jurgen Schultz had argued vociferously this morning against giving Grafton a jot more power. "He's a loose cannon," Schultz said, "who can't be trusted. One of these days, one of his little plots is going to blow up in his face, and this administration is going to be the party that gets badly burned. The Secretary of Homeland Security thought someone with more political savvy should be installed immediately as interim director. Then senior leaders of the President's party in Congress should be sounded out about possible permanent replacements. The President heard them all out, thanked everyone, and shooed them off. When they were alone, he asked Molina what he thought. "Grafton," the President's man said. "I'd pick him for my team for anything from softball to hand grenades to nuclear war. That said, frankly, sometimes Grafton gives me the willies. He plays his cards close to his vest, doesn't keep his superiors informed, and he's perfectly willing to ignore all the rules. Yet he always gets results. Not the results we thought we wanted, but usually the best possible outcome." The President mulled it while he twirled a pencil in his fingers. He instinctively distrusted the intelligence bureaucracy and the military bureaucracy. Too damned many secrets and hidden agendas. On the other hand, Grafton got things done. He hadn't stepped on any politician's toes lately, and this appointment was only an interim acting deal, until the President could get a loyal man appointed and confirmed. "Okay," the elected one said. "Grafton it is. Go tell him." The President made a dozen or two decisions a day, and he wasn't going to waste more time on this one. "Sometimes I get the feeling with Jake Grafton that I'm up on the back of an infuriated tiger," Schultz told the big boss, "and I'm about to fall off." "As long as he's our tiger." "He's America's tiger, not ours. You can bet your tiny little political soul that no one owns him. Appointing him acting director won't get you any points with him. With some of those people in Congress, maybe." "What the hell could happen in 3 or 4 months?" the big banana asked rhetorically. "He'll do until we get someone else. Go tell him." That was this morning. Molina was jerked back to the here and now when Grafton cleared his throat. He had the President's man skewered with his gaze. "I'll take the job," he said. "What made you change your mind?" "Mario Tomasik was probably murdered." Molina rubbed his eyes. "Ooh, man, here we go again." "Okay," he said. "You go tell Merritt that the President wants me. Better make it good. He knows this agency inside and out, and I'm going to need him just as much as Tomasik did." "Sure." Jake stood and walked Molina to the door. "I should be thanking you, I suppose, but I won't. I will tell you this. If Tomasik was murdered, we'll get the people that did it. You can bet your bottom dollar on that." "Better tell the President that before he signs the interim appointment letter. If I'm in, I'm all in." "Jake, this administration can't afford another intelligence scandal." "I understand, but I didn't kill Tomasik. If someone did, it's a problem that will have to be faced, regardless of where the trail leads or who over at the White House doesn't want to hear about it. You can tell Rainick and Schultz I said that." Molina took a last good look at those cold gray eyes, grunted, then left. Jake Grafton went out to the coffee pot and poured himself another cup. On Willoughby Spit, Zhang Ping and Choi Li watched a thunderstorm roll out in the estuary. Dark, malevolent, flashing lightning and vomiting an opaque cloud of rain. It was impressive. Zhang wondered what would happen if a bolt of lightning struck near the warhead, but after a few seconds' thought, he stopped thinking about it. If the warhead exploded, he and everyone within 15 miles would be instantly, totally dead. He wouldn't even feel the transition from this life to the next. Actually, that would probably be a pretty good death. No debilitating old age, no loss of dignity, no shameful last-second thoughts. Click, and he would be gone to the next adventure, if there was one, which he doubted. But he would be beyond earthly concerns. That was an absolute fact. Zhang and Choi had just loaded the boat onto its trailer after a reconnaissance down the river to look over the naval piers and generally snoop around. Everything normal. Absolutely normal. Now they were in the SUV watching the storm. "Want to go get a beer?" Choi Li asked. "Why not?" Choi started the engine and pulled the transmission lever into drive. That evening he took Sally to a movie, a soapy love story. Sally snuggled up against him in her theater seat and held his hand, just like the American girls up and down the rows near them. She was an American, of course, third generation. She spoke not a word of Chinese and merely giggled when he spouted some occasionally. Unlike Chinese girls, she didn't cover her mouth with her hand when she smiled or giggled. She showed off perfect white teeth that her father had paid a whopping orthodontist bill to provide. Choi thought she was very charming, and her hand was warm and firm, supple, sensuous. He felt very, very good. Maybe he should marry this woman. Maybe he should ask her. But there was Zhang. If it weren't for him, Choi could just cease his activities for his controller, get a job, probably move, and Chinese intelligence would be out of his life and a part of his past. They would never find him among 300 million Americans. He would need a job, of course, because without the controller, the money would stop. But jobs were plentiful in America if you were willing to work hard and had a little bit of intelligence. Choi Lee thought about all this and held Sally's hand and let the sensations of life and love warm him gently. Chapter 5. If men make war in slavish obedience to rules, they will fail. Ulysses S. Grant. Coffee cup in hand, Jake Grafton walked down the hall to the director's office. After a short word with an executive assistant in the outer office, he punched in the code on the door and went in, closing it behind him. Today rain was hammering against the double-pane security glass of the office window, and wind was shaking the branches of the nearby trees, which Grafton could have seen if he had looked, but he didn't. Acting director. He didn't know where to start. Soon, perhaps tomorrow, he would have to talk to the department heads, see where the agency's budget was and how the draft budget for next year was coming together, review all the big irons in the fire, and he was going to have to find someone to run Middle Eastern ops. There was no way he could do the director's job and that one too. The CIA was a huge global operation. Not that the agency's staff was the sole outfit in the government charged with gathering foreign intelligence, because they weren't. Still, this agency was supposed to collect, analyze, and pass on the intelligence it collected to the Director of National Intelligence, Rainick, who was supposed to pass it on to senior decision-makers in the White House, and in military and civilian agencies and departments. Well, he decided, the more he knew about what was going on in the world, the sooner he could get on top of this job. He set his coffee cup on the desk, opened the director's file cabinets, and started in where he had left off. An hour into the mess, he found a top-secret memo, or report, generated by the Pentagon's IT staff. It had been forwarded to Tomasic by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Copious amounts of Tomasic's green ink were all over the margins and footers. The Chinese had hacked into the Pentagon's computers. The signature of Chinese computers was unmistakable in the telltale mouse droppings. U.S. Navy operational schedules were compromised. Apparently all of them. Nuclear submarine schedules and missions, aircraft carrier task groups, port calls, manpower problems, projects, budgets. It looked as if they had seen everything except technical data and ship plans. No, wait. Maybe they had cracked into those files too. When he finished the printed report, he started on Tomasic's handwritten notes. Chinese espionage, a huge problem. Their new stealth fighter, an obvious clone of the F-35. Must get a handle on this. Our encrypted communications are obviously compromised. If the Chinese know what the messages might say, then they are easier to crack. How do we keep them out of this closet? Can we keep them out? He stared at the memo. After scanning it quickly, he reread it slowly, carefully, ensuring he got every word and nuance. Or should we simply let them look? Tomasic had written in the right-hand margin. Grafton took out his pen and wrote in blue ink his favorite. Can we get into Chinese Navy's computers? The phone buzzed. Mr. Merritt, sir. Robin must be over-caffeinated, he thought, calling him sir. The last time she got on a sir kick, she wanted a promotion and pay raise. Jake opened the door. Come in, Harley. I just had a long talk with Sal Molina, he said. Congratulations. I didn't ask for this job, Grafton muttered as he sat down on the couch. Permanently or on an interim basis. I didn't either, Merritt said blandly. The job was offered, so I took it. If it had been offered to you, you would have taken it too. Yes, I would have. Harley, I need your help. If Tomazic was murdered, we have a serious can of worms buried somewhere. We're going to have to turn over every rock to find it. If there are physical clues that the killer left, the FBI will find and follow them. They will look into Tomazic's private affairs, family life, military career, old enemies, all of that. We must start on our end, a motive due to his job as director of this agency. I want you to head up that staff review you ordered this morning. We've got to rule out people inside the company, if we can, and try to decide if anything the company has going could have stimulated a foreign government to kill him. Someone wanted Mario Tomazic dead for a reason. Let's see if we can find it. We may find a half-dozen reasons. Or none, Grafton said wearily. Tomazic wasn't the CIA. He was one man. You can't kill a bureaucracy no matter how hard you try. We don't know that he was murdered, Merritt objected reasonably. Assassinated. We may be snipe hunting. Assume it's murder until I tell you it wasn't. Merritt thought about that, then nodded once. Okay. Grafton eyed the man, sizing up his body language. Yeah, Merritt was disappointed, but he was a professional. I didn't want this job, Jake said, but I've got it. Let's talk about how we can get me up to speed. He had a short interview with both of Tomazic's executive assistants, telling them he had been told the president was going to appoint him interim director, and he wanted them on the job tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Then Jake Grafton left. He went to the parking lot, got in his Accord, and motored off for the beach to pick up Callie. The gate guard gave him his usual friendly wave. Fortunately, he was on the front end of rush hour, so he got around the Beltway and over the Bay Bridge without much trouble. As he drove, he thought about Callie, his wife, about how she would take the interim appointment thing. They were married after the Vietnam War, while he was a young attack pilot. She had loyally supported his naval career, done all the things officers' wives were supposed to do, while she continued to work as a teacher of languages at the college level. Hell, she knew 7 or 8, last he heard. On the other hand, lately she had been dropping not-so-subtle hints about retirement. He spent too many hours at Langley. With his Navy retirement pay as a 2-star, bumped up some due to more federal service, they didn't need any more money to live comfortably. They were already socking away a large chunk of his salary now. Retirement. He had done a couple of years of that before going to the CIA. Flew all over the country in his Cessna 170B. Still had it, but hadn't flown it in 6 months. No time. What was he doing at Langley that someone else couldn't do? Couldn't do as well or better? Didn't he and Callie deserve a few years of retirement while they were still hale and hearty? After this interim thing. Then, he thought. Then, get the plane out. Go on some cruises. See some of Europe. Maybe Israel. Spend some time with daughter Amy and the grandkid. Jake Grafton promised that to himself. He arrived in Rehoboth Beach on the Atlantic about 7 o'clock Monday evening. Callie was packed and ready. After a kiss, he hit the bathroom, showered, shaved, and changed clothes. He felt better. At least the director's office had a shower, and he vowed to use it. He topped off his suitcase, loaded their bags into the car, locked up the house, and off they went the other way, back toward Washington. It was on the evening news Saturday night that Mario Tomazic is dead, Callie said. Big write-up on Tomazic in the newspaper this morning. I kept a copy of the Post in case you didn't see it. We couldn't sit on it, Jake explained. The local sheriff was there, plus the county coroner. There was a news chopper overhead before I could get out of there. Drowned, Callie exclaimed. With his daughter and grandchildren asleep in the house. How horrible. Yep. Jake concentrated on driving. Was it an accident? Callie asked suspiciously. She could read him like a book. Maybe. Maybe not. He decided to be honest. Probably not.
Who in the world?
Damn if I know.
So is Merritt going to run the agency until a new director is confirmed?
No. I am.
You? For Christ's sake, Jake, you?
Yep. President's choice according to Sal Molina. I didn't want the job, don't want the job, but thought it over and said yes.
Oh, my God,
his wife moaned.
There went our holiday season.
You getting hungry? I thought we could stop somewhere ahead and get a hamburger.
Amy is coming in 2 weeks, bringing the grandbaby,
Callie said bitterly.
And you'll be locked in at the office. Damn it.
No, I won't. You'll see.
Why can't you just retire, for God's sake?
Tomazic was probably murdered, Callie.
Maybe, you said.
It's just an interim appointment. I'll be acting director. Get to use the director's parking place for a couple months, shower in his office, deal with the Beltway trolls for a while, make lots and lots of new best friends. Then that will be that. His wife sat watching the countryside go by. Jake had been lukewarm to the idea of retirement in the past, told her he'd think it over. Now this. The silence was broken several minutes later when Jake asked, "You want a hamburger or Subway for dinner?"
Whatever.
Callie Grafton was peeved, but as she sat watching the road unwind before them, she tried to put it all into perspective. She had known Jake Grafton was a warrior when she married him, way back when, and he had proved it many times since. Mario Tomazic was not Jake's personal friend, but he was a brother officer, and Jake stood by his fellow warriors. It was in his DNA. Tomazic's fight was his fight. She bought it when she married Jake, and she bought it now. She sighed inwardly. She was ready to ditch it all and do the grandparent thing, let life slow down, hang out with other retirees. Jake obviously wasn't, and perhaps he never would be. He could smell a fight from a mile away, and he found the prospect irresistible. That was who he was. She had never liked the president, had voted for the other man. But thank God the stupid SOB had the sense to appoint Jake as interim director. He couldn't have found a better man if he had scoured the earth for candidates. No doubt Sal Molina had something to do with it. Callie had heard Jake mention his name several times. Molina was the president's right-hand man, his brain trust, if any of those idiots in the White House had any brains. Many pundits assured their readers daily that they didn't.
I love you, Jake, she said.
He glanced at her, flashed that grin that had always warmed her, and said, I love you too, Callie. The Graftons got subs and soft drinks at a gas station convenience store, and when they were rolling along munching and slurping, Callie asked,
Didn't Tomazic have some bodyguards? Where were they?
He always gave them the weekend off. Didn't want them underfoot when he went to the Eastern Shore.
So will you get bodyguards?
Jake glanced at Callie. That had slipped his mind. Well, I guess so. When the interim appointment gets announced.
24/7? Or are you going to do the free weekend thing like General Tomazic?
Jake put the rest of his sandwich back in the bag. He thought about bodyguards as he drove along. Callie wouldn't let it lie.
If someone somewhere wanted the director of the CIA off the board, you may be next.
Jake pulled over to the side of the road and removed his cell phone from his pocket. He scrolled through his contacts, picked one, and touched the screen. A 2-week vacation was a rare treat for me. My name is Tommy Carmellini. 48 weeks a year I am a wage slave for the CIA as a tech support guy, which means I install and monitor listening devices, break into computers, bug embassies, that kind of thing. However, every now and then I get dragooned by Jake Grafton, head of Middle Eastern Ops for special assignments. I had just returned to the States from one of those in Egypt a couple of weeks ago and managed to finagle a vacation. An old college buddy and I had used the last 8 days to free climb some cliffs in Yosemite. It had been a few years since I had that kind of a workout. I was sore as heck the first few days. Feeling fit and studly now, Mom's bathroom scale said I had dropped 7 pounds. My trousers were loose, and I was using a new belt notch. It had been a delightful interlude, until I got a good gander at her new boyfriend, Cuthbert Gordon. He was in his early 70s, short and not carrying any extra weight, with a huge white handlebar mustache and a tan that looked as if it came from a bottle. And he was a talker. I could hear a cell phone ringing, in the kitchen. I felt my pockets. Maybe I had left it there. Gordon was prattling on. Retired from the university on Long Island and decided to try California, teaching a couple of courses on investing at the community college here just to keep my hand in. A mutual friend introduced me to your mom. Wonderful lady. We're thinking about an Australian vacation next month. It's spring down there. I've been to Australia and New Zealand about a dozen times through the years and love it. Skin diving, the beaches, sightseeing. I think it's perfect for your mother. I'll pick up the tab, of course, and—
Tommy,
Mom called from the kitchen.
it's for you.
I kind of thought it would be, since it was my phone.
Some man named Jake.
Uh-oh. A call from Jake Grafton out of the blue was not good news. Hadn't been yet, and doubtlessly never would be. Excuse me, I said to Mr. Wonderful. I put my glass of Merlot on the stand beside the chair and went into the kitchen. Mom held her hand over the telephone mouthpiece and whispered for the 8th or 10th time,
Isn't he terrific?
She was smiling brightly. I didn't have a high opinion of Mom's taste in men. This one was even smarmier than the last one I met 3 or 4 years ago. That one had been married 5 times and had all his chest hair waxed out every week or 2. But I digress. I relieved her of the phone. You're calling about my promotion, right? Hey, Tommy. Yep, it was Jake Grafton. Have you been following the news? No, it's called a vacation. Has war been declared? That's next week. How about coming back ASAP? I need you. I gave it a second to let him know I was unhappy, as if he cared, then said, I'll get on a flight tomorrow. We said goodbye and I hung up the phone. My boss, I told Mom. I'm going to have to go back to Washington tomorrow.
Did you get a promotion?
No such luck. Mom was also kind of slow on the uptake.
I'm so sorry, Tommy. I thought Bertie and I could take you into San Francisco for an evening.
Bertie, no less. Ye gods. Next time, maybe. When she broke the news to the boyfriend, he asked me, Who do you work for, anyway? It's a government job, I said evasively. I tried to remember what lie I had told Mom. Did I say I worked for the GSA or FHA? Or was it Freddie Mac?
Tommy is in housing,
she told Mr. Wonderful with a proud smile.
Mortgages and all that.
Mortgages, eh? He said. I made a lot of money in mortgages, back before the crash, of course. And away he went, regaling us with his adventures in secure debt instruments, as we sliced up our dead animal and vegetables. After dinner, while Mom made coffee, I flipped through her stack of old newspapers, found that the agency director, General Mario Tomazic, had drowned this past weekend. More riots in Egypt, the revolution in Syria was heating up again, North Korea was making more threats, another city had filed for bankruptcy. Looked as if life on this old planet was perking perilously along as I climbed cliffs. A call from Jake Grafton. Could this be about Tomazic? Hell, drowned is drowned. Wasn't a thing I could do for the guy, whom I had met only once, except wish him a happy hereafter. Obviously something was up, but I wasn't really curious. Sort of bummed about not getting to do some more climbing. On the other hand, one evening with Mr. Wonderful was quite enough.
Would you like some dessert, Tommy? I fixed your favorite, blueberry pie. Bertie likes it, too.
Sure, Mom. Afterward, I helped her clean up, slipped a knife and fork that Mr. Wonderful had used into the side pocket of my sport coat when Mom wasn't looking.
That was a short call from that Jake, she remarked.
Yeah, he always acts like Ma Belle is personally charging him for every word. I let it drop. Curious phrase, I need you. The last time Grafton thought that only I could properly handle a chore, I spent a couple of months camping in the African outback. I said a silent prayer. No more camping, please. And I damned well didn't want to go back to Egypt, or Iran, or Iraq, or maybe Grafton just wanted me to bug someone's embassy. As soon as possible, as if there were any other time schedule in the spook business. Knowing what the other guys were actually saying to each other, their real negotiating strategy, their real assessment of the international situation, was the gold standard of intelligence. I kind of hoped that was all there was to it, but doubted it. I knew Jake Grafton too well. On the way upstairs after coffee and blueberry pie, I swiped a manila envelope from Mom's tiny office and carefully deposited the filched knife and fork in it, taking care not to smear any fingerprints on the handles. I wondered if Cuthbert Gordon also waxed off his chest hair. In Mom's guest room, I used my cell phone to make an airline reservation, to get myself, complete with body hair, back to Washington, Sin City, USA. Washington wasn't hell, but you could see the smoke from there, and smell it. The good news was that when politicians died, they didn't have far to go. After I broke the connection, I looked at that cell phone with distaste. I may be the only person in America under 70 who loathes the damn things. I left it in my stuff here at Mom's when I went climbing, but now I was back tethered to the thing. Ugh. Chapter 6. War is the continuation of politics by other means. Karl von Clausewitz. Accidental deaths are difficult to arrange. That is why murderers and hired assassins usually kill their victims the tried-and-true traditional ways, with gun, knife, bomb, garrote, poison, or blunt instrument. Amateurs rarely use accidents because they miss out on the satisfaction that comes from using violence on an enemy. Professional assassins don't have enemies. They have targets. So when an assassin has time to set it up and wants to keep police guessing for a while, accidental death is the logical choice. Fish was a professional. Had been since he got out of reform school at the age of 18, and an up-and-coming mobster paid him to whack his boss. Fish did the job cleanly and fatally, leaving the police with no clues. The mobster was appropriately grateful and began steering business his way. 5 years later, Fish was paid to whack his benefactor, and did so. He had no sense of loyalty, none of the so-called higher emotions. He was a sociopath without a shred of conscience. Smart, too. He read up on police methods, knew most of the latest scientific discoveries used in forensics, and was a methodical craftsman. He also enjoyed his work in the same way a fine mechanic enjoys repairing a well-made machine. He knew how to do it, and he did it well. That was enough. His nickname Fish came to him early in life. His childhood acquaintances labeled him Cold Fish, later shortened to Fish. He didn't care one way or another. Tonight he sat in a stolen car in the parking lot of a large apartment complex near the Potomac in Georgetown. He was waiting. Had been since 6 that evening. Now, at 12 minutes after 10, his target arrived in a limo followed by a car containing 2 guards. The target got out of the car, muttered something to the driver, flapped a hand at the guards in the trailing car, and went inside the building. The limo and guard car soon disappeared into traffic. From where Fish was sitting, he could see the windows of the target's apartment on the 8th floor. Sure enough, 6 minutes after the target entered the building, the lights in the apartment came on. Fish rolled down the window of the Lexus, chosen because it would blend in perfectly with the other cars parked nearby, and lit a cigarette. He smoked it down and crushed it out and put the butt in his pocket. Time passed. After an hour, he lit another. He was patient. He watched other cars arrive and people enter the building. He paid attention to the sights and noises from the street, listened with the window down, and occasionally smoked a Marlboro. At 2 minutes before midnight, the lights in the target's apartment went out. Or almost out. There was a suggestion of a light in one window, perhaps a night light or an adjustable light that functioned as one. 30 minutes precisely after the lights went out, Fish reached behind him and took a small box from the back seat. He opened it on his lap. 2 remote controllers were there. He selected one that he had previously labeled, turned it on, waited for a green ready light, and when he got it, moved the control lever forward, then full aft. He looked again at his watch, turned off the power, and put the first controller away. He had allowed 10 minutes in planning for the next stage, so he lit another cigarette and sat smoking it as he watched the windows of the target's apartment, checked traffic and the rare pedestrians, watched 2 more cars arrive and their drivers and 1 passenger go inside the building. And he listened. Listened to the night. Listened to life happening up and down the length and breadth of the great city. When the 10 minutes had passed, Fish opened the case and removed the second controller. He turned it on and waited for the green light that indicated it was ready to use. Meanwhile, he started the engine of his car. The green light came on. Fish aimed the controller at the window and moved the joystick full aft, then full forward. 5 seconds later, he saw the glow in the apartment window, which quickly grew brighter. Then the apartment exploded. The windows blew out in a gout of fire. Fish put the controller back in its box, closed the box, and laid it on the seat behind him. He snicked the gear shift lever into drive and fed gas. 30 seconds later, he was rolling eastward, paralleling the Potomac toward the center of town. 2 minutes passed before he heard the first siren. He lit another cigarette. The newspapers carried the story on the front page. Navy Rear Admiral retired Jake Grafton had been appointed by the President as the new acting director of the CIA. I bought copies of 3 of the papers before boarding my plane in San Francisco, and read the stories as the big bird winged its way eastward toward Sodom on the Potomac. According to the White House propaganda minister, the President needed several months to find a suitable candidate to be permanent director, nominate him or her, and let the Senate do its advisement and consent role. Staring out the window as we flew over the Rockies and out over the Great Plains, I wondered what in the world Jake Grafton needed me for. He certainly wasn't going to give me a big promotion and a department to run. Maybe he wanted me to bug the Oval Office. Or maybe not. With Jake Grafton, predictions were worthless. I'd worked with him enough the last few years to know how his mind worked, which might best be described as unconventionally. He didn't go from A to B to C, and thereby arrive at D. He went straight from A to D. He was usually sitting on D while I was trying to figure out where B was. So Grafton was now acting director, while I remained a grunt in the spook wars. My old 1964 Mercedes 280 SL Coupe was right where I'd left it in the long-term parking lot at Dulles Airport. I threw my bag in, stuck the key in the ignition as I said a little prayer for the battery, then gave the key a twist. The starter ground a while before combustion began. I pumped the accelerator. After a pleasant roar, the old gal settled into a rocking idle with clattering valves. One of these days I am going to be forced to choose between trading cars and becoming a long-distance hiker. It was nearly 6 in the evening, but I figured with his new elevation and all, Grafton would still be at the office. I confess, I was kind of curious about the sudden summons from an all-too-rare vacation. I tooled over to Langley, showed my pass to the gate guard, and was admitted to the grounds. I knew where in the complex the director's office was, of course, although I had never before had occasion to visit the inner sanctum. The secretary in the outer office looked at my building pass and matched the photo to my dishonest phiz. I tried to look handsome. She had a nice jawline and good eyes, which I happen to like in women. Her long blonde hair was tied up in a ponytail. Her legs were under the desk, so I couldn't tell about them. Everything in sight looked great, though. She was at least a goddess 3rd class, perhaps even a goddess 2nd class. Goddesses of any rank are rare in my experience, especially in government service. The plaque on her desk said her name was Jennifer Soslowski.
Do you have an appointment?
Unfortunately.
Admiral Grafton is in conference right now. Perhaps
I have just returned from Moscow with Putin's evil plan for world domination. Send him a note that I'm around, and I'll go get a sandwich. See you again in a half hour or so. In the cafeteria, I got a turkey sandwich and a cup of lukewarm coffee. While I ate, I eyed up some of the egghead chicks and the seminary crowd, who were huddled over their tables and talking about anything but shop. The guys at the next table were discussing the football fortunes of the Redskins, who were trying desperately again this year to rise above mediocrity. At the table on my other side, they were talking about the demise of the late director. Was his death accident or murder? Murder. The word jolted me. A television mounted high in one corner of the room was airing a news channel. Finally, I began paying attention. There had been a fire in an apartment building in Georgetown in the wee hours this morning. At least 7 people died, including Director of National Intelligence Paul Reinick, a retired Air Force 4-star general. Police suspected a gas line leak, they said. The White House press secretary had some wonderful things to say about Reinick, whom I had never met. By reputation, which was merely company shop talk, he was a paper-shuffling boob, who demanded that intelligence analyses be edited to conform to his view of the world, which, amazingly enough, mirrored the worldview of the White House and National Security Council staff. "He'll be greatly missed," the press secretary said. Nothing was known yet about the other victims. 3 people were hospitalized in critical condition with burns. The director of the CIA, now the DNI. Being a big weenie in Washington was getting unhealthy. A half hour later, I was back looking at the director's secretary, the goddess without a wedding ring. She glanced at me as I seated myself in one of the 3 empty chairs, and kept on with whatever she was doing on the computer. After a minute, her phone buzzed. She answered it and talked in a low whisper. When she hung up, she said to me, "You may go in now." I went, gave her a smile in passing, a deposit for the future. She didn't smile back. Grafton was pounding the keys of his computer when I entered the director's office and closed the door. He didn't look up, just said, "Hey, Tommy, grab a chair." The director had pretty good digs. A wall-to-wall carpet, of course, a flag on a pole behind the desk, oil paintings on 2 walls, drapes for the windows, 3 padded chairs and a couch, motion detectors mounted high in the corners, infrared sensors. There were 3 doors, the one I had entered and 2 others, both closed. When Grafton quit typing and swiveled toward me, I said, "Congrats, maybe. Can I have your old office?" "The job is temporary." "I read that in the papers, but who believes any of that stuff?" He passed over the secretary's note. It was a printed form. The block labeled "To see you" was checked. There was a handwritten note. "Mr. Carmellini with Russian plan for world domination. Will return at 7:50. I passed it back. "Is she demented?" "Quite the contrary." "I'll work on her in my spare time, if I have any." "You won't. I want you to put surveillance cameras in my condo building and the garage where I park my car. Rig it up so Callie can look at it on her home computer." "Okay. I can requisition the stuff I need. I'll need a signature on the form." "I can do that. I want it done as soon as possible. Callie is worried. It'll take me a couple of days if I do it by myself. If I can get some help, just a few hours." "Okay. You gonna want the system monitored by anyone besides your wife?" "I was thinking of your friend Willie the Wire, and you and me." "Why not a tech support dude?" "The less talk around here, the better. And for what it is worth, Callie likes Willie. She and I may be his only fans on this little round rock. I'll see if I can get this chore done in the morning." "Fine. Then I have another little chore for you. Paul Reinick, the DNI, and 6 other people were killed in an apparent gas explosion in his apartment building last night. 3 badly burned, 2 less so. The explosion took out Reinick's apartment, the apartment above him, and the 2 on either side. The fire department managed to save the building, but it was touch and go. I saw a bit about it on the television in the cafeteria. I want you to work with our FBI liaison officer. Mario Tomazic drowned. Reinick blown up. It begins to smell to high heaven. Can't the liaison guy handle it?" "It's a she. And yes, she's an FBI agent on temporary assignment to us and very competent. I want you right there beside her." I didn't like anything about this. I didn't know anything about law enforcement except how not to get caught. Hanging with cops wasn't on my bucket list. Why does she need help? I asked. I don't know that she does. You're there as my eyes and ears. Why me? Because I'm giving you an order. I've transferred you to my staff. Oh, wow. I'm floating upward through the goo toward the top. Is there a promotion or pay raise involved? No. You're the boss, I replied. Don't you forget it. That was the Jake Grafton I knew, the old attack pilot, retired admiral, warrior extraordinaire, a real softy. I noodled it a bit. How did this ace FBI female get to be the CIA's liaison person? Her name is Zoe Carey. She was in a couple of shootouts, killed some people. We had an opening and the FBI wanted to give her some easier duty for a while, so she could get her head on straight. So they sent her to us. I was less than thrilled. Zoe Carey, by any chance is she related to Unbelievably Small? I don't know. Ask her. How come I don't get some easy duty occasionally? You have my phone number, day or night. Just what am I supposed to be looking for? If I knew that, I wouldn't need you on this, Tommy. Use your head. Now I've got work to do. Beat it. Aye, aye, sir. I stood, saluted, and stalked out. Damn him anyway. The secretary was still at her desk. You'll be delighted to hear, I said softly, leaning forward as if I were sharing a secret. He was very impressed with my work obtaining Russia's diabolical plan. I am so happy for you. She didn't smile. And now I'm off to more fabulous adventures. I need the office number of the liaison people, please. I flashed her a winning smile so that she would know I was a trustworthy son of the red, white, and blue. Jennifer consulted her tippy-top secret list and gave me the info. I decided today wasn't the day to try to get better acquainted with Jennifer. There was always tomorrow, I hoped. I thanked her, blessed her with another gracious smile, and made tracks. Zoe Carey, the FBI's former ace shooter and now CIA liaison to that fearsome federal agency, wasn't in her cubicle at the liaison office, which handled agency relations with Congress and other federal agencies. I knew the head guy, Charlie Wilson, and chinned with him for a minute. He knew he said that the director's office was sending me down here temporarily. Wilson was a tennis nut, 10 or so years older than me, who always looked harassed. Dealing with the people on Capitol Hill takes a certain talent, and he had it. Still, he looked as if he had ulcers. I got comfortable in one of his 2 guest chairs. I need a favor, I said. Like what? I fished Mom's envelope from my coat pocket and dropped it on his desk. That's a knife and fork with fingerprints. Some mine. I need to know who else's prints are on there. The only way he could get them, of course, was to have the FBI lift the prints, classify them, and run them through their database. Got a file number? Nope. For Christ's sake, Tommy, you gotta have a file number, you know that. I leaned forward a little and whispered, It's a secret. If this is some broad you're trying to make, forget it. I don't need fingerprints for that. Can't you make up a file number? Ah, hell. I'd really appreciate the favor, Charlie. If it's anybody but Joe Sixpack, you're going to have some explaining to do. Thanks. I got out of my chair, shook hands, said I'd see him tomorrow, then headed for the barn. I picked up milk and eggs at a convenience store and bought a sub on the way home. Home being an apartment in the Virginia suburbs. I had moved there from my place in Maryland to get a slightly better commute, lower taxes, and an easier drive to and from Dulles Airport. Given my travels hither and yon, I didn't own a pet, not even a goldfish, so the dump was always lonely, especially after 10 delightful days in glorious California. The super had my mail, which consisted of a few bills and a lot of junk flyers. I found a college football game on television and left it on for the noise. Sipped a beer, ate the sub, put my underwear and dirty shirts in the washing machine, settled in on the couch to finish the beer, and woke up in the wee hours. Ah, the glamorous, exciting life of an intelligence professional. FBI Director James Maxwell ate dinner with a group of friends every Tuesday night at the National Press Club in Washington, where he was a member. He treasured the social interlude and rarely missed a Tuesday evening dinner unless work obligations prevented it. He tried to ensure they didn't. None of his 5 friends, all male, were in law enforcement. They consisted of a banker, a scientist at the Naval Ordnance Lab, a newspaper man, a novelist who used to be a college professor, and a retired investor. They had been fraternity chums in college and had kept up their friendship through the years, kept it up by working at it. The ironclad rule at the dinner table was no shop talk. Sports, politics, international affairs, movies, food, cigars, and families were the usual topics of conversation. None of his friends mentioned the recent demise of the CIA director and national security advisor, because they knew the FBI was investigating, and Maxwell certainly wouldn't. He left all that at the office. He wouldn't talk about ongoing investigations to anyone outside the FBI or the Justice Department, not even his wife. One of the attractions of the National Press Club was the people you ran into there. Of course, there were the media types, newspaper editors, reporters and columnists, television personalities and talk show hosts, lobbyists for every industry and cause under the sun, and the occasional senator or congressman or big business mogul. These were the people who made Washington the center of the universe, the movers and shakers. A word here, a handshake there, a smile, and James Maxwell felt like one of them. He liked that feeling. There were times when he needed it. So this evening he finished his dinner and had one more drink with his friends. He wouldn't be driving, and wished them goodbye. He paused to chat with a senator for a minute or two. Fish drove up in a garbage truck behind the press club, where the 3 big dumpsters were located, and was gratified to see the limo was still parked over against the side of the concrete wall, out of the way. It had been there the last 3 Tuesday evenings when he checked, and this dumpster area had no security cameras aimed at it. He had checked that, too. He stopped the big garbage truck in the street, and using the mirrors, backed it in toward the nearest dumpster. This truck was equipped with a power lift that picked up the dumpster and emptied it into the bed of the truck. The truck beeped as he backed it up, almost to the dumpster, but not quite. A light rain was falling, and he had the windshield wipers going. Little wind. He put the transmission in neutral, set the parking brake, and climbed down from the cab. Walked around to the driver's side of the limo. There was about 3 feet of clearance between the car and the concrete retaining wall. The driver of the limo was sitting in it, wearing earphones. An iPod, it looked like. The driver saw him coming and ran down the window. Fish put his hand in his right coat pocket. "Hey," the driver said. Then Fish shot him. Didn't take the pistol out of his pocket. Fired right through the coat. The bullet slammed the driver sideways. Fish removed the revolver from his pocket, checked that the hammer wasn't jammed with a piece of cloth, then looked at the driver. He had taken a round in the neck. Fish leaned in and shot him in the head. Then he put the revolver back in his pocket. Fish walked around the front of the limo and climbed back into the cab of the garbage truck, which was idling nicely. As he surveyed the street, it was nearly 11 o'clock and no pedestrians were around. He picked up the 12-gauge pump shotgun on the seat beside him and checked it. Safety off. He pointed it at the driver's door, so when he opened the door and started to climb out, the weapon would be pointed in the right direction, ready to fire. He had used a hacksaw to cut the barrel down to 12 inches, so the front bead sight was gone. No matter. At this range, he would merely point and shoot. He waited. Listened to the idling diesel engine. He had waylaid the driver of the garbage truck an hour ago. Killed him as he climbed out of the truck. The driver was now in the bed with the garbage. 10 minutes passed. 15, 20. About 23 minutes after he shot the limo driver, Fish glanced at his watch. He wasn't nervous, was in no hurry. He was ready, had a good plan, and it would work. He knew it would. He kept his eyes on the truck's right rearview mirror. In it he could see the back door of the club that led out onto the loading platform. 2 minutes or so later, he saw 3 men come out that door, That was right. Maxwell and 2 bodyguards. They crossed the loading platform and went down the stairs behind the truck and a green garbage dumpster. Fish opened the driver's door and stepped out, with the shotgun pointing. Then they were there, coming from behind the dumpster, heading for the limo. He had the shotgun up. The first shot was for the lead man. The man in the middle, Maxwell, soaked up the second round of number 4 buckshot, and the third man got the third round. All body shots. Fish worked the slide again, catching the third spent shell in his hand, then closing the action. He picked up the 2 spent shells at his feet, then walked over to the men lying on the concrete. They were bleeding profusely from torso wounds. Fish was taking no chances. He fed 2 more shells from his left coat pocket into the magazine of the shotgun and shot Maxwell in the head, blowing it apart. Pumping the gun, he shot each of the others in the head. Picked up the spent shells. He went back to the truck, opened the door, tossed the shotgun into the passenger seat and climbed aboard. Brake off, transmission in gear, he pulled out onto the street and drove away. The next morning I coffeed, ate 2 boiled eggs, and called my lock shop partner Willie Varner, also known as Willie the Wire. "How's everything?" I asked. "You just out of jail, or was it the hospital?" Willie was habitually surly, and more so in the mornings. I had lived with that for years, ever since we went into business together. "Hey, I've been out of town." "The shop is a business, Tommy, and as a co-owner you should check on it more often." "I'm in business with a black Bill Gates. I trust you, dude." "The women come in to see the great Carmellini, and I need you to sign job bids." "And I need some help today," I told him. "I'll be there around 10 o'clock. We'll close the shop and open it tomorrow." "Any money in this?" "Contract wages, by the hour." "Well, a little extra pocket money would be helpful," Willie admitted. "Have any bids ready to sign. I'll see you at 10 or thereabouts." I rang off. Willie Varner was about 20 years older than me, and probably the best lockpicker alive. He had taught me a lot. He gained his skill picking hotel locks and carrying out the guests' luggage, unfortunately without their permission. The second time he got out of prison for those activities, he decided to go straight. That's when he and I went into the lock shop business together. Despite his abrasive, sour personality, he was my best friend, and he could keep his mouth firmly shut. I trusted him, for one very good reason. He knew if he crossed me, no one would ever find his body. Zoe Carey was a hard body of medium height, with short dark hair and short fingernails without color. She had a nice jawline and a pleasant face without laugh lines. I tried to decide if she was a runner or tennis player or just an exercise nut. "Name's Tommy Carmellini," I said. "Grafton sicked me on you. I'm supposed to follow you around." She eyed me without enthusiasm. "He sent me a memo." "Great. Why did he send you?" "He didn't say." I shrugged. She thought I was lying, which was ridiculous. She also thought I was a boob, and maybe that was the best way to play it. "I don't think he likes me," I said earnestly. "But they have to give me something to do while I'm waiting for my court date. Grafton said you were FBI on assignment." "Admiral Grafton." "Yeah, that Grafton. He said you shot a couple of folks and came to us to unlax and rewind." I smiled. "So, what's on your agenda today?" "The agenda is finding out where the FBI was on Paul Reineck's and Mario Tomaszek's accidents, and now James Maxwell, the FBI director." I goggled at her. "Maxwell, 2 bodyguards, and his limo driver were assassinated last night. Haven't you heard?" "No. I don't normally listen to the news or read the paper in the morning, as both of them have detrimental effects on my digestive system. But I didn't share that personal info with her. She gave me the bare-bones particulars. She was slightly distracted." "Did you know any of the 3 of them?" "One of the bodyguards." "I'm sorry," I said, and meant it. "He was—" She left it there. "Unfortunately, I cannot accompany you today," I said apologetically, "as I have another errand. Tomorrow, perhaps."
I'll try to stifle myself until then.
Of course. It was about 10:30 when I showed up at the lock shop with all the goodies stowed in the car. Willie and I transferred them to the shop van, which already had all the tools we would need arranged in belts and bins inside. We were a one-stop lock shop, modern as hell and really up to date. Willie was already in his lock shop coverall, so I stepped inside and pulled one over my trousers and shirt. As I dressed, Willie said, "So, Spy, who we gonna bug?" "Jake Grafton." He stared at me. He had obviously been reading the papers, too, and knew that Grafton was the new acting director. "You're shitting me, right?" "Nope. At his request. Actually, I think at his wife's request." Willie mauled it. He still had all his hair, now flecked with gray. If you could have gotten a suit and tie on him, you might have labeled him distinguished. He did indeed own such an outfit. He bought it to be buried in. I saw him wear it just once a few years back. When we were rolling along toward the Grafton pad in Roslyn, he said, "Man, they're popping these big government dudes one after another. I saw on the morning TV that the director of the FBI, Maxwell, got shot to death last night, behind the National Press Club. You hear about that?" "Yes." "Shotgun. Him and 2 bodyguards. His driver was whacked as he sat in the limo. 4 FBI dudes deader than hell." "This morning?" "Well, near midnight I heard on the TV. They're still looking for the shooter. A fucking hit. 4 FBI dudes just like that." I didn't say anything. Willie motored on anyway. "Third big government honcho this week," the TV babe said. "Tomazic, Reineck, now Maxwell, the FBI head weenie. Room at the top, that's what they're making. Room at the top so all the people in the chain can move up one notch, like a cakewalk. Everybody take one step forward. I kind of figure it's raghead terrorists or some frustrated paper pusher who never got the promotion he figured he'd earned." "You think?" "Kind of looks like that. But maybe it's someone getting even. Maybe he'll get the warden at that federal pen in Williamsburg, South Carolina next. That cocksucker gave me a really hard time. Told me I was too sassy. He didn't like no sass, you know. And him being the warden and all, he don't have to take much. None, actually. He ran that damn prison like he was Adolf Hitler's bastard kid on a mission for God." I didn't care much for Willie's prison reminiscences, but it was no use trying to change the subject once he got into one of his moods. I drove and thought about the job, and about killers with shotguns. In Roslyn, we pulled around the Grafton's condo building in the service area and locked up the van. I sent Willie on a reconnaissance to see who, if anyone, might be watching the building while I went up to the Admiral's condo and knocked on the door. Callie Grafton opened it.
"Hi, Tommy," she said. "Come on in."
I entered, and she closed the door behind me. Mrs. Grafton is my idea of the perfect lady. She still had her figure and erect carriage. She was attractive, and she was pleasant with everyone she met. She had brains. In her 60s, she was the kind of woman that some men my age wish they had had for a mom. I sure did. Mine was a ditz. Anyhow, she had been married to Jake Grafton since they were in their 20s. What she saw in him, I'll never know. Oh, he was polite enough and smiled occasionally, but he had my vote for the toughest man alive on this side of the Atlantic. He was also smart, determined, fearless, and, when necessary, absolutely ruthless. Maybe his wife had found a warm and fuzzy spot in him somewhere, but I had never seen it. If he had such a place, I thought it was probably microscopic. Mrs. Grafton had the television on. I paused to watch for a minute or two. The D.C. police had found an abandoned garbage truck that had apparently been the Maxwell killer's getaway vehicle 6 blocks from the National Press Club. The driver of the truck was dead on top of the garbage and back. Already someone had come forward who had seen the garbage truck parked behind the press club. Mrs. Grafton watched with me.
"What's going on, Tommy?"
"I don't know, Mrs. Grafton, but the Admiral asked me to wire this place up. Do you have a Wi-Fi system in the condo?"
"Oh, yes. Do you want to see it?"
"Please." It was under the television. I walked through the condo, looked things over, then came back to her. I brought Willie Varner with me. You know him?
We met in Paris. He's a nice man.
I had never before heard Willie called nice, but I kept a straight face. He and I own a lock shop in Maryland. Willie's a little rough around the edges, but he's good people. He's downstairs now. What we would like to do is put some surveillance cameras in your place here, everywhere except the bathrooms and master bedroom. The cameras have their own batteries, which will run them for a couple of weeks before they will need to be replaced. We'll also put some cameras in the hallway and down in the lobby, in the other building entrances, and a few outside. All of them will send their signals to your Wi-Fi system, which will put the feed onto the internet so we can monitor it from different locations. Is that okay with you? She wasn't thrilled.
I suppose this is necessary.
We'll also install a battery backup to your Wi-Fi system, so if the juice goes out in the building, it will still work. We'll put a broadcast terminal with a battery backup on the roof to boost your system. She took a deep breath and said,
If you think this is necessary.
And that was precisely the reaction I expected from Mrs. Jake Grafton. The thought crossed my mind that in her own way, she was as tough as he was. Likes attract, not opposites. I think this is the most reliable system we can install quickly, I said. It can be defeated, but only by someone who knows it is here and how it works. It won't deny access, but it will give anyone monitoring it warning.
Okay,
she said. We'll get to work outside first and do the interior last. Be a couple of hours before we get back to you.
I'll have some lunch ready whenever you are.
We left it there. I closed the door behind me and took the elevator down to find Willie. The cameras we installed were digital, of course, and very small. They looked like smoke detectors. The satellite transmitter on the roof took about an hour to wire up, battery backup and all, and another hour to tie into a CIA satellite comm channel. As I worked, I tried to picture the mindset of the killer who gunned down the FBI director and 2 bodyguards. Whoever he was no amateur, no disaffected office worker. He was cool and deadly. Maxwell may or may not have been armed, but the bodyguards were. Undoubtedly, he didn't give them time to draw their weapons. Just boom, boom, boom. Mrs. Grafton did indeed have ham and cheese sandwiches, chips, and coffee waiting when we got back inside. With a trapped audience, Willie was in 7th heaven. Talking with his mouth full, he delivered himself of opinions about national politics, the Redskins, the Nationals, women, taxes, the mayor, potholes, and Downton Abbey. I was amazed at the comments about the PBS TV show. I didn't know he watched. You learn something new about the human condition every day. After lunch, while Willie installed the cameras in the condo, I loaded a program on Mrs. Grafton's iPad and her iPhone, did mine too, and checked that the cameras were working as they were supposed to. I'll also load this onto the Admiral's iPad and phone, and any computers he wants to monitor this stuff at work. I'll check on the system occasionally, and so will Willie. We'll have this stuff up and working by tomorrow morning. She thanked us and offered us some cookies. Willie took 2 handfuls, and we said goodbye. On the way back to Maryland, I said to Willie the Wire, I didn't know you watched period British shows. You need to get some culture, Carmellini. Without culture, you're one-dimensional. I noticed that in you. Women do too. It's holding you back, man. Professional life and love life. He started munching another cookie. I wondered what the anchor was, I replied. Culture, dude. I'll get a quart next time I'm in Walmart. Willie changed the subject. You know that killer dude who did Maxwell may be making the rounds. Those surveillance cameras we put in today won't stop buckshot. No, I agreed. They won't. Chapter 7. Whenever peace, conceived as the avoidance of war, has been the primary objective, the international system has been at the mercy of its most ruthless member. Henry Kissinger. The next day I popped into the director's suite and met the 4 secretaries and 2 executive assistants. The secretaries were women in their 50s who had worked their way up the food chain to the head honcho's office. I assumed there were pay raises involved. They were nice ladies, and way too old for me. The executive assistants, however, were a different matter. At least the female one was. She looked to be in her late 20s. Her name was Anastasia Roberts. She was black, shapely, and brilliant. I liked the way her agency ID dangled between her breasts, which were just the right size and shape. She was tall, with the top of her head coming up to my chin. I didn't see a wedding ring. The guy, Max Hurley, was also on the right side of 30, about 5'8" and whippet thin, with cord-like muscles. He had a head of hair that stood straight out, and scraggly facial hair that he didn't shave but once a week, if that. I figured him for a long-distance runner. He wasn't wearing a wedding ring either, but these days many married people didn't. I had heard about the EAs, and now I was meeting them. These folks were geniuses the company recruited from Ivy League colleges and elsewhere in government. They were going to be superstars in a few years, so they started in the director's office to learn the ropes fast and went on from there. Folks not quite as intellectually gifted called them geeks, and I suppose they were. Anastasia Roberts gave me a hard look, shook the offered hand, and said,
"I've heard of you.
I won the company camping award last year."
"That must have been it,"
she said coolly. Hurley chimed in. "Admiral Grafton said you were going to be working with us," he said, scrutinizing me. "He told me that, too. Welcome aboard." I assumed that was nautical humor. I smiled to show I was just one of the guys. "So, how long have you been with the company?"
8 months,
Roberts said.
"A year,"
Hurley replied. "Where did you work before you came here?" I asked, aiming at both of them. Hurley answered first. "This is the first job I've ever had. The company recruited me as I was finishing my doctorate." "Dr. Hurley. Cool." I glanced at Roberts.
"I was over at the White House," she said. "I'd had enough and floated my resume, and the company hired me."
"And what did you do over there?"
"Political staffer, memos and such."
"We have paper to push, too."
"And you?"
she said. "I've been here a while, mainly tech support."
"I've heard that you worked with the Admiral before."
"Occasionally." I changed the subject to where they lived. How did they like D.C. and so on. We were still chatting a few minutes later when Jennifer, the desk person, sent me in to see Grafton. I installed a program on his computer, iPad, and cell phone so he could see the video from the cameras we planted that afternoon in his condo. We sat and watched for a few minutes. "Too bad about Maxwell," I said, trying to jostle him. He murmured. Willie made an observation I thought cogent. He said these cameras won't stop buckshot. Jake Grafton swiveled his gaze to me. "There's a killer out there," he admitted. "He's pretty damned good at his business, too," I observed. "What do you suggest?" "Bodyguards around the clock. Don't cross the street without looking both ways. Go see Joe Waddle in security. He'll have 2 armed men in a van a block or so from my building around the clock. Give them the address for the feed and the password. I'll stop in and see him before I go home tonight." Grafton made a noise and turned back to the monitors. Callie was in the kitchen on the phone. "I didn't think you wanted just everyone listening to you and Mrs. Grafton, so video's all you get." He didn't say anything, just flicked from camera to camera. "Retirement might also be an option. Your wife doesn't want you dead." "Stay with the FBI liaison officer tomorrow," he said. "Then brief me tomorrow evening." "Aye, aye, sir," I said, and immediately regretted it. I was already starting to sound like Hurley. I closed the door behind me. When I got home about 7 o'clock, I got a dinner from the freezer. Meatloaf, mashed potatoes, gravy, and corn. Took it out of the box and punched holes in the top with a fork, then stuck it in the microwave. As it nuked, I turned on my laptop and went to the Grafton feed. Watching the video, I thought about Tomazic, Reineck, and Maxwell. Accidents normally come one at a time, randomly, I've noticed. 3 big intel dudes dead in a week were too many. Maybe I was getting paranoid. I told myself that Grafton probably had it already figured out, and just hadn't bothered to tell me about it. Or anyone else I suspected. Damn him anyway. I called Willie. "You been watching this Grafton feed?" "Yeah, writing the times down. This hourly rate is going to work up to a nice chunk of change. Might even finance a trip to Vegas whenever Uncle Sugar shits me a check." "You gonna watch it this evening?" "Hell no, I got a date. She's fixing dinner. Gonna try to get laid." "Good luck." Finally the microwave beeped and stopped humming. I ate my gourmet repast on the countertop while the video from Grafton's condo and building played on my laptop. Washed the grub down with a beer. Sooner or later, I told myself, I was going to have to get a life. I had finished the frozen dinner and was working on my second beer when Callie answered the phone in the kitchen. I wondered if Joe Waddle had those two guys in the van on station yet. I got busy with my phone and set it up so that I could get the Grafton feed on it. Then I took a shower and changed into jeans and a sweatshirt. My pistol and shoulder holster were lying on the bed. The gun was an old Walther in .380 that I picked up cheap a few years back at a gun store. I looked at it with disgust. Compared to a 12-gauge shotgun, it was a pea-shooter. What I needed was full body armor. I donned the holster and put the pistol in it. Jake Grafton drove to Tyson's Corner, then wound his way into a building complex. The seal of the Office of the Director of National Intelligence was on the guarded entrance. He showed his CIA building pass to the uniformed federal security officer on duty and was admitted to the parking lot. This bureaucracy had been created after 9/11 because of political necessity. Prior to that, the director of the CIA had served as the National Intelligence Director. But the politicians had to do something after the 9/11 terrorist strikes. So a new agency was created, one that now had about 1,750 federal employees. Another layer of bureaucracy to push the raw intel through before it got to the decision-makers. Grafton thought it a wonder the U.S. government knew anything at all. But perhaps someone somewhere slept better knowing all these bureaucrats were on the job, except, of course, for weekends, vacations, federal holidays, sick days, snow days, office parties, and all the rest of it. He went into the building, showed his CIA pass again, walked through a metal detector, and was escorted upstairs to the assistant director's office. The assistant director was a serving Navy vice admiral, 3 stars, named Arlen Curry. He rose from the desk flanked by flags when Jake entered. The escort left and shut the door behind him. "Sorry about Reineck," Jake said, "and Maxwell." Curry, in uniform, motioned Jake to a chair and took one himself 3 feet away, situated at a 90-degree angle. Curry crossed his legs. "Who's going to be named acting DNI?" Jake asked. "I don't know. No one at the White House has said squat to me." "Yeah," Jake said. "You know that they named me acting director of my agency, so we'll be working together. The White House called me on that. Sal Molina. Congratulations, if you want them." "I don't. What I want to know is why Mario Tomazic died." "I don't think Tomazic drowned all by himself," Arlen Curry said, biting off his words. "I don't think the explosion that killed Reineck was an accident. Maxwell and his bodyguards and limo drivers certainly didn't commit suicide with number 4 buckshot." "Number 4s, eh?" Jake Grafton leaned forward and put his elbows on his knees. "Want a drink?" Curry asked and stood. "By God, I do." "Sure, whatever you have." "What I have is bourbon, no ice." He pulled a bottle from his lower right desk drawer and produced 2 glasses, which looked reasonably clean. He poured a healthy shot in each and handed Jake one. Then Curry returned to the chair he had vacated. Both men sipped in silence. Jake let it lie. They talked about the international situation, about the current ins and outs of the intel business, but Curry had nothing to say that Jake didn't already know. After a few more minutes, Grafton thanked Curry for his time and extended his hand. Curry stared at the door after Grafton left. Then he looked at his watch and found he had a few minutes before the next meeting. He got busy with the stuff in the in-basket. I found the surveillance van a block from Grafton's building in Roslyn, around the corner, parked in an alley. It had the name of a local plumber painted on both sides and was dirty and scruffy. Still, the antenna on the roof gave it away. If I could find it, so could a bad actor bent on murder. That was something to think about. I drove slowly through the neighborhood looking. At the mom-and-pop pizza shop across the street, a coffee shop, a dry cleaner, a little sit-down Mexican restaurant, and a large 6-story parking garage. Beehives of condos rose in every direction. Down the hill a block or so was an entrance to the metro, a nice urban neighborhood on a hill overlooking the Potomac, with a subway stop. If you wanted to live in close, yet not in the district, this Virginia neighborhood was about as good as it got. Only a few minutes after 9, people were still on the street, which was lined with parked cars. Cars flowed past on a regular basis. The windows of the condos were all lit up. People were inside reading, watching television, socializing, relaxing after a day at the office. Last night, when Maxwell walked out of the National Press Club, that street looked benign too. But it wasn't. There was a killer on the loose. Or more than one. That fact gave this street a sinister tone tonight. A car pulled out of a parking place at the curb, so I pulled in, killed the headlights and engine, and sat watching the screen of the cell phone. Mrs. Grafton had the boob tube on, but she was making something in the kitchen. After a half hour sitting there contemplating the state of the universe and watching people on the sidewalk and in cars, I locked the car and walked across the street to the pizza joint for a beer. When Jake Grafton was behind the wheel of his car, he checked his watch. 10 after 10 p.m. He checked the list of contacts on his cell phone and called the Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Carter McKiernan. He called him on his private home number. Yes? Jake Grafton, Admiral. I'd like to stop around in about 30 minutes and see you. Can it wait until tomorrow, Jake? I'm up to my eyeballs, Admiral. I'd like it to be tonight and off the record. I'm not in bed yet. Come on over. You know where I live? Yes, sir. I'll tell the gate guards to admit you. About half an hour, sir. Right. The CNO lived in a mansion on government property at the old Washington Naval Yard. At this time of night, traffic into the district from Silver Spring was light. McKiernan was a naval aviator and had actually been the Air Wing operations officer aboard United States when Jake was the Air Wing commander. He had been a lieutenant commander then, selected early for commander. God, Jake thought, that was a long time ago. McKiernan had been selected for nuclear power school and had gone on the usual career path to executive officer of a carrier, commanding officer of a supply ship, then commanding officer of a carrier. From there he had been promoted to rear admiral and had worked his way up the ladder. He was bright, loved the Navy, and knew how to lead. Jake had followed his career from a distance and had been pleased with each and every promotion. Grafton wondered if Cart McKiernan would be candid. I watched people on the sidewalks and in passing cars and trucks from the window of the pizza joint across the street from Grafton's condominium building in Roslyn. The place was well lit and cheerful and smelled of wonderful comfort food. One guy worked the counter and phone. Through the pass-out window, I could see 2 more making pizzas in the kitchen. There were 3 couples and 1 guy with 2 kids in there munching pie when I arrived, laughing and whispering and relaxing after an evening at desk somewhere. Other people came in from time to time, replacing the folks leaving, or to get a takeout pizza they ordered by phone. That phone. It was at the far end of the counter and never stopped ringing. I made myself at home on a counter stool where I could watch the street. I was sipping a beer when I saw the homeless man pushing a shopping cart full of junk come slowly up the sidewalk from the direction of the metro stop. He turned into the alley between Grafton's condo hive and the one just down the hill. Going to mind the dumpster behind the building, probably, or homestead a place to sleep. I signaled for the bartender, who came over wiping his hands on a white towel. How long would it take you to make me a pizza to go? About 12 minutes or so. Do you have one already made up you could stick in a box? What kind? Whatever you have ready to go. I'll see. He was back a minute later. Yeah, we got one we can warm up in about 2 minutes. Sausage, pepperoni, and olives. Fine. The derelict came out of the alley between the buildings, crossed in front of Grafton's building, and went down the alley to the loading dock and dumpster behind it. I watched him on the video on my cell phone. When the pizza came, I paid for it and the beer and left a tip. "Thanks," I said, and hit the door. I crossed the street. My jacket was unzipped so I could get to the gun under my shoulder easily if need be. I tried to whistle as I walked down the alley. My lips were too dry and I had to lick them. I got some noise out, but if there was a tune there, I don't know what it was. The derelict was half in and half out of the dumpster. He was bent over the lid of it with his upper body inside and his feet out. I waited until he straightened up and could see me. "Hey, dude, can you eat a pizza?" He eyed me and the pizza box. "Yeah?" He climbed down. He had a couple of days' worth of stubble, and his clothes looked dirty enough. I looked at his hands and neck. Fairly clean. Through the years and various adventures, I have noticed that men who never bathe take on a rich, ripe odor. Not too bad. That's after they quit stinking. I was downwind of the derelict, and I couldn't smell that odor. Nor was he stinking. He was about 5 feet 9 inches tall and compact. He looked fit, not skinny and starving like an alcoholic or drug addict. He had even features and brown eyes, a tad too close together, wide cheekbones and a chin that should have been a trifle smaller if he was ever going to get a job posing for magazine ads or strutting in front of a television or movie camera. Maybe he didn't have those ambitions. I glanced at his hands as I handed him the box containing the pizza, said, "Eat it in good health," and started to turn away. "Was you going to throw it away?" "Yeah," I lied. "Got it from my kid who just called and said he was staying at a friend's house tonight. Not a pizza person myself." "Thanks," he said and opened the box. I turned my back and walked around the corner of the building and up the incline to the street. Fish watched Carmellini until he disappeared around the building. He wiped his hands on his trousers and helped himself to a piece of pizza from the box. Still warm. As he munched, he looked around at the building, the 4 cars parked in this area, the dumpster. He stood thinking about the 4 FBI dudes last night. Man, shooting them had been fun. He shook his head at his own stupidity. Shooting people is just a job, he told himself. You get to liking it too much and they're going to get you sooner rather than later. He tore another bit off the pizza, popped it into his mouth and chewed, savoring the tomato and cheese taste as his eyes roamed across the rear of the building. That guy, a good Samaritan or a security guard. Not that it mattered. He'll never see me again, Fish thought, and tore off another piece of pizza. Cart McKiernan still had every hair he had been born with, Jake Grafton thought, although it was salt and pepper now, not jet black. His eyes still smiled when his lips did. Square jaw, good teeth. He looked like the Admiral from Central Casting. Send me an Admiral for my movie. They would send McKiernan. Tonight he was in sweats. He had a towel around his neck. Was on the treadmill, he apologized as he led Jake into the kitchen. Want a beer or a drink or something? Got a Diet Coke in the fridge. Sure. McKiernan filled a glass at the tap with water for himself and led his guest into the den. High ceilings, at least 10 feet, Jake noticed. A packed bookshelf, comfortable furniture, naval paintings from the days of sail on the walls. Seeing Jake look at them, McKiernan explained. They're on loan from the National Gallery. Nice. What's on your mind, Jake? As you probably know, Admiral. Cart. Always cart to you. Yes, sir. Cart. The President appointed me acting director of the agency after Mario Tomazic drowned. I read about it. Congratulations. I'm not sure congrats are in order. I feel like the guy getting strapped into the hot seat for the big jolt. In any event, I'm trying to get up to speed. Found a file in Tomazic's office that said the Chinese have hacked into the Navy's database and are reading ship deployment schedules and the like. Yeah, I know about it. Can we talk here in your den? It's swept every week. They did it yesterday, as a matter of fact. I think we're okay. Without going into it too deeply, I can tell you NSA is also into their computers. The Fort Meade folks tell me they are sharing summaries with you and your intel staff. The reason I came tonight, I would like your private, confidential, not-for-publication assessment of Chinese naval intentions. Cart McKiernan wiped his face again with the towel and took a healthy drink of water. The picture isn't good, Jake. The Chinese are building massive amphibious capabilities and pumping up their naval assets. I think they're capable right now of winning a short naval war with Japan and Taiwan, and invading Taiwan. The staff thinks they also have designs on the southern Ryukyu and Senkaku Islands. That would give them the seabed between those islands and the mainland. Needless to say, geologists think the oil deposits there are probably as large as those in the Gulf of Mexico. And what about the United States? They have already stated publicly that their nuclear ballistic missile subs could strike American West Coast cities, killing up to 12 million Americans. Those are their figures. Jesus. I don't think he's going to help us with this, the Admiral said dryly. What we have is the U.S. Navy, and that's about it. Jake Grafton took a deep breath, then said, It boils down to their assessment of what our reaction would be if they reacted to a provocation by Japan or Taiwan. If they think we won't aid our allies or can't aid our allies, we're screwed. The White House says we will stand by our allies, Cart McKiernan said flatly. Right. We have treaties. Treaties are only paper when the shooting starts. Jake Grafton worked on his Diet Coke. How about the Middle East, Syria and Israel and Iran and all of that? He asked. McKiernan scratched his nose. What can I say? American foreign policy has been a disaster. Militants killed the U.S. ambassador in Libya. Nothing happened. The president was going to bomb Syria. Then he decided to leave it up to Congress. He made a deal with Iran which didn't abide by their agreements. American credibility has gone into the ceramic convenience. Every holy warrior, tyrant, and raghead wannabe has read the writing on the wall. America will do nothing. Yet when the shit really hits the fan and the public and Congress go berserk, the White House will call the United States Navy, which has had its budget slashed and so forth. Jake Grafton sat trying to digest it. Finally he said, What's in your naval database that the Chinese might be interested in? The change of subject didn't cause McKiernan to miss a beat. Submarine and carrier operations for one, he said promptly. When they stage one of their little propaganda productions in the Far East, you can bet they've read our ship schedule and know what we can do to respond and what we can't. McKiernan made a gesture of frustration. And if the Chinese are into our stuff, Russia probably is. Maybe Al-Qaeda, Iran, North Korea. God only knows. The only people who don't know our operational plans are our own people. We never tell our sailors anything, so they feel like they're being jerked around without reason. And so you assume the Navy's computer systems are all compromised. Yep. Everybody but Americans knows that all the Atlantic Fleet carrier task groups have been ordered to Norfolk on December 23rd. Grafton stared at the CNO. He certainly didn't know that. We did it before the President and Congress got into a budget squabble, McKiernan continued. The debt limit will have to be raised again by year's end. Doesn't anyone remember Pearl Harbor? Cart McKiernan leaned forward. The United States Navy is following orders. The orders came straight from the White House. Grafton's thoughts tumbled around. Who at the White House? Man, the National Command Authority. That's the President. I'm just a sailor. I take orders and I give orders. I suspect the President wants those 5 carriers in port over Christmas so he can argue that without a higher debt ceiling from Congress, we can't afford to operate the Navy. But no one on Pennsylvania Avenue has told me that. And oracle that I am, I guarantee you they won't say it. Ever. Still, I suspect that's the reason they did it last time. And they won. Congress caved. Can't you finesse them? How? If I don't obey orders, they'll fire me and get someone who will. You and I both know that. If anything happens to those 5 carriers, there will be rejoicing in Beijing. Tell me about it. And in Tehran and Damascus and Moscow and Benghazi and Pyongyang and a dozen other capitals around the globe. I know you're going to take every precaution. McKiernan nodded. Every precaution anyone in the Navy can dream up. All of them. Helicopters overhead day and night, 2 attack subs submerged in Hampton Roads and 2 just outside the entrance to the bay, SEALs in the water around the ships, armed fighters aloft, boats containing sailors armed with Browning 50s patrolling 24/7. That area will be a quarantine zone for boats and a prohibited area for airplanes. We'll shoot down any airplane that comes within 10 miles of those ships. We did all that the last time and nothing happened, knock on wood. Still, I'm going to sweat bullets until we get those task groups back to sea. Jake slapped his thighs and stood. Thanks, Cart, for the briefing. The agency will do everything we can to keep you informed. I know you will, Jake. I was going to call Mario, but after he drowned, I figured you were probably up to your ass in alligators. You've saved me some sweat. They said their goodbyes, and Admiral Cart McKiernan escorted Jake to the front door and locked it behind him. Grafton looked at his watch. It was a half hour until midnight. He got in his car and pointed it toward Roslyn. I was sitting in my car when I saw Grafton's blue Honda Accord come up the street and turn into the parking garage. We didn't put cameras in the garage. I didn't even know if Grafton had an assigned parking space or just took whatever was available. But I planned to put Willie on it first thing in the morning. I had been eyeing that garage all evening. It was a perfect sniper's perch. I sat there in the car holding my breath until Grafton came out of the garage and walked across the street to his building. He used a keypad on the front door, opened it, and went in. I followed his progress to the elevator, and when he reached his floor, down the empty hallway to his front door. He walked as if he were tired, I thought, but at nearly midnight I would have been surprised if he weren't. He used the key and went in. When the door to his pad was closed behind him, I started my car and headed home. The next morning at 7, I called Jake Grafton at home. I figured he was up and getting ready to go to Langley. He said he didn't have an assigned parking place in the garage. Nobody did. He was curt, no doubt from not enough sleep. Then I called Willie Varner. I figured it would take a day to install cameras and rig up a battery-operated Wi-Fi and booster transmitter on the roof. I went to Langley, got the stuff, and took it over to Willie. 2 days, Willie said, surveying the stuff. Get busy, dude. Go spy something, Carmellini. Back at Langley, I headed for the liaison office. The company liaises with everybody, Congress, every federal agency, police departments. Zoe Carey was waiting for me. Where have you been? She demanded. It's a secret. If I told you, Let's go. She marched out of the office, and I trailed along behind her. She had an agency sedan, a relatively new one that rode nice. I was thinking some more about trading cars when she asked, Was that bullshit about waiting for a court date? I'll prove my innocence, you'll see. Bullshit. It takes practice to be a good liar, so I work at it. I rarely tell the truth if a lie will serve. Give me a break. That was the truth, by the way. Just keep your mouth shut today, okay? Don't get in my way. I'll be a fly on the wall. There was a conference about Mario Tomaszek's death in the Hoover building. Lots of conferences this day in that building, I supposed, since the FBI director Maxwell had just got spectacularly murdered. Yet if they were in a frenzy, it didn't show much. The special agent in charge of the Tomaszek investigation, a woman named Betty Lehman, chaired our meeting. It consisted of reports about various lines of inquiry and a spirited back and forth about how many agents should be put on what. When Lehman thought she had it all, she said, People, so far you haven't given me any evidence that Tomaszek's death was anything but an accident. There is a very real limit on how many assets for how long we can devote to this, unless someone somewhere gets something that points to murder. Something. Anything. From the Hoover building, we went over to look at what was left of Reinnick's apartment building. Carrie's phone rang repeatedly, and she did a lot of listening. We found a place to park, then walked 4 blocks to the building. It was a mess. Looked as if a bomb had gone off in one corner, 7 or 8 stories up. The entire exterior walls of 2 apartments were gone, along with windows and glass and all of the furniture from the small balconies. The exterior was extensively fire-blackened, lots of windows missing. Crews of men were nailing up plywood, probably to preserve the scene for investigators. Carrie led me to an unmarked van parked near the building. Right beside it were 2 vans from the fire department. Police cars were scattered around, and we had to step over some flaked-out fire hoses. Debris all over the parking lot. Some of the cars still there had been damaged by falling objects. Inside the van, we met the FBI guy, who was seated across a small metal desk from a senior fire guy who wore a uniform. Carrie and I had to stand. She introduced me to both men. "What is the CIA doing here?" the FBI guy asked, looking at me. I had to break my promise to Carrie. "Liaisoning," I said. "That is what Miss Carrie is doing. She'll tell you everything we want passed along." "I can go outside if you like, then pump her after we leave." "Fucking spooks," he grumped. "Like we have secrets. Listen all you want." So I stayed. I got his name so I could put him on my Christmas card list. "Definitely a gas explosion," the fire official said. "What triggered it, we don't know. We hope to find out within a couple of days." They yammered some more, talked about how the gas lines were routed, about the building's maintenance records, emergency repairs, and so on. No one offered us coffee. When Carrie's cell phone began ringing again, she glanced at the number and went outside to answer it. I followed her. I wandered away a bit so as not to be seen eavesdropping, but I listened hard. Stuff about the investigation into Tomaszek's enemies. Apparently he had stepped on some toes on the way up in the army. I knew he also had a strained relationship with a son who had had serious drug problems in the past. Part of the conversation, I gathered, was a follow-up on the son's whereabouts and current drug usage. I kinda doubted that a doper could manage to drown someone without being seen by neighbors, but what the hey. The experts were looking under every pebble. As we walked back toward the car, Carrie asked what I thought. "If Tomaszek was murdered," I said, "it was by a pro. No one saw anyone. There are no traces of anyone's presence except that piece of plastic under the boat, and no weapon was used. It would have had to be a swimmer with scuba gear." "Yes. And Reineck?" "Not enough information. Gas lines occasionally leak, and houses and apartments occasionally blow up when they do. Usually the occupants smell the stuff, though. Wonder why none of the survivors said they smelled gas." "Maybe some of the victims smelled it but didn't have time to get out." "If this one was murder, too, the people doing it are very good. If they are the same ones." "Lots of ifs," she said. "If it was murder, the killer or killers are callous bastards. 7 dead, 3 badly burned." She gave me a hard look. "Yes," she agreed. We ate lunch at a McDonald's. She tried to pump me a little, and I didn't give her much. I told her how many years I had been with the agency, that I was from California originally and lived in an apartment house in Virginia. I asked her a few questions, equally innocuous. She opened up a bit. She was from Ohio, went to Ohio State, had been in the FBI for 10 years. "So those shootings." "I don't want to talk about them." "I understand." Zoe worked on her salad a bit, then said, "Killing someone, even an asshole who is trying to kill you, it's like playing God." I nodded sympathetically. Her delivery had changed, both the tone and the way she delivered her words. I finished my first quarter-pounder, took a sip of coffee, then unwrapped the second burger while I eyed her. The muscles in the side of her neck were tighter. Her eyes were fixed on me, as if she were trying consciously not to lose eye contact. "Post-traumatic stress," they said. "I thought about quitting the agency, but they talked me into giving it a while. Took me off major crime investigations. Sent me over to your outfit. Said maybe time would help." "Is it?" "I don't know." Zoe Carey thought about that for a while. "I don't know if I can face another dangerous situation. I just don't know." That was the high point of the day. We stopped by the Hoover building again, visited the lab, and looked at the piece of diver's faceplate, if that was what it was, chatted up the scientist, then rode back to Langley. As she parked the car, I picked up her clutch purse, then handed it to her as she got out. She went somewhere, presumably to the liaison office, and I rode elevators and strolled corridors to the director's suite. Grafton had someone in there. They left after 10 minutes, and Jennifer Soslowski admitted me to the stronghold. Thought I'd better report in person. Okay. What does the FBI think? God only knows. But I had a little tete-a-tete with Zoe Carey over lunch. She says she doesn't know if she can face another dangerous situation. Okay. She was lying. All the tells were there. It was fiction. PTS my ass. That broad could pull the trigger on anybody and wouldn't lose a minute's sleep over it. Jake Grafton ran his hand through his hair. And she had a shooter in her purse. I picked it up. Makeup doesn't weigh that much. She's a sworn officer. They probably require her to be armed. Yeah. PTS. Light duty. He picked up the phone and asked Jennifer to call the assistant director of the FBI, Harry Estep, whom Jake had worked with on several prior occasions. While we were waiting, he said, "You got a gun at home?" "Sure." "Wear it." The phone rang. Grafton got to it. "Sorry to hear about Maxwell, Harry. I know you're busy as hell. I'm sending a man over tomorrow morning, Tommy Carmellini. He will want to see one of your personnel files." A pause. "Zoe Carey." Another pause. "I know all that. I want him to read her file. Everything. Supposedly she was in a couple of shootouts. Performance evals, psychologist evals, all of it." After another pause, he said, "Thanks, Harry. See you at the White House tomorrow at 10. You're coming to that soiree, right?" He listened a bit more, then said goodbye and hung up. "Ask for Alice Berg in the director's office," Grafton told me. "We're violating the privacy laws and personnel policies. Don't take anything or copy anything. Just look." "Yes, sir." He picked up the phone. "Jennifer, send an email to Alice Berg in the FBI director's office. Tell her Tommy Carmellini will be armed tomorrow when visiting, and at all other times when he enters the building." There was a pause. Then he cradled the instrument and looked at me. "Thanks, Tommy." "Don't mention it, boss." He ran out of words right there and sat staring at a paperweight, an A6 intruder holdback bolt. I got out of my chair and closed the door behind me. I drove to Roslyn to see how Willie was doing on the surveillance system in the parking garage. Almost done. We took a break for dinner at the pizza joint. I had my phone on the table and studied the feed from the Grafton's building while we waited for the pizza and sipped beer. "I watched it 4 hours today," Willie said. "About $100 worth before taxes." When I had had enough, I pocketed the phone. After we finished eating, Willie didn't reach for his check. I remarked on that. "Hey, man," he said, deadpan, "you got a big expense account and a wallet full of fake credit cards. Stick it to Uncle Sam." "Yeah." "This is pretty good pizza." "Health food." "I had the all-meat for lunch. I paid for that." I paid both our tabs, left him there, and headed home. Chapter 8. Tragically, making war may be what humans do best. Ralph Peters. The place where they parked the van wasn't ideal. They were sitting beside a fence on a narrow lane of asphalt, in dryland farm country 15 miles north of Denver International Airport. Frank and Joe, not their real names, were assembling the drone in the back of the van. Cheech, a nom de guerre that he had chosen, was outside with the hood up, apparently tinkering. Chong, he picked his name too after Cheech had his, so none of the men he worked with would know his real name, was the man in charge, and he sat in the passenger seat with a handheld aviation radio. He glanced again at his watch. They had about an hour to wait, if he had all this timed correctly. Another passenger jet went overhead, about 4,000 feet above them, heading for the airport. They came in more or less an endless stream, about 2 a minute. He turned the frequency knob on the radio to 125.6, the automatic terminal information service, and adjusted the volume control. Denver Airport Information Foxtrot, temperature 17, dew point 3, check density altitude. Overcast at 15,000, visibility 7 miles. Wind 220 at 12, variable 15, gust to 20. Landing runways 17 left, 17 right, 16 left, and 16 right. Altimeter 29908. Chong switched the radio to 119.3, Denver approach. Denver approach, United 428 at anchor at flight level 190 with information Foxtrot. Anchor was a published GPS waypoint. United 428, ident. There was a pause. United 428, I have you in radar contact. Proceed Kipper. Another waypoint. And cross at 1000. You're cleared for the approach ILS 17 right. ILS meant Instrument Landing System, a precision instrument approach, which was routinely used even in good weather. Now came the readback, which ensured the pilots of the approaching plane had heard and understood their instructions. 428, direct Kipper and cross at 1000. ILS 17 right. Chong turned down the volume and glanced behind him. Frank and Joe had the drone assembled and were testing it in the back of the van. The bird was an AeroVironment RQ-11 Raven, a hand-launched remote-controlled drone. This one had been extensively modified and weighed 5.2 pounds, a pound more than the Raven in military service. It carried the usual CCD color video camera and a small, specially constructed bomb. The bomb weighed 14 ounces, and its attaching hardware, detonator, and receiver 2 more ounces. The Raven had a pusher prop powered by an electric motor. Power for the motor, sensor, and controls came from a lithium-ion battery. This particular bird was the digital data link version, one of the newer ones. AeroVironment had manufactured and sold to American and Allied forces over 24,000 of the things at last count. This Raven had been purchased from a Spanish army major in Barcelona, who had no idea who the buyers were or what they intended to use it for. Nor did he care. He was paid 10,000 euros, enough to save his house from foreclosure, and that was enough for him. He reported the Raven and its control box destroyed in a storage shed fire that he set himself. There was no investigation. Chong consulted the map of the Denver airport on his lap as Denver approach instructed the next plane to fly the ILS approach to runway 17 right. DIA had 4 parallel runways, 16 left and right, and 17 left and right, so there was no way to pre-position the Raven until they knew which runway the target plane was assigned. The Raven had its limitations. The airport approach corridor was 4 miles wide, and the drone flew slowly. Its cruising and climb speed was about 35 miles per hour, a bit faster in a dive, and it would have to climb 5,000 feet here, up to 10,000 feet above sea level, where it would be fighting that wind from the southwest, which would probably be stronger at altitude. It might make 30 to 35 miles per hour in the climb, which would take a bit over 6 minutes from launch. Then it would have to be positioned southwest of the interception point, so it could make its run-in a descent at max speed. The timing had to be exquisite. The color camera hung on gimbals under the nose of the craft. The gimbals on this one had been modified so that instead of looking down, the camera could look 5 degrees above level at max elevation. Still, to see the coming airplane and intercept it, the Raven would have to be higher than the plane. The video from the camera was displayed on a laptop computer, which was interfaced with the drone controller. "We're ready," Frank said. Chong looked at his watch, watched the second-hand sweep, listened to the radio chatter, waiting. "United 428 at Kipper at 1000 inbound." "Roger, 428. Switch tower at 133.3. 8.5 minutes from the anchor fix. Chong lit a cigarette and stared at the road running away in front of the van. Uh-oh. Here came a pickup. He used binoculars. Farm vehicle. Driver, no passengers. Looked like one large round hay bale in the bed of the thing. As the radio chattered on, he watched the truck approach. It didn't slacken speed, merely moved over a bit and went cruising by. Hispanic driver, no muffler. Chong swung the binoculars. No one in sight in the fields to the left or right. There was a mobile home about a mile away to the left, but the yard was empty of people. 2 vehicles there. They hadn't moved in the last hour. He checked the mirror on his doorframe. Only the farm truck in sight, going away along the prairie road. Denver approach, Air Force One at anchor at flight level 190 with information Foxtrot. Roger, Air Force One. Squawk ident. Ident received. Radar contact. Cross Kipper at 11,000. You are cleared for the ILS runway 17 right approach. This is it, Chong said to Frank and Joe. 17 right. Launch it. He reset the timer on his watch and watched the second hand begin to sweep again. Frank and Joe opened the cargo door and got out. Joe was handed the Raven. Frank played a moment with the control box, which was about the size of a video game controller, and was wired to an antenna that was stuck to the roof of the van with a suction cup. The genius of the Raven design was that all the microchips and processors that made the thing a stealth observation platform were housed in the controller, not the drone. The bird was too small for most radars to acquire and nearly silent. It was essentially undetectable at altitude when airborne, an invisible eye in the sky. Today the controller was augmented with a laptop which was programmed with waypoints and a flight plan. Joe took 5 steps away from the van, turned to face the wind. The prop on the Raven spun up. Joe waited until Frank yelled, "Ready!" Then he tossed the Raven into the wind. It climbed away quickly and was soon merely a tiny dot against the dirty gray sky. Then it was lost from sight. The radio continued to chatter. Frontier 19, hold at anchor at flight level 230 as published. Expected approach time 499 after the hour. Is this that NOTAM closure? Affirm. Advise when in holding. Apparently the FBI had gotten Grafton's memo. I had no trouble carrying my gun through security at the Hoover building. In fact, after I showed my CIA ID, I was escorted around the metal detector and straight to a conference room on the 5th floor. My escort, a young man of about 24 or 5 years of age, looked bored. He asked me no questions at all, merely sat and played with his iPhone until a plump woman in her 50s came in carrying several paper files. She laid them on the desk in front of me. I kind of thought all this would be on a computer, I said.
We're trying, but not yet.
Okay. She sat down across the table from me. With 2 sets of eyeballs on me, it was going to be difficult to filch anything if I got the urge. Well, Zoe Carey hadn't been lying. Born in Columbus, Ohio, the daughter of a mid-level retail executive and his schoolteacher wife. Majored in accounting at Ohio State. Passed her CPA exam. Joined the FBI 11 months later. They did an extensive background investigation before ordering her to the FBI school at Quantico. It looked like the usual drivel. Her neighbors and high school teachers liked her. Her brother they liked not so much. He had gotten in trouble several times as a kid, didn't go to college, had a couple of DUIs, was unemployed as of the date of the last interview. I wondered what he was doing now. Her shooting scores at Quantico raised my eyebrows. They were excellent. So were her classroom grades. She sailed through the obstacle course and did well at the cross-country. Graduated in the top quarter of her class. Bully for her. The second file held Carey's record at the FBI. 10 years' worth. Assignments. She did 5 years in New York, then 4 in San Francisco, then back to D.C. Evals, lie detector test results, they gave them annually now to everybody apparently. Even expense account claims and amounts allowed. Promotions. I settled in to read her performance evaluations as the gray-haired lady watched me like a hawk. The young stud was playing a computer game on his iPhone. The shootouts were 6 months apart in San Fran. She had been assigned to the anti-espionage task force there. There were references to file numbers. A fellow agent male was killed in the first one, and she dropped the villain, a suspected Chinese agent. In the second one, a civilian bystander was killed, and Carey killed the gunman, Also a suspected Chinese spy, a mole at Apple Computer. Given temp leave after each shooting, she was cleared to return to duty by the psychologist after the first shootout, but after the second she was sent to Washington for further evaluation. No mention of what that psychologist found or recommended. Presumably Zoe Carey came to us from there. I reached for a notepad in front of me and jotted down the file numbers of her shooting scrapes. Then I tore off the top sheet and passed the slip of paper to the watching hawk. "I'd like to see these files, please."
Are you done with those in front of you?
"Yes, thank you." She picked them up and left the room. The game player yawned. I looked at my watch. I had been reading this stuff for an hour and a half. I wondered how long it would take for Zoe Carey to read all the crap in my files at the CIA, which were, I assumed, digitized now. 10 minutes passed. My escort was still on his iPhone. I reached for the notepad and tore off the top sheet. Wrote down Carey's address and social security number and birthday on the bottom, below the place that held the impressions of the file numbers. Folded the sheet and put it in my pocket. Another 10 minutes passed. It was getting along toward 11 o'clock. The door opened and a Type A individual in a natty dark gray suit and power tie strode into the room. My escort snapped to attention. He walked over to me and stuck out his hand. "Tommy Carmellini? I'm George Washington Lansdowne, Special Agent in charge of records." I rose to my feet. I was about 3 inches taller than Lansdowne, and I saw a fleeting expression of irritation cross his features. He was accustomed to being the biggest stud in the room. We pumped hands. "Pleased to meet you." "I'm afraid the files you asked to see are ongoing investigations," Lansdowne stated, not a bit apologetic as he looked up into my shifty spook eyes. "Department regulations do not allow us to share those files with other agencies. Not only are they sensitive, they contain investigative notes that may or may not be true, that could impact innocent individuals. And, of course, unauthorized disclosure might adversely impact successful prosecution of the guilty." I refrained from commenting that I wasn't going to mention a word of anything in their hush-hush files except to my boss, the acting director, but refrained. A comment like that would merely bounce off Lansdowne. Obviously, it was going to take more horsepower than I had to induce the FBI to share. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lansdowne. I'll pass your comment along to my boss, the acting director, Admiral Grafton." Lansdowne wasn't going to waste another minute on me. "Escort him out of the building," he said to my guard, then nodded once in my general direction and strode out. I followed my handler like a good dog. Chong found it impossible to stay in the van. He got out and looked in the side door at Frank and Joe huddled over the screen of the laptop studying the readouts. Chong looked at the picture on the video screen, a transmission from the color video camera in the Raven, held the radio close to his ear, and waited. The drone was now level at 10,000 feet on the altimeter, flying upwind at a stately 15 knots ground speed. Air Force One called Kipper and was told to transfer to the tower frequency. Chong dialed it into the radio and was in time to hear the tower roger the call of the Air Force One pilot. Chong told Joe, "He just crossed Kipper at 210 knots. Kipper is 5 minutes from us. He'll be abeam us at 9,600 feet, ready to dirty up. 3 more minutes, I think. Then I turn the bird to intercept." They had practiced this interception a dozen times using a fighter plane that flew a similar track, at the same height and airspeed. The last 4 interceptions were good, but there were a lot of variables, not the least of which was wind, which would change the drone's velocity and require a heading correction of some magnitude. They didn't have to fly the Raven into the big Boeing, merely get it within 300 feet. Then its integrated controls would trigger the explosive charge the Raven carried, generating a large pulse of electromagnetic energy that should be enough to overcome the light shielding in the plane's computers and control system, burning them out. At that point, the 747 would become uncontrollable. The electromagnetic pulse would fry iPhones, computers, pacemakers, the air data computer, the fly-by-wire, the engine controls, all of it. The plane would crash. Presumably all the crew and passengers would be killed, including the President of the United States. Chong used his binoculars to sweep the fields and roads. No one around. No traffic on the road since the farm truck went by. He pointed his binoculars to the north and searched the sky. The seconds ticked by. "There it is," he told Frank. "Turning to intercept." Chong focused his binoculars on the oncoming plane. It should have its flaps out, be slowing to gear speed. He just couldn't tell from this angle, which was almost head-on but looking up. "Got him on the camera. Damn, we have a tailwind. Drone is making 90 over the ground. Don't lead him too much. Denver Tower, Air Force One with you, approaching JPEX. We have the glide scope. You are cleared to land, Air Force One. The bird is going too fast. It's too high and won't come down. Try to detonate it right over him." Frank was good, really good, but... "Drop the gear," Chong whispered at the Air Force One pilot. If the plane would slow, Frank could get the drone down. Shit, the wind changed. It's driving the Raven to the east, too fast. Chong glanced at the video presentation on the laptop. The drone had missed the big Boeing to the right. Frank was turning back toward it steeply, and the camera picture blacked out. The turn was too steep. Chong heard the Boeing and looked up. The president's plane was passing overhead. "We missed it," Joe said, the disgust evident in his voice. "Recover the drone and let's get the hell out of here." "Sorry," Frank said. "We'll try again when he takes off. He's only going to be here 4 hours." I found Zoe Carey in the CIA cafeteria eating a salad. I dropped into the seat beside her. I had 2 hot dogs with chili, mustard, and onions on my plate. "Hey," I said.
"Where you been, Carmellini?"
"Doing serious, hot, important things." "Shit." "Yeah, this is the CIA after all. How goes the investigation?"
"The piece of plastic they found under Tomasic's boat was from a diver's scuba mask faceplate. They even have the brand name."
"How long was it in the water?"
"Less than 24 hours.
"So it begins to look like murder."
"Yes."
Boy, this would stir them up. In addition to the director of the FBI, the director of the CIA was also murdered. I could visualize the headline. I ate my hot dogs. The chili they used in the cafeteria was actually pretty good, and real beef hot dogs. God only knows what part of the steer the meat came from, but parts is parts. Carrie was still messing with her salad when I finished off the dogs and took a long, slow sip of coffee. Not as good as McDonald's, but acceptable. The upside to not being a gourmet is that you are easily pleased. How about friend Reineck?
"The fire investigators don't have much to go on. They assure the epicenter of the explosion was in Reineck's apartment. Natural gas. Hell of a fire. Not much left. Tomorrow maybe, or the next day. If there is anything to find."
"You up for dinner tonight?"
"No."
"Is that no never or no tonight?"
"Never is a long, long time. Let's just say not tonight."
I gave her my most charming let's get laid soon smile, picked up my tray and headed off for more serious, hot, important things. She actually gave me a small smile in return. It must be that old Carmellini charm that worked so well for dear old Dad and Granddad and Great-Granddad. I got in to see Grafton about 3 that afternoon. He was on his computer. I waited, and when he finished, he swiveled his chair to me. "Anything?" I told him about the morning visit, about the special agent in charge of records, George Washington Lansdowne. Tossed the piece of notepaper on his desk. He picked it up, held it under the light so he could see the faint indentations of the file numbers. "Is this worth following up on?" he asked. He wanted an opinion, so I gave him one. They don't want to share it, so presumably it is interesting reading. Her computerized files that the Dragon Lady said didn't exist might be too. Carrie lied about PTS, and she is sitting on Tomasic's murder, which may be coincidence or cause and effect. She says that piece of plastic in the water came from a scuba diver's faceplate. If there was a diver in the water when Tomasic drowned, it was murder. I heard about that. Grafton sighed and rubbed a hand over his hair, smoothing it down or scratching his dome. I don't think he even knew he did it when he was thinking. "I'll see what I can do about this," he said, nodding at the notepaper. "Thanks, Tommy. Stick with her." "Yes, sir." After Carmellini closed the door behind him, Jake Grafton looked again at the file number indentations. He held the paper up to the light and jotted down the numbers on his own notepad. Then he picked up the phone and called the FBI Assistant Director, Harry Estep. After 10 minutes and 2 executive assistants, he got through to the man himself. "Harry, Jake Grafton. My man Carmellini came over there this morning and read Zoe Carey's files. No problem there." "Thanks. Anyway, he wanted to see the 2 files she got in shootouts over before she came here." "Uh-huh. Case files." "You know we can't show you those, Jake." "Oh, bullshit, Harry. Like I'm gonna call a reporter. I've got this woman waltzing around Langley, and I'm up to my ass in Chinese spies, and she was involved in a couple of their messes. I'm curious." "Sorry, Jake. Department of Justice regulations." "I hate to put our professional relationship on that basis, Harry, but you're pushing me." "I have my orders." "Have a nice day," Jake Grafton said and hung up. Chinese espionage seemed to be cropping up with distressing regularity, he thought. A coincidence or cause and effect? The CNO, Cart McKiernan, was worried about the Chinese, and Jake had the greatest respect for him. Just that morning at a department head meeting, he had asked for a synopsis of everything the agency knew about Chinese cyber espionage and naval force readiness. Once again, he was appalled at the reliance of the U.S. intelligence services, including this one, on satellite reconnaissance and electronic intelligence. Only spies on the ground could tell you what the other side was thinking, and unfortunately the United States had far too few of them. In part, that was because the U.S. intelligence services had both traitors and moles, who had in the past betrayed human assets with fatal results. But there was nothing to be gained by fretting over what America didn't have. Grafton looked up a telephone number in his private address book and dialed it on his secure outside line. After the 3rd ring, a female voice answered. "Sarah Houston." "Jake Grafton, Sarah. How are things?" "You know, after I read in the papers that you were the new acting director at Langley, I wondered how long it would be before you called me." Grafton smiled. Sarah couldn't see it on the phone, of course, so he let it show. Houston was at the National Security Agency, the intelligence service that used batteries of supercomputers to monitor electronic communications all over the planet. Some of their activities in the United States had been revealed to the press by Edward Snowden, another traitor, a revelation that had caused a political firestorm worldwide and crippled the service. Just how much, no one in the know was saying. "I thought after Snowden you might be looking for a job," Grafton said. "You never know," she replied coldly. "If they can me, I'm thinking of buying an RV with my severance money and becoming a gypsy." "We could always use you over here." "Wouldn't that be lovely?" "The reason I called, I need some help." "Well, duh. I didn't think you were calling to wish me happy birthday or Merry Christmas." "Happy birthday and Merry Christmas. Just in case. I need some help getting access to a couple of FBI files. They are being sticky and I want to look. Probably nothing to it." He paused to give her a chance to say something, but got only silence. Grafton continued. "They're case files. May I give you the numbers?" "Damn, Admiral. You're going to get me sent right back to prison." "Not unless you've lost your touch." She said a word that was illegal to use on the telephone. Grafton had helped the U.S. attorneys prosecute her a few years ago. She pled guilty to 37 felonies and went to prison. Then he had gotten her out. Not paroled, but temporarily released, when he needed her hacking and data mining expertise. She was still temporarily out, unofficially, but with a new name, a new life story, a new driver's license, and a new Social Security number. Still, the prison sentence was always there, hanging over her neck like the sword of Damocles. Grafton knew she resented him for it, owed him and resented him. "You want the whole files, or a synopsis, or what?" "Whatever you can get." "Give me the numbers," she said flatly. Grafton read them off. "Call me if and when," he said, and read off the number of the secure phone in his office.
"It'll be a day or two."
Her lack of enthusiasm was palpable. The Admiral ignored it. "Fine," he said heartily, and closed with, "Slave labor is so rewarding." She hung up on him. Jake Grafton smiled again and cradled the instrument. Chong had the handheld radio transceiver tuned to the Denver ground control frequency, 121.85. The wind was still out of the south, and the cloud deck had come down to 10,000 feet. He knew that because he had listened to the automatic terminal information system. Denver was still landing and taking off planes to the south. But the airport was silent just now, without a single airplane in the air. That was because the president's plane was about to depart, so all traffic into Denver was holding at various fixes all over Colorado. Planes waiting to take off were still at the gate. No doubt the passengers in the terminals were peeved beyond endurance, calling on their cell phones, worrying about connections and missed business meetings, and queued up at the restaurants, bars, and restrooms, all to prevent a suicider from ramming the president's plane as it took off and climbed to altitude. Air Force One had called for its clearance 20 minutes ago, probably while the president's motorcade was en route from the University of Colorado in Boulder, where the president had made a speech to his favorite fans, liberal college students who knew in their hearts he was on the side of history and the angels. The van was slowly cruising a dirt farm road south of the airport, parallel to and a mile or so north of the east-west highway that ran by Front Range Airport, a general aviation airport, and out across the high plains through various hamlets on its way to Kansas. Joe and Frank were in the back with the Raven, its battery fully charged, its little EMP bomb wired up with its detonator and ready to pop. The concussion would destroy the Raven, of course, and pieces of it would flutter down into the pastures, there to be found by investigators. The van would also be found, abandoned and burned to ensure there were no fingerprints and DNA samples to be obtained from it. Not that it mattered. The four men would be long out of the country by the time FBI and Secret Service investigators put it all together. Good luck finding us, Chong thought. Not that the Americans wouldn't try. They would move heaven and earth to find the presidential assassins. They would never give up, but the trail would lead them nowhere. All the precautions had been taken. Every possible lead was a dead end. Months had been spent setting up this operation. He sat there holding the handheld, scanning the roads for security vehicles and thinking about loose mouths. The only possible way for the investigators to find them, Chong believed, was a wagging tongue. A tongue loosened by alcohol or the need to inflate an ego. He didn't know the other men's real names, nor did they know his. They all had separate escape routes, passports that would not be questioned. The plan was as solid as very careful, well-financed professional criminals with adequate time to prepare could make it. All four of them would be rich, of course. Rich and ready for a life of leisure, women, the good things in life. By God, Chong was ready. He assumed the others were, too. The radio hissed, and then words came out. "Denver ground, Air Force One ready to taxi." So the president was aboard. The plane was buttoned up, and the engines were turning. "Air Force One, taxi runway 17 left. Route at your discretion." In other words, the airport was empty of taxiing airplanes, so the ground controllers didn't care which taxiways the pilot chose to get his plane to runway 17 left. Other pilots listening on the frequency must be green with envy. 17 left. The departure route would be behind the van. Cheech turned the van around in the road, carefully so it wouldn't go into a ditch, and drove a half-mile or so until Chong told him to stop. They were on a tiny swell in the prairie, and he could see the entire runway with binoculars. There it was, taxiing. He looked east along the highway, then stepped from the van and looked west. The road was empty in both directions. He swept the binoculars around the fields north and south. Some horses, a few cattle, fences, plowed wheat fields, and little else. "Let's get ready." Cheech shut down the van and climbed out, opened the hood. Frank and Joe piled out, got the Raven ready to fly. Chong stood beside the van with his binoculars up. He watched Air Force One taxi toward the departure end of 17 left. No doubt the tower would clear the pilot for an immediate takeoff, and he would roll as soon as he taxied onto the runway. "Launch it," Chong said over his shoulder. As Joe threw the Raven into the air, he dialed the tower frequency into his radio, 133.3. "Under control and climbing," Frank reported. "Air Force One, tower, you are cleared for takeoff at your convenience." "Roger that. Cleared to go." The big Boeing reached the end of the taxiway, turned broadside to Chong for just a moment, and sat there. It was at least 4 miles away. Parked along the runway were several small security vehicles and a fire truck. 1,000 feet and climbing, Frank said. "Tell me when to turn to intercept." He was climbing the Raven into the wind, southwest. Now the president's plane began to move. Onto the runway. Slowly, probably so it wouldn't jostle anyone still standing and moving around. Chong doubted if the pilot was going to tell the president to sit, fasten his seatbelt, and turn off his iPhone. "We got company coming," Cheech said from his station in front of the van. "From the west." Shit. Chong checked the oncoming vehicle. An airport security pickup with emergency lights on the roof. They were off just now. Air Force One was rolling. Frank took a look over his shoulder. "Turn it," Chong told him, then tossed the binoculars onto the seat. Joe stepped behind the van, out of sight of the oncoming vehicle, now only 100 yards away. The engines of the Boeing 747 were just barely audible. The pickup slowed. It was going to stop. Chong reached into the passenger seat and put his hand on the pistol, a Beretta in 9mm. Took the safety off. As the pickup stopped, the jet lifted off, still coming this way and climbing, although not too steeply. The sound was swelling. 2 guys got out of the truck and approached Cheech, who was busy under the hood with his back to them. Cheech backed out and looked up at the plane, now almost overhead. The officers walking toward him did too. As it passed and the noise crested and began to dissipate, one of them shouted, "What are you doing out here?" Cheech had already reached down behind the radiator and lifted the submachine gun off its restraining hooks. He turned, firing. 1 3-shot burst for each officer. Both went down as if they'd been sledgehammered. As Cheech ran toward the security truck to check to see if there was anyone else, Frank shouted, 5 seconds. They never heard the small EMP bomb go off. The jet continued on its course for several seconds, the engines at full power, then began a gentle turn to the right. The nose drifted down. The turn steepened and the nose dropped further. Then the giant plane, now about 2 miles away to the south, went into the ground at about 20 degrees nose down and 30 degrees right wing down. It exploded on impact. Chong shouted, "Let's get the fuck out of here!" Pulled the antenna from the roof and tossed it into the van. With all 4 of them in the van, Cheech started it. On the off chance that the EMP burst would be close by, they had spent a week shielding the electrical system. The van roared away in a cloud of dust, leaving the 2 security officers lying in the road. One managed to stagger to his feet. He had been wearing a bulletproof vest. He had several broken ribs and massive contusions, but he was alive and conscious. He staggered to the pickup, got the door open, reached for the radio on the dash and keyed the mic. Nothing. The radio was fried. It didn't compute. He didn't understand. He tried it several times, then remembered the 2-way radio on his belt. Got it out, ensured it was on, then tried to talk. It too was dead. Only then did the conflagration of the burning airplane 2 miles south and the rising column of black smoke sink into his consciousness. They didn't say anything on the ride into Denver. The enormity of the crime they had just committed seemed to crush the words from them. 2 police cars with lights flashing and sirens howling roared past them going the other way. Then an ambulance, and another, and a fire truck. Finally, as they were nearing the public parking garage downtown where they had left the cars, Chong said, "Everyone got their tickets and passports?" All yeses. They had selected this garage because it didn't have security surveillance cameras. Cheech went up to the 6th level. Their cars were where they had left them, and no one was around. Cheech wheeled the van into an empty stall. He shut down the engine and reached for his seatbelt release. Chong shot him an inch above the right ear, then turned and put a bullet into the heads of Frank and Joe, one at a time. Bang, 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 just like that. He tossed the gun over the seat. He got out, pulled out his bag that had held the binoculars, and from it took a large plastic bottle of charcoal lighter fluid. He squirted some on Cheech and everything in the front seat, closed the passenger door, opened the van door and squirted Frank and Joe, emptied the bottle on everything in sight, then tossed the bottle in, patted his pocket, felt his car keys, and got out his cigarette lighter, stepped back a few feet, lit a cigarette and tossed it into the van, and waited. Nothing. Just when he thought he was going to have to do it again, the entire interior of the van lit off with a woof that nearly knocked him down. Chong walked, not ran, to his parked car, unlocked it with the key and got in, started it, pulled out of the parking place and drove down the slanting alleyway from the van on fire, down level by level, drove toward the exit to the street and the rest of his life, which was stretching out before him like a sunlit, shining road. Chapter 9. History does not long entrust the care of freedom to the weak or the timid. Dwight D. Eisenhower. The news of the crash of Air Force One brought the United States to a standstill, and within minutes the rest of the world. People who had lived through the assassination of JFK when they were young were flooded with memories and stunned into silence. First reports indicated the plane had gone in nose first at a 20-degree nose-down angle at least, and the resulting explosions and fire with a column of black smoke were soon on television, giving anyone watching little hope. As it happened, I was in the office with Grafton's 2 new executive assistants, Max Hurley and Anastasia Roberts, going over the memos Grafton had scrawled in the margins of every report and intel summary. We saw them all, from confidential to tippy-top secret intel. If ever someone wanted to know what was going on in the company, all they would have to do was subvert one of the director's EAs. That thought had zipped through my noodle and was bouncing around in there when the receptionist ran in with the news.
Air Force One has crashed in Denver.
We locked stuff up as fast as we could and headed for the conference room, which had a television. It was already on. 2 of the secretaries were standing there watching it. We joined them. Dead silence as we watched the column of rising black smoke go up into the blue sky and be twisted away by the breeze.
They must all be dead,
Anastasia murmured.
Including the president. Did you know anyone on that plane?
One of the secretaries asked, a plump woman who liked to bring homemade desserts to work.
Probably many of them. They won't announce the names for hours, I suppose, until they get the relatives notified. Oh, how sad.
I overheard that exchange, but didn't turn to catch Robert's reaction. I was concentrating on the announcer and the pictures, as no doubt hundreds of millions of people all over the world, in schools, offices, airports, homes, bars, and brokerage firms were also. The video was hard to watch, live television pictures from helicopters and a news crew on the ground. The effect was mesmerizing and horrific. A picture of a smashed airliner always stirs a visceral reaction. Nowadays, everybody flies in those things sooner or later, so seeing one crumpled like tissue paper and on fire gets to your gut. The only good news was that for the people on the plane, it was over quickly. The announcer didn't mention that bright spot, however. The announcer must have been listening to his producer, however, because he said the nation's cellular telephone system was paralyzed as everyone everywhere tried to call their family and friends to alert them to the disaster. The spell was broken. 15 minutes later, when the first report, soon confirmed, came out that the president was not on the plane.
Oh, thank God,
3 of the women said in unison. He had stayed behind in Denver for a secret conference with senators and governors from his party to plot political strategy, the announcer said. The nation and the world breathed a collective sigh of relief. At least the American head of state was still alive. Even though about 150 staffers, aides, Secret Service agents, communications specialists, and a few reporters were aboard and presumed dead. In the room where I was, we all clapped. It wasn't that we were political friends of the Prez, because I doubt if we all were, but he was the head of state, and it was a huge relief. About that time, I realized that Jake Grafton was standing against the back wall, watching the tube. After a while, the secretaries wandered off, back to their desks, but we three EAs stayed glued to the tube. The stock market was gyrating madly. When it closed at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, the Dow was down a couple of 100 points. 2 hours after the crash, the first accusation by an airport security guard that the plane had been brought down by a drone aired on a Fox News affiliate and was picked up by the network we were watching. A burned-out van containing 3 bodies was found in a Denver parking garage and surrounded by FBI, local police, Secret Service, and Homeland Security agents. Hundreds of uniformed and plainclothes officers converged on the crash scene, the roads around the airport and the burned-out van. Thousands of people were questioned. Surveillance video was confiscated for review. Roadblocks were set up, and several million people in Colorado were severely inconvenienced. An obviously distraught president appeared on television. He was being briefed, he said. He was overwhelmed by the tragedy that had struck his official family, amazed that by a quirk of fate he wasn't on that plane, and had no answer to the question of why the plane had taken off with the Air Force One call sign, which was supposed to be used by the executive Boeing 747 only when the president was aboard. "I don't know," he said. "Apparently it just happened. We'll have to wait and see." He asked that all national flags at government and post office buildings nationwide be lowered to half-mast. "The nation has lost a lot of really dedicated public servants. Their families have my sympathy." After he said that, I realized Grafton was gone. Then the secretaries wandered out one by one. One was sobbing silently into her hanky. By 6 that evening, I was the only person left in the conference room. The network anchors were speculating about causes. If there was a drone involved, it sounded like murder, a terror strike or an assassination attempt. Or was it just an aircraft accident? Zoe Carey joined me, and together we watched the wrap-up. The fire in the wreckage was out, and it was covered with foam. That was when I remembered the surveillance system I had installed at Grafton's house. I found Grafton standing by the reception desk with Anastasia Roberts. She was telling him that she had been called by the White House and asked to inform several families that their loved ones were dead. "Sure, go do it," he said, "and give them our condolences." "I may not make it into work tomorrow." "I understand." Robert strode out, and he turned to me. "Tommy, I can't get on the internet to check the system at my house. Seems the satellite feed should be working, but apparently it isn't. Security had the van come over here to augment ground security. I think Callie should be home from the university by now. Would you run by there and make sure everything is okay?" "Sure, on my way." I said goodnight to everyone who was still there, including Jennifer Soslowski, grabbed my jacket and headed for the stairs. Now I was worried. If I were a hitman, a disaster like this would have been the perfect time for a little improvised mayhem. With every possible witness and my victims glued to the tube, I would have a rare opportunity. In the parking lot, I tried my cell phone. Couldn't get a connection. Everyone in the world was calling someone. I tore out of the Langley lot and headed down the GW Parkway into Roslyn. Thank God the Graftons lived close, not an hour and a half away out in the suburbs. 15 minutes later, I drove by their place, looked it over, then drove into the garage across the street and parked on the top deck. Lots of cars, but not another soul did I see on my way up. I walked down, looking for people on each level. One car drove in on the third deck, parked, and a guy in a suit got out. 50-ish, a little overweight. His tie was loose, and he had obviously had a few on the way home. It was that kind of day. I wondered if he knew anyone on that crashed plane. Heck, I wondered if I did. About the only White House denizen I knew was Sal Molina. I wondered if he... I jaywalked across the street and headed for Grafton's building. Kept my eyes moving, looking for guys sitting in cars, people leaning out of the open garage. Nothing. Paused in front and tried to get the surveillance video on my cell phone. It wouldn't log on to the network. Technology. Ain't it great? Went into Grafton's building, pushed the button on Grafton's mailbox. After a moment,
"Hello?"
"Mrs. Grafton, this is Tommy Carmellini. May I come up for a moment?"
"Sure, Tommy."
The door clicked. I entered the empty lobby and summoned the elevator. Up I went. The door opened into an empty hallway. I walked down it to the Grafton's door and knocked. Callie Grafton opened the door. Talk about a classy lady. Smart, erect, trim, and still gorgeous. If and when I commit matrimony, I want a lady like Callie Grafton.
"Hello, Tommy. Come in."
I did so. Sorry to barge in on you like this, but the internet is overwhelmed and we couldn't get the video from the cameras. I thought I'd drop by to check on you.
"You've heard the news about Air Force One, of course."
Oh, yes. Terrible.
"Have you had any dinner?"
No. Have you been here all afternoon?"
"No, I just got home about a half hour or so ago. I'm fixing a salad for dinner. Will you join me?"
I'd be delighted if you'll give me a few minutes to look around.
"Of course, whenever you're ready."
I checked the Wi-Fi under the television. Still working normally as far as I could tell. Then I went out of the apartment and rode the elevator to the top floor, used the stairs to the roof. The door was locked. I used my little assortment of picks and got it within a minute. Up on the roof, I went over to the unit we had installed to send the Grafton's Wi-Fi feed to the satellite. It was offline. I looked it over. The battery had been removed, and someone had used a blunt instrument on the thing. It was as dead as Benedict Arnold. The old battery wasn't there. Installing a new one, assuming I had one in my pocket, wouldn't make it work. Someone had come up here while the internet was off and fixed this thing good. That meant they had recognized the cameras on the outside of the building and in the hallways for what they were. I reached under my sport coat and fingered my pop gun while I looked around the roof. Whoever had done the dirty deed wasn't there now. I walked around the edge of the building's roof looking. There didn't seem to be any access to the roof except through the door by which I had entered. The nearest other building was at least 50 feet away across a driveway and lawn borders. 50 feet is a lot of space to cross. Oh, man, I felt naked. I could be in a sniper's crosshairs right now. Right goddamn now. I slid down behind an air vent and sat looking around, trying to think. I wondered when the company guys in the van left. Not that it mattered. The fact that Reineck had been killed when his apartment exploded crossed my criminal mind. I couldn't stay here. I was up and running at full tilt in a heartbeat. Got to the door and shot through it. Went down the stairs and along to the elevator and took it down to Grafton's floor, the 7th. Went down the hall and let myself in. Went to the kitchen and found Callie. "Forget the salad. We need to leave now."
"Now?"
She looked at me without understanding. "Get your coat and purse and let's get out of here, now." Callie Grafton was quality. She was certainly Mrs. Jake Grafton. She didn't even stop to put the salad makings in the refrigerator. She merely walked to the closet by the front door, pulled out her coat and purse. I held the coat for her, and then we walked out. I made sure the door locked behind us. We left the building and walked across the street to the pizza joint. I explained while we walked. "It looks as if someone visited the building while you were gone, and the internet and cell phone net were down. They're still down. The crash of Air Force One. Everyone and their brother and sister and spouse and girlfriend are trying to get on them. Whoever was in the building sabotaged the repeater I put on the roof and may have entered your condo." We went inside and installed ourselves at the bar so I could see anyone crossing the street to the Grafton's building. "Let's wait here for the Admiral," I said. The television on the wall was still covering the crash of Air Force One. She took several deep breaths as I surveyed the crowd. About 10 people, all drinking, watching the news on television. I turned back to Callie. "No doubt I'm being paranoid, Mrs. Grafton, but the DNI Reineck was killed when a gas leak in his apartment exploded. Someone may be trying to kill the Admiral the same way. Probably not, but there is a chance. Say 1 in 100. Why risk it?"
"You really think—"
"I'm paranoid, sure. But the Admiral sent me over here to check. and I've checked, and I think the thing to do is wait for him and you two spend the night somewhere else. Tomorrow, when things calm down, we'll have some experts go through your place." The barman came down the counter. "A drink? A menu?" Mrs. Grafton said,
"I'll have a glass of Chardonnay, and a salad with vinegar and oil. Tommy?"
"Bourbon, neat, and a salad like the ladies." We had finished our salads and each had a couple of drinks when I saw Jake Grafton's old Honda pass by. I intercepted him on the street after he came out of the garage. He came in, got a quick update from Callie, and glanced at me with those gray eyes. "Thanks, Tommy," he said. Zhang Ping and Choi Li watched the coverage of the crash of Air Force One on a television in Choi's apartment. He had a big flat-screen television made in China that he had bought at Walmart. Zhang's English was improving. He listened very carefully and watched a lot of television, but he had a long way to go, so Choi translated whenever the announcer was saying something that he thought Zhang might like to know. Outside, the wind was howling down Chesapeake Bay. 40 knots at least, Zhang thought. When he got home tonight, he would open his window a crack and turn on the heater, so he could hear the wind sing and not get chilled. Zhang liked his apartment, which was 3 times bigger than the flat in which his parents had raised him. It was the nicest place he had ever lived. If his mother were still alive, she would have been overjoyed to see it. His kitchen, with its appliances and big refrigerator, was a constant source of delight. So was his bathroom, with the heater and white ceramic toilet that flushed and swept everything along to some mysterious fate, out of sight and mind. He knew the sewage didn't go into the bay. This was America, not China, with its 100 million poor people. That was the world Zhang had escaped when he joined the plan. And here he was, watching American television, listening to the wind howl outside, with his comfortable, pleasant apartment to return to in a few minutes. Zhang wondered what the Americans were thinking about the assassination attempt. Were they angry, amused, frightened? They didn't like their president very much, Zhang believed. Only 1 in 3 people thought he was doing an adequate job. Apparently it was a sad case of voters' remorse. That thought led Zhang to muse about public opinion polls, which were a strange thing in his experience. No sane person would ask thousands of people in China what they thought about the government, then publish the results. Finally, Zhang bid Choi goodbye and was soon outside, feeling the wind tear at him as he walked the quarter-mile to his building. The wind whipped his hair and tugged at his clothing. It reminded him of nights at sea, when he was a cadet and later aboard his first ship. Unfortunately, those days were behind him now, and would probably never come again. Still, in the interim, he could enjoy the wind. He opened his window an inch or two and let the singing night wind into his apartment. Savor the days, he thought. Savor being alive. The end will come too soon. With Choi's help, Zhang bought a pickup truck the next day. It was 2 years old and had no rust. Although he had a driver's license, this was the first vehicle he had ever owned. Well, he really didn't own this one since it was purchased with Chinese government funds, but he liked it anyway. Choi made some telephone calls to get insurance for the truck, vanished into an office, and came back with a sheet of fax paper. "We're good to go," he said. Zhang drove it out of the sales lot with Choi in the right-hand seat. "I only have an international driver's license," he told Choi. "Will that be a problem?" "Not with your passport and tourist visa, and this insurance binder." He folded it up and put it in what he called a glove compartment, a drawer with a door that hinged downward, below the dashboard on the passenger side. As he drove along with a wary eye on traffic and the road signs that told him speed limits and others that had names of places and arrows, Zhang tried to stay in the proper lane for turns. One had to decide far in advance of a turn which lane was best and pick a hole in traffic to get into it. American drivers, he had noticed, were very touchy about someone cutting in front of them, and quick to blow their horn and glare, or raise a middle finger. Driving required concentration. Finally, he took Choi home and dropped him off, then went motoring by himself. As he drove, Zhang thought about Choi. How far could he be trusted? Of course Zhang knew about Choi's girlfriend. He had met her on several occasions when they went to the Chan restaurant where she worked. She smiled a lot at Choi, and everyone else. On a long-term assignment, naturally a man needed a woman occasionally. Paying for sex was dangerous since the police kept their eyes on prostitutes. A girlfriend was good cover for Choi. But how much help could he expect from Choi before the man became suspicious? He was on a low-grade assignment and had never been trusted with tasks more onerous than taking photos and sending them to an internet dead drop. How loyal was Choi? If Choi saw too much of Zhang's preparations, he could compromise the operation if he talked too freely or got arrested. On the other hand, without him, Zhang would be on his own without a translator. It was a nice problem, and Zhang turned it over and over in his mind. Chapter 10. Fear is the beginning of wisdom. William T. Sherman. The Graftons spent the night in the spare bedroom of my apartment. I insisted. Yet I was kind of ashamed when Mrs. Grafton saw how messy the dump was and how little grub I had in the fridge. I was starting to mumble an apology when Mrs. Grafton said,
"It looks better than that rat's nest Jake lived in on Whidbey Island when I married him. I stayed there for weeks and loved every minute of it."
Grafton used my landline telephone to call the office and talk to the security head, Joe Waddle. The president's plane going down triggered the security procedures. Grafton explained to Callie and me after he finished talking with Waddle. "Protect the most important stuff first." We watched television until 11 o'clock, trying to wind down, and then the Graftons toddled off for bed. Thank heavens I had some clean sheets on the bed in the spare bedroom and clean towels in the bathroom. When they were tucked in, I poured myself 3 fingers of bourbon. After one sip, I rooted in my dresser and pulled out my Kimber 1911 .45 automatic. I loaded the 8-round magazine and snapped it into the pistol, chambered around and lowered the hammer. I resolved to get a shoulder holster for it as soon as possible. The little Walther hadn't given me much comfort on Grafton's roof. I grasped the loaded Kimber. This sleek contraction of machined steel and springs could kill 8 men, or 1 man 8 times. Loaded, it was heavy, maybe 3 pounds. I was pleased again at how well the pistol fit in my hand, which is larger than average. The cold steel and heft made me feel powerful, in control, which of course was the illusion of the gun. We are all tossed on the stormy seas of fate, at the mercy of men and forces beyond our power to comprehend, control, or deflect. Sometimes we need an illusion. You worthless tiny piece of flotsam on the tide of life, this gun gives you power. Isn't that the way it goes? I caressed the Kimber and threw it on the bed. I sipped on the whiskey while looking out the window, thought about the guy or guys who entered Grafton's building in broad daylight, or at least early evening, and took out the satellite repeater on the roof. 1 guy I suspected. 2 would have been more noticeable. People might remember. Probably just 1 guy. Whoever he was a cool customer. If it was the same guy who did Reineck and Maxwell, he was also damned dangerous. The homeless dumpster diver that I had treated to a pizza came to mind. I could see his face, his trim physique, the sober, quick eyes. He could have been mining the dumpster for pop cans to sell by the pound, or looking for credit card and identity information he could sell to an internet thief. Or he could have been casing the building, setting up a hit. I sipped whiskey and thought about the possibilities, and wondered what Jake Grafton was thinking. He was a bunch of IQ points smarter than me, older and more experienced, and he understood the evil in men's hearts. Me, I'm just a thief, but Jake Grafton, he was a 21st century prophet and warrior. I wondered if he was still awake, staring at the ceiling. My internet service came back on about midnight, and my cell phone beeped a few minutes later. My mom had tried 5 times to call me earlier that day. Some things never change. On reflection, I decided I was fortunate to have a mom who wanted to hear my voice. I figured she might be still awake in California, so I gave her a call. When we said goodbye, I finished the booze and fell into bed. I slept with the Kimber under my pillow. The next morning, I fed the Graftons a bachelor breakfast of hard-boiled eggs and Pop-Tarts. Callie looked at the Pop-Tarts as if she had never seen one before. She daintily ate half of one, probably just to be polite. She liked my coffee, though. The Admiral put too much salt on his eggs, then poured on a lot of Cholula sauce, which, in my opinion, is Mexico's great gift to the world. With all that salt, I wondered about his blood pressure. He liked my coffee, too. Kroger's best. I left when they did. At Langley, I spent the morning with Zoe Carey liaisoning with the FBI. They were down to a couple of agents working on the Rheineck explosion. The special agent in charge had the grumps. What could you say when most of your troops were jerked out from under you and sent packing willy-nilly off to Colorado? Nothing nice. That was what the team leaders said, grumpily. Jake Grafton was summoned to the White House for a 10 o'clock meeting. The conference room was packed, standing room only, but as interim director of the CIA, Jake got a seat at the table. Up the table were National Security Advisor Jurgen Schultz, the President's Chief of Staff Al Grantham, Assistant ODNI Director Admiral Arlen Curry, Acting FBI Director Harry Estep, the head of the NSA, and Sal Molina. Molina looked glum. In front of everyone on the table was a list of the people who died yesterday aboard Air Force One. Jake glanced at the list. He flipped to the back page and found there were 132 names on it. Then he scanned the list for names he might recognize. When the herd was more or less assembled, someone said, "The President of the United States," and everyone stood. The President walked in and took his customary seat at the center of the table on the side opposite Jake. He had obviously returned secretly to Washington last night. He looked tired. "Please be seated," he muttered as he looked around at the familiar faces. The President said a few laudatory words about the dead staffers, nothing memorable. Then he got down to it. "It was just my sheer dumb luck that I wasn't on that plane. I wanted to meet with some people in Denver after the university event without the press getting wind of it, and that was why the plane used the Air Force One call sign when it departed. I talked to the head of the National Transportation Safety Board a few minutes ago, and his crash investigators don't yet have any indication why the plane crashed. Considering that the plane is a burned-out wreck, it may be weeks before the investigators get the technical end of it sorted out. And yet, the burned-out van that was found in that Denver parking garage had a piece of gear in it, damaged but recognizable, that the Army says is a drone controller. I asked how a drone could crash a plane. They say if it had a small electronic pulse weapon on it, an EMP warhead, that could knock out all the plane's electronics, including the flight control computers, if it detonated close enough with the plane in the air. Folks, if that box is indeed a drone controller, it looks like the people in that van tried to assassinate the President of the United States." The President let that sink in for a moment before he resumed. "The FBI and Colorado law enforcement are investigating. There were several bodies in the van badly burned, so it will take a while to identify them. As of this morning, no one knows how many people were in the van that are unaccounted for. We may have one or more murderers out running around. It stands to reason that if we do, they may be trying to get out of the country. I've asked Homeland to seal the borders as tightly as possible, but you know how that is. This murder event, terror event, attempted assassination, whatever, appears to have been carefully planned, and if so, an escape route was on the play card. People finding out the identity of the people who brought down that plane is now our #1 security priority. Are they domestic or foreign? Is a foreign government involved? I want to know. The families of the victims want to know, and the American people want to know. Your job is to help us find out. I'm going to turn this meeting over to Jurgen, who will give your agencies and departments various assignments. Harry Estep at the FBI will be everyone's point of contact, and he will report 3 times a day to Jurgen, who will personally brief me 3 times a day." The President surveyed the group, then stood. Everyone in the room scrambled to his or her feet and stayed there until he was out of the room. The meeting went on for another hour. When it was over and everyone had their marching orders, Jake lingered to see if Sal Molina wanted to talk. Apparently he didn't. Molina and Al Grantham walked out together, engaged in conversation. Zoe Carey and I were back in Langley about noon. Grafton had just returned and put me and Max Hurley to work drafting memos to the department heads, whom he wanted to see immediately. Hurley and I attended the meeting and sat in the back where we could take notes and run for files if required. Harley Merritt was there and sat beside Grafton. The department heads were 4 men and 3 women. All of them looked like competent and capable civil servants, which I hoped they were. In the next few weeks, I suspected I would find out, one way or another. In my sojourn at the company, I had already had run-ins with a couple of them. Still, I was big enough to let bygones be bygones. Grafton summarized the White House meeting and said, "We have our marching orders. We are to conduct a nation-by-nation intelligence review to see if we can find any hint or trace of a covert operation to assassinate the president." "What about the murder of Mario Tomazic?" Merritt asked bluntly. "Have we found any hint of a possible foreign motive for wanting him dead?" Grafton asked. "Not yet, but we have only gotten our feet wet so far." "What if we assume the murder of Tomazic and the attempted assassination are linked? Will that help?" "It might," the assembled brains decided. "In any event, let's get at it. The President said this morning that finding the identity of the culprits behind the downing of Air Force One is our #1 national security priority. You will use as many of your people as you need to get this done, without letting our intelligence gathering go into the toilet in the interim. You'll have to use your best judgment. All vacations are canceled effective immediately. Call anyone on vacation and tell them to get back here. If you need to work people 10 or 12 hours a day, that's fine with me. Saturdays and Sundays, too, if necessary. However, I'd like to ensure everyone gets at least 1 day a week off. If we don't do that, people will burn out." There was more, and it took another half hour. Then Grafton ran the EAs out and huddled with each of the department heads for a half hour or so apiece, going over what was happening in their shops. Hurley and I got back to work. There were intel assessments to review, and Grafton's notes to turn into memos, plus all the usual paperwork that infects every federal bureaucracy. I learned that the EAs were supposed to attend to all this, prepare short memos for Grafton, write stuff for his signature, maintain his calendar, answer queries from other government agencies, all of it. Already I was missing Anastasia Roberts. Hurley and I had secretaries, so we put them to work. By 6 that evening, I was exhausted. We let most of the secretaries go home and kept drafting memos about every whisper on the planet for the boss to read. How he managed to wade through this stuff on a daily basis was a mystery to me. Grafton kicked out the last department head about 6:30 and asked for me. I went into his office with a pile for his in-basket and placed it where it belonged. He got up, shook my hand, moved the chair around for me to sit in, and called for coffee. When he was ensconced in his executive leather chair behind the desk, and we both had hot steaming cups of Java, he said, "The DC bomb squad went through my place this morning. There were 3 sticks of dynamite in my desk, a small homemade bomb. If I had opened the little drawer where I keep my pencils and pens, the dynamite would have exploded. Thank you, Tommy." I didn't know what to say. Just thought about it. Finally, I said, "That guy was a pretty cool dude, waltzing in and out, never knowing when the internet might come back on." "He stopped fooling with accidents," Grafton mused. "Now it's just plain murder, like with Maxwell." "Why? I don't understand why." Grafton used the eraser on a pencil to scratch his head. "If we knew that, we'd know who." I thought about it. He won't come back if all he's after is a high-ranking official to pop. There are thousands of them. Well, hundreds anyway. If he does come back, it's because someone wants you specifically dead. Grafton just grunted. I didn't know if that was a grunt of agreement or opinion noted and filed. "Where are you sleeping tonight?" "Amy's house in Laurel." Amy was the Grafton's daughter. "Callie went there this morning, but we gotta go home tomorrow night. All our stuff is there. I drafted a memo for your signature. It's in the in-basket." He dug it out. As he read it, I thought it was a pretty good job for my first executive decision. The memo was to Joe Waddle in security, telling him that he was to provide 2 armed guards at Grafton's residence around the clock, Starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, they were to wear bulletproof vests, carry weapons, and be visible. Every exit except the front door was to be sealed so it couldn't be opened from outside. Only residents of the building with proper ID were to be admitted. The guards were to carry handheld radios and report in every hour on the hour. 2 men around the clock were also to be stationed in front and back of Harley Merritt's house in Bethesda. Grafton reached for a pen. "You draft this?" he asked with eyebrows up. "Yes, sir." He signed it. "You got a future-pushing paper," he said. He tossed it across the desk. "This morning at the White House it was pointed out that there aren't enough federal security officers to guard every public official in this town, even the agency and department heads, not to mention the members of Congress, all 535 of them, and the Supreme Court justices. Homeland recommended bringing in Army troops, but the president said no. He's worried that it will look like the federal government has panicked." "In light of the bomb in your condo, maybe it's time to panic," I said. "I would bring in troops now if it were my decision," Grafton said thoughtfully. "One more assassination of a high public official will certainly create real panic. Which is worse, another death or the appearance of overreacting?" I was used to the way Grafton thought through problems. He was just thinking aloud, so his listeners could see where his thoughts were going. Sort of like shining a flashlight on the forest ahead, trying to see the trail hidden in the darkness. "How about you riding over to Amy's place with me tonight?" Grafton continued, "and picking me up in the morning. Starting tomorrow night, I would appreciate it if you would plan on sleeping at my place until things calm down." I shrugged. "Sure, I can go home with you. Before we leave this evening, I want to stop by a gun store in Tyson's Corner and buy a shoulder holster." That .380 automatic I was packing made me feel underdressed. I wanted the Kimber under my arm. The phone rang. Harley Merritt was outside. I left as Harley Merritt was coming in. I gave the receptionist, Jennifer Seslowski, the signed memo as I passed. She didn't smile. It was a tough day for everyone. Harley Merritt had been on the telephone with various intelligence chiefs around the world, MI6, the Mossad, plus the German and French intelligence agencies. I asked them to review their intelligence and see if they had a glimmer about who might have tried to kill the president. He told his boss. "But you know how that is. Everything is a matter of degree. There must be at least a dozen tin-pot dictators and holy men and Taliban chiefs who would welcome the credit for offing the American Caesar." "Maybe something will strike someone as worth mentioning," Grafton replied. "That's a damn thin maybe." "NSA? They're tied up in knots. Gotta have a warrant to sample the river flowing out of their fire hoses. We'll have one by tomorrow, by God, but their hands are tied until then." "So how are we coming on searching our own house?" Nothing looked promising. They were still evaluating intelligence from various sources and ongoing covert operations 2 hours later when Tommy Carmellini returned. On Willoughby Spit, the wind had eased to perhaps 20 knots that evening, but the rain was steady. It had been too bad to take the boat out, so Zhang Ping and Choi Li had contented themselves with a quick check of the carrier piers from the viewing area at the south end of the Hampton Roads tunnel, then had driven over to Newport News to see what they could of the shipyard and the 3 giant ships under construction there. As they ate lunch at a shipyard workers' diner, Choi Li listened and Zhang concentrated upon his sandwich. In the car headed back through the tunnel, Choi gave his impressions. "All they talked about was the attempted assassination of the president. They don't like the president very much, they say, but he is the head of state, and an attempt to murder him is an attack upon the United States. The workers are unhappy and belligerent." Zhang only grunted. He had no idea who was behind the assassination attempt. If his superiors in China, or the political leaders there, had arranged that covert operation, which had apparently almost succeeded, he assumed they were unhappy at their failure. Much loss of face. Privately, he wondered if assassinating the American president 6 weeks before the big event was wise. Oh well, it wasn't his decision. It was one of the cards life dealt. If the Americans increased the security around the base because of it, He would just have to deal with that. Success for this mission was everything. Zhang Ping knew in his soul that the future of China depended upon it. Nothing could be allowed to interfere with that. Admiral Wu had impressed that fact upon him. He glanced at Choi Li behind the wheel. Choi did not know why his surveillance of the naval base and the roadstead were important, nor did Zhang intend to tell him. If they were arrested, the less Choi knew, the better. Of course, if arrest appeared imminent and he had the opportunity, Zhang would kill Choi to ensure he never had a chance to tell what he did know or surmised. Choi Li didn't know that either. Zhang lit another cigarette and cracked his window to carry the smoke out. After a few moments, he told Choi, "I need to buy a boat, one with a cabin that we can take out into the bay on days like this, with 2 outboard motors, I think." Choi grinned. "I like to look at boats," he said. "I know some marinas where boats are for sale. Want to go look now?" "Certainly." Chapter 11. Enlightened rulers and sagacious generals who are able to get intelligent spies will invariably attain great achievements. This is the essence of the military, what the 3 armies rely on to move. Sun Tzu. In my opinion, a shotgun is the perfect home defense weapon. The ranges are short. You don't have to be much of a gun person or marksman, and any bad guy hit by a load of buckshot between 10 and 30 feet away will be instantly dead or disabled. No one soaks up 1.25 ounces of lead, then proceeds to do you bodily harm. I marched down to the CIA armory with Grafton's authorization in my hot little hand, and soon was looking at a couple of Remington pumps, both well used, which was fine with me. One didn't have much finish left on the stock and had a couple of pitted places on the barrel and action where rust had done its thing. It was also pretty dinged up. The other was in a little better shape, but didn't have much bluing left. I worked the action, checked the safeties, pulled the triggers, and pronounced myself satisfied. The guys gave me 4 boxes of number 4 buckshot. They came 5 to the box, and I walked out feeling like I was ready for World War III. The barrels were a little long, but I had plans to fix that. After I delivered Grafton from his daughter's house to Langley the next day, I stopped by the lock shop that I owned with Willie Varner. He wasn't happy to see me. When the internet came back on, Grafton's place was full of cops. What the hell was that all about? While the net was down, someone planted a bomb in Grafton's desk. You're shitting me. Nope. Well, it's a damn good thing I didn't jump in the shop van and go motoring right over to see what was what, Willie declared. I might have met the murderous dude face to face. Yeah. Being a convicted felon and all, you know I can't legally own a shooter, Tommy. I might have been killed. Hey, you didn't go, and I knew about it and I went. But a bomb. Stop sweating the program. In the workshop, I removed the shotguns from the gun cases that held them and put the first one in a vise. Willie watched. I used a hacksaw to cut off the barrel right in front on the forearm. Still had 19 inches of barrel left, so I was legal. No more front sight, though, but at close range you don't aim one of these. You just point and pull the trigger, and trust to Remington and whoever made the ammo to take care of the rest. What, pray tell, are these shotguns for? Willie asked as I sawed away on the second one. Grafton and I are going to bunk over at his place for the foreseeable future. You idiot! You're hoping that bomber dude comes back. Yes, I admitted. I hadn't thought about it until Willie said it, but yes, I would welcome a chance to perforate his hide. Assassins trying to kill the Prez, mad bombers running around loose, and now you're gunning up to play cowboy. Willie stalked out. After I finished cutting off the second barrel, I dressed up the muzzles with a round file, oiled them lightly, and worked the actions repeatedly. Loaded each one with 5 shells, then worked the actions and ejected them. They would do. Back at the office, I got into the executive assistant gig big time. I was impressed with the competence and brains of both Roberts and Hurley. They had only to glance at a document or memo, and they instantly understood it, memorized it, and were able to relate it to the big picture. I felt outclassed and way behind the curve. I quickly became convinced that executive assisting wasn't my thing. I muddled on, however, always the good soldier. I don't know if that is a vice or virtue. I thought that if and when I screwed up too many things, Grafton would find something else for me to do, like steal something. That was my best skill set. At night, I went over to the Graftons. The first night, the Admiral and I inspected his desk carefully. The thing was covered with black fingerprint powder, which was ridiculous. No self-respecting criminal these days left fingerprints. "You know," I said to the Admiral, "I may have seen the guy who did this." I told him about the dumpster diver and the pizza. Maybe I should go through mug books and see if I can spot him. Jake Grafton was dismissive. "This man isn't a street hood, Tommy. He's a pro. There's little chance he has an American arrest record. It would be a waste of time." Callie gave me the guest bedroom. She seemed to accept the situation as another adventure to be lived through. She paid close attention when I showed her how the shotgun worked, how the safety worked, how to pump the action. She did it a few times, pointed the thing, and pulled the trigger. "It's going to kick," her husband told her, "but you'll be so scared you won't notice. After the kick, work the action and shoot again. Keep shooting until there is nothing standing to shoot at or you run out of shells, whichever is first." I loaded the gun and she took it to the bedroom. I figured my car was the best place for mine. It was there now, already loaded. So we settled into a routine. I ate better at the Graftons than I did at home since Callie didn't do frozen meals. At the office, I struggled on executive assisting. Roberts and Hurley did the bulk of the work and left me stuff that was simple and they thought I wouldn't mess up. They checked me afterward anyway. I found I spent a lot of time with Grafton's calendar. He could either see you at 2 o'clock or he couldn't. He was busy as sin. Department heads, meetings with the new acting director of the ODNI, big FBI bananas, foreigners, probably some foreign intelligence agency. He talked to them all, or he had meetings, or ran over to their office in a bulletproof limo with 2 armed guards and a trailing car with 2 more shooters. He didn't tell me what he was getting out of all of this, of course, but the stuff we EAs drafted or filed or arranged let us see under the corners occasionally. The news about the attempted presidential assassination dribbled out. Dental work proved that the dead men in the van were Russians. The bodies were too badly burned to obtain fingerprints or post-mortem photos of faces or tattoos, if they had ever had any. Somehow the fact that the 3 dead men were Russians leaked to the press, which provoked a small international political crisis. The Russians took offense. We soldiered on anyway. Sometime that week, Charlie Wilson, head of the liaison office, called me. I stopped by his office 20 minutes later. He was steamed and it showed. He waved a sheet of paper at me. "I got an FBI report on those fingerprints you gave me. They have their knickers in a real twist. Where did you get them?" I decided that this time perhaps the truth was best. "From my mother's boyfriend. Smarmy bastard. I didn't think there was a word of truth in his head. What's the crisis? Who is he?" Charlie took a deep breath and rubbed his face. Then he stared at me. "That's straight." "I wouldn't lie to you." "Carmellini, you started lying before you got out of diapers and have never stopped. If you told me this was November, I'd check the calendar to make sure." "Come on, who is he?" Wilson passed me the paper. There was even a mugshot photo with a booking number. He must have been plastered when they snapped it. It was Cuthbert Gordon, all right, but that wasn't his real name. He was Alfred Bruno, a Cleveland mobster who ratted on his pals and was now in the witness protection program, with a new identity, a new past, and a small pension. I was surprised, and it showed on my face, I guess. "You really didn't know, did you?" Wilson said, slightly amazed. "I didn't. That's why I brought the tableware in here. I wanted to know. I thought he might be some kind of creep who relieved single women of their savings. Mom is something of a ditz, but she doesn't deserve an asshole, like this one." I looked again at Bruno's photo. True, the day of his arrest had not been one of his better days, but... man, he really looked ready for a coffin. "Okay," Charlie Wilson said. I'll buy that story until a better one surfaces. Let me give you the gospel. I just got off the phone an hour ago with some FBI weenie in witness protection. He was royally pissed. Said if we, that's the United States government agency, messed with one of Justice's star witness in some creepy spy caper and exposed him, heads would roll. If he got whacked, they would move heaven and earth to find who blew his cover and have the loose-mouthed bastard prosecuted. Have you got that? I nodded. How old is your mother? I told him. Wilson calmed down 2 degrees. She's an adult, presumably rational, and presumably not a virgin since she claims you. This is her problem, Carmellini, not yours. If you make it your problem, the shit is going to hit the fan and you're going to get splattered. Have you got that? I nodded again. Don't ever ask me for another personal favor. Not one. Our relationship with the FBI is too important to throw a handful of sand into the gears for personal reasons. Is there any way I can get Mom's knife and fork back? She inherited, for the love of God, give me that sheet of paper and get out of here. I took one last glance at Alfred Bruno's sour soused puss, handed the sheet back, and disappeared. Poof. The Wednesday before Thanksgiving, Jake Grafton received a call from his NSA spy, Sarah Houston.
I'm calling from a payphone, Admiral. I got the info you wanted on those 2 FBI files.
Great. Shoot.
The files are counterintelligence files. Zoe Carey was on a team working them out of San Francisco. One of the 2 dead men was suspected of espionage for the Chinese. Carey said he tried to kill her, so she had to kill him in self-defense. The other man she shot 6 weeks later was a supposed onlooker who tried to intervene violently in the attempted arrest of a spy. Why he did that is anyone's guess. The alleged spy got away.
Any follow-up by the FBI?
The usual routine suspension and investigation, which cleared her on both of the shootings for lack of evidence. There was no proof that they were anything but what she said they were.
You read the files. What do you think? Silence. After a moment, Sarah Houston said,
No witnesses, no conflicting stories from fellow agents, none of the usual friction. Maybe it went down the way Carey said. Maybe it didn't.
Chinese spies.
Yep.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm going to request that your agency transfer you to the CIA. How do you feel about that? More silence.
Are you giving me a choice?
Nope. A heads up. I need your skills over here.
I'm not going to have to work with Carmellini again, am I?
Sarah and Tommy had been a number, but had broken up a couple of years back for the 2nd or 3rd time. I'll try to keep him busy somewhere else in the building.
When?
Next week if the paperwork sails on through.
I'll be holding my breath.
She hung up on him. When he found out that the president was not aboard Air Force One when it crashed, Chong had a bad moment. The big money was for popping the big banana, not for whacking his staff and a few reporters. Damn, they should have gotten him as he flew into Denver. He was on the plane then. As he thought about it, Chong realized that the president missing the plane was just one of those illogical, unpredictable twists that life throws at people with appalling regularity. The real question was, would the client pay off anyway? After all, Chong and the guys had done the work and taken the risk. The job was to crash the plane, and they had accomplished that feat. It wasn't Chong's fault if Housis huddled in a secret plotting session with his political allies and sent the plane on without him. Chong thought about every aspect of the hit, looked at it from every angle, as he drove through the Rockies to Utah. He changed cars in the long-term parking lot at the Salt Lake City airport. He drove out of the lot in a Mazda he had parked there 2 weeks ago, and spent the night in a ski resort in Alta, where he had a reservation. The season was just getting started. The desk clerk who checked him in explained. Some man-made snow, but it wasn't very good. Chong smiled and said he would make out. He thought the authorities would be looking for a running man, so he didn't run. He ate well, watched television news morning and evening, and skied for a couple of hours each day. Real snow was falling and fast. The skiing got better. The 5th day, he hit the interstate heading north into Idaho, and from there drove for Seattle. Spent another night in a $69 room in Walla Walla, Washington, and had another good meal, a New York strip at a local steakhouse. He was feeling pretty good about the getaway. He listened to radio news every hour on the hour as he drove. The authorities were keeping their cards close to their vest. The burned-out van was being examined by forensic experts, but the findings were not being released. The FBI had figured out that a drone equipped with some kind of EMP weapon was the most probable cause of the Air Force One crash. What other information they had, the authorities weren't saying. The Attorney General, however, was promising that those behind the attack would be apprehended and brought to justice if it took the entire assets of the Justice Department to do it. Between news broadcasts, Chong listened to syndicated talk shows, all of which had conservative hosts who lambasted the administration over domestic and foreign policy, and hammered the president over his vacations at taxpayer expense.